Howdy there, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, the real one this time. Welcome back to TEKKIT 2. Merry Christmas to you. If you're watching this in the month of December and the year it was released, and if not, there was a Christmas at some point, either before or after you're watching this. Actually, both, you know? There was definitely a Christmas before you watched this. Many of them. And unless the world ends in some sort of horrible, catastrophic event, there will be another one. So, Merry Christmas to you. Wherever we're meant to be together, I'll be here at this beautiful house that an AI built, trying to figure out why we don't have any mutated leaves. Maybe it just takes a while. Maybe it takes longer than I had initially thought. I kind of just assumed that if I wandered off kind of in a outwardly direction and fiddled around in the factory, that, you know, maybe when we came back, we would have some mutated leaves of some kind. Maybe there's something I need to actually see the tree mutations. I don't know. I looked at the book. I was like, is there some kind of scope or analyzer that I need to be looking for? I'll be honest, that's not what I was doing. I was actually looking up Irradium. I was thinking about it, though, in my mind. It doesn't look like a scope is a thing. I know there's like a bee analyzer somewhere, unless there's not, and I made that up in my head. And in fact, I'm not really seeing one that, you know, in that vein. So, yeah, maybe I just made that up. Unless... No, I think I just made that up. That's okay. Should we check on the bees? The bees aren't doing too well. We're down to, well, actually, no, we're doing just fine. We do have a new princess. Still from an ignoble stock, whatever that means. If we add a whole bunch more meadows drones, though, this happens a lot more quickly, whatever that was. I'm not actually sure what just happened there. Should I check? It's got normal temperature, normal humidity, make your bees happy. I feel like they're pretty happy. Only jubilant bees will produce their speciality. I assume that they're happy. I don't know. I am the owner. That is accurate. What, did you just consume a drone? And now this is full, but what does that mean? I actually have no idea. I have no clue whatsoever what's going on inside of here. And I'm just gonna take a step back and let it happen. We're just gonna sort of let that continue on its way and not worry about it so much, because at the end of the day, at some point, you just need to accept that there's... Oh. Did I... What? Oh, it's right there. There's an obsidian plate. I forgot that I put that there. I did that between last time and this time, because I definitely remember in the last episode, I had to manually open that door, like this one. This one I also have to manually open and close because of the inconvenience of... Wait, what if I just put down a button? Hold on, why wasn't that thought of before? Because we could just grab your regular old bog standard button here. And yeah, I'll give you that. It's a little bit less convenient as opposed to... oh, can you not put it on glass? Really? Why? That's silly. I think the concern with pressure plates is that they activate both of these teleporters. Maybe this door is just the worst door. Maybe we should just not have a door here. Or maybe we should just fundamentally rethink the design of this. What the heck happened there? No, but really, what happened there? Why is part of the house missing? Wait. Was it because we were running around with that axe in the previous episode? Did I accidentally cut up? I don't know if that's what happened. I don't remember that happening, and I just genuinely noticed. But that's funny. Remember I had this out, and I was right-clicking all over the place, and there was a bit of concern that maybe I needed to be careful because there could be unforeseen consequences. I think there might have been some unforeseen consequences. What's the layout of this place like? Is it one of these sort of situations? I think it is. And then it goes to right there. And then I'll tidy this up real quick. I actually think that doesn't need to be there. I think that stays open, like over there. And then this does one of these. Yeah, there we go. And then finally this bad boy. But does that one stay in that corner? That's the problem with these. I build them and then enough time passes that I forget what they're supposed to look like. Like that, though. And then what are you? Carpet? Have I ever used carpet in any other series before? Or is that like a first time here sort of thing? Gray carpet. Okay, well, you're just decidedly not carpet. And also not what I mean to be wasting my time on today. I had big plans for today. Mostly involving, you know, trees that haven't grown yet. So those big plans are kind of out the window. We'll just have to make up some other plans. Do we need more bees? Do you reckon we don't have enough bees? Maybe we need like a higher concentration of bees in the area? Or again, do you think that maybe it's the mod pack? I say again, but I haven't mentioned that yet. It just came to mind. Maybe the resource pack, I should say, is like preventing us from seeing changes in the leaves. Although all of these leaves do look basically the same. So I would surely they would be a different thing, right? Like when we looked at them, they wouldn't just be called dark oak leaves. They'd be called wrong leaves or something along those lines. And the book did make it pretty clear that there would be some differences in the leaves. Pollination. Underlying principle is rather simple. Set down apiaries, so probably more than one, near trees of different species. We've done that. Keep them stocked with working queen bees. We don't have any of those. After a while, depending on the quality of the bee and the density of the surrounding forest, you will start to see some changes in color. Maybe that's the problem. We don't have a queen bee. All we've got is, well, I guess we do now. We have a meadows queen. I guess that's what happened with one of the drones and the princess. We ended up getting an ignoble meadows queen. So yeah, hold on. I'll go back to it. What did it say? After a while, depending on the quality of the bee and the density of the surrounding forest, you will start to see some leaves change color. These leaves have been pollinated with another tree. So maybe we do just need to add more bees. I mean, I guess our bees are pretty low quality because they're just regular bees we found out and about in the world. And we've not gone to great difficulties to track down quality bees either. So it's kind of like what we've got's what we've got. We do have some more impregnated casings here, though, which I think just go inside of there. And we can grab another apiary. And then, well, gosh darn it, if we get more of that, should we just go for like 3 apiaries? With the 2 that are the one that's already out there and the 2 here in my inventory. What are my options here? We can do an Ender Princess, but do they need anything in particular? Are they going to not like the weather outside? It is winter, although I don't think it's actually winter. Just spoilers. So we have an ignoble Forest Princess and a pristine. Do we go with the pristine? We also have some forest drones and another more different forest drone. So maybe we just grab all of those, and we'll just kind of see what happens. We also have an ignoble Meadows Princess in here, a Rocky Princess, whatever that means, a Rocky Drone. We'll just go out there with these and kind of see what happens, and it's possible that this is a horrific mistake. And if so, you can comment down below and let me know. Please, by all means, let me know. Should we just put them... I don't know how far apart you need to put these. Is there going to be wars between the different beehives? Are they going to start fighting each other for, like, available territory? That's the last thing I want. I don't want them to get hostile with one another. I would just like them to be friends and get along. We're going to go ahead and put... Oh, can you not put these in here? Oh, I was trying to put the wrong one in there. Well, there we go. We've added an Ender Drone, and there's also an Ender Princess. Temperatures are normal. They might not be happy. No flowers. Okay, that's their issue. What's your issue? You have none. You're pretty pleased with life and everything going on. That's good to see. We're going to plant this one over here. I don't know if they need, like, eyeline to the sky. That might not be a thing. For some reason in my head it was. We'll put that in there, and then we'll put this one in there. And then that's going to burn through this really nice one real quick to turn this one into a queen. There we go. And now we'll add these. And then I guess flowers are needed. So let's look at our flower options here. I mean, what's like a pretty flower? I do like the blue ones. These are blue orchids and azure. So I guess we'll go with those two, and we'll try to get rid of all these kind of ugly, weed-looking ones. So blue, not like that, not that type. Listen, you know what I mean. These here, like dandelions. It's not even a type of flower. It's literally a weed. And also, in real life, they're not yellow. I don't know if you've ever seen a dandelion, but they are not yellow at all. So I don't know who came up with that brilliant idea. Decidedly unyellow. Unless I'm just very much misremembering what a dandelion looks like, but I don't think I... Wait a minute. There's a strong possibility I could be misremembering what a dandelion looks like. I don't know. We'll have to go, like, source some dandelions somewhere. Just go poke around in the backyard, you know, come summertime, we'll find out. Are you happy? Are you pleased? No flowers. Hive members are not finding the right flowers. Use the portable analyzer. I knew there was an analyzer! I knew that! Did I not spell analyzer correctly? Did I do 2 N's or something silly like that? I probably put in 2 N's. That sounds like something I would do. Analyzer. What do? The analyzer takes breeding individuals and DNA sequencers and analyzes them to determine the gene... I don't need that. I need a portable analyzer. For bees, saplings, and butterflies. Oh, so butterflies are a part of all this. So I have to build this thing. Okay, well, first off, we're going to add it over there. We can manufacture it inside of, what are you? Crop Analyzer. That's a different thing. That's from a wholly different mod entirely. Not holy as in, like God, right? not like set apart holy. Just like it's different. It's a different thing. It's an unrelated thing. Well, how are you doing, though? You're pretty happy. You're going along. Okay. Well, we're going to just assume that everything is fine here, and we're going to carry on making an analyzer. I thought we might also get into trains a little bit at some point, you know? I forgot that was going to close itself. We do need to build railroads, so if we have a look at, what is it called? Traincraft? That's not it. Railcraft. That is it. That was going to be a joke one, but that turned out to be the exact right thing as I was thinking about it. Elevator tracks. Abandoned track. That's kind of fun. Can be suspended over gaps in terrain, but why is it abandoned? Electric. Powered by electricity used with electric locomotive. Hello! That's wonderful! I mean, I like the idea of the coal, you know? High-speed track, very fast. Requires boosters transitions to reach speed. Cannot make corners at high speed. What happens? Do you need to slow yourself down intentionally? High-speed electric track. That's probably what we want. Strap iron track. 30% of the speed of iron track. Reinforced track. 125 the speed of normal. There's so much track in this. There's so many train tracks. So would I want to have the fast electric one, the high-speed one, right? And then we need boosters to get it up to speed, but then we need to bring it down to, like, regular speed. I guess with just, like, regular electric track? What goes into this? This doesn't look complicated. This doesn't look complicated at all. And then what about you? We could automate all this. We have an entire factory that we're not using to make the high-speed electric track. Are you kidding me? HS rails? You just need a bunch of high-speed track, which just needs... I mean, this is kind of feeling a little bit circular here. Metal rolling? Oh, come on! I assume we can automate a rolling machine pretty easily. Yeah, we can do this for sure. This seems like it'll be pretty basic. I mean, it'll take a couple of videos, probably, to get it all set up, and we might want to do some manual tests. 30% the speed of iron track. Does that work with electric? Can, like, an electric train, or locomotive, whatever you want to call it, go across regular track? And if so, is that how you're meant to slow it down before taking a turn? I just realized there is so much more track down here. Oh my gosh, there's so much more. Gated tracks and disembarking tracks, but they're abandoned. That's important. Strap iron, iron delayed. HSE, high-speed electric booster track, applies a boost force to the cart, slows if unpowered. There we go! That's what you need to take a corner, I suppose. Just like a row of those, or maybe just one, I'm not sure. There might need to be some testing, and of course I'll volunteer myself. Someone else that we all know might have just volunteered Napier to do all of this, but I myself will be taking all risks on my own shoulders in the construction of this sort of a Polar Express, if you will. But we've gotten way off on a tangent, talking about future things. Right now we need to build this analyzer and figure out what that's all about. So we need some tin, iron, redstone, diamond. That needs water, which means we have to get whatever's already in there out. Boom! Done! Fantastic. Clear this out. So it stated that it needed 2 buckets of water, correct? So I guess we'll start with the 2 of those. And I didn't realize you can see on the outside here. I guess that's the water tank right there. That's fun. And then, can we just import the recipe by hitting the plus button? Yes, we can. Analyzer pops up there. Does it just start building it? No, I think we have to actually put the items in. That makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. Hopefully it doesn't, like, mind if we just use regular glass panes. I doubt if we actually need to swap them out inside of the grid, but we're going to, just for the sake of simplicity. Get that out of there. I don't know if that matters, but there's no reason to have it in there if it's unnecessary. My inventory's a little bit of a wreck. I kind of held on to some things that I didn't need to at the end of the previous installment. Although I had the wrench out because I was kind of poking around down in the... Is this the random assortment? Yeah. I finished this series. I've rewatched my entire Minecraft series now, so I actually know for sure, like the whole thing. A couple of episodes more than once. So I actually know what's going on in my own Minecraft series that's been airing on my YouTube channel, which is... I know. And continuing to be baffled by the decisions here. I do think that it would be nice to have this running all the time. I was told by channel member Jake Yates that he's doing it on his computer and he doesn't have any problems. I think I get the idea, the concern being that eventually, you know, you're going to run out of black hole units, or your black hole units are going to get full. See, I see a different problem here right now. If this is only going to produce a limited amount of, you know, this item, it's not going to like perfectly evenly distribute them to everything else. So if things are being manufactured indefinitely, like if we're making an indefinite number of these, this is going to always be the thing that's consuming the UU matter. Whereas right now it's just going to make the 9 stacks across here, and that'll be it, and that'll be good. And then that, UU matter will go to other things. But we also need to just ramp up the speed at which we're producing UU matter. So I was kind of down here poking around. I was like, is there any way to do that quickly, easily, and efficiently? And I think we're just going to move UU matter production and give it its own dedicated power supply. Just like hook it up directly to... Because it's something that we probably should have running forever is UU matter. We'll hook that up to a black hole unit and just have that be produced indefinitely. I'm okay with that. And then hook it up to its own power sources. But portable analyzer... So, supply bee, sapling, butterfly, or any other individual, and, I mean, like, could I put, I'm not going to, but theoretically, could I teleport to as an individual? Provide honey or honeydew as a pacifier. I don't know, I don't have honey, I don't think that I have honey. I could have honey, but I don't think that I have honey. I don't know if you've ever found honey. Honey, how do you get it? Honey, right? There we go. Honey bucket. It's got honey in it. From a squeezer, I kind of thought it would be honeydew in some fashion, so we'll need a comb of some kind, a mellow comb or a dripple cone or something along that. I get the idea. So we're just kind of waiting on that to be produced by a bee. It's going to happen eventually. One of these days we'll be able to actually have that. But that does mean that right now we don't, is the only issue. So we won't be able to figure out what these guys want. I mean, I could probably guess what they want. So we've got a new Meadows Princess. It's in noble stock now. It's not fancy stock anymore. It used to be pristine, but no longer. Oh, we got Honeydew now. That's what I'm talking about. Why can't you do that? Why are you inept? What are you stalled for? What is that? Ooh, supply B. Okay, is this... Hold on, I'm Is that only there because I have that in my inventory? Yes. First off, that's exactly why that's there. Okay, so if I didn't do anything, okay? Something just happened on the screen. Hello? I guess we need to make a new princess? There we go. Hold on, but don't do it with those guys. Do it with this guy, because he's unique. He stands apart from all these other ones. Oh, these are all unique. But I can't tell why or how. If I put this guy in here, hold on. If I put that in there, hold on. Butterfly, supply with bee, sapling, or any other individual and provide honey or honeydew. I've got honeycomb. Do I specifically need to make it into one of the other things? I have a feeling I specifically need to maybe put it in a centrifuge and get a honey drop or beeswax or something along those lines. But first off, hold on. What is my goal here? Take these ones. For no real reason. No real reason whatsoever. Supply bee sapling. Okay, so we got the Forest Queen, so then we add that in there, and I guess it would tell me about it if I have... See, but I don't need to do that here. I need to do that... Why aren't you giving me honey? What is your issue? What I specifically need to do is that over here. Why does this one have an extra thing at the bottom to specify the owner? Why is that necessary? None of the other ones have that. Did I do something to do that? If I, like, shift right-click? No. It's just arbitrary. It's just there for no reason. Okay, no, I'll play your game. I'll play your silly game. Video game. I'll go ahead and make... What was it you wanted me to build? A centrifuge of some kind? Was that the situation if I look at my uses here? Yes, centrifuge. Actually, I think I've been saying it wrong my whole life. Because it's not a centrifuge, it's a centrifuge. Centrifugal force. Centrifugal force. Centrifugal... This seems pretty simple. What I like about this is when I get into mods like this, I always end up with just a super messy inventory, and it becomes a bit of a hassle to deal with. And, you know what? To heck with this. I'm not... Just making more and more big electric flux generators cannot be the answer here. This is where we do bees now. I've made that decision. Based on what you might be wondering, entirely arbitrary choices that I made just now in this moment. Alright, this is how I operate. We're going to go ahead and get a hold of our precision wrench. We'll race over here, and the game's been running a little bit better, so that's good. I did try to install a performance mod, but I think it was already installed. I can't remember which one it was. And then I added it, but then I checked, and the one that's in the pack, I guess, has overridden it. But both of them are kind of an older version of a mod that's been sort of handed over to someone else now for management, and I probably need to delete the one I added, as well as the one that was in the pack, and replace it with the new one. But don't ask me what it was, I don't remember. If I ever get around to it, I'll tell you. If you have any suggestions for performance patches, do let me know, though. I'm always, you know, down to hear about what you've got working for you and how it's working for you. And in fact, I need that information, because I want this to actually run smoothly. And you know, we got to be able to do at least 150 episodes of this series, so yeah, we got to get it running a little bit more smoothly. I'm missing these. Are they not inside of here? They are, right there. There we go. What a neat trick I just did in order to find them. Alright, we're going to dig this direction until we find a cable, and I've already done it, so good job, everyone! It's almost immediate, wasn't it? Alright, we're gonna reconfigure this a little bit. Oh, see, this is gonna be a nightmare, because as you know... Oh, I know that. That's how the witches tried to sneak in here once. I was gonna say, may they rest in peace, but I'm looking back on the series, they did steal from here. They did steal, they were pretty... They weren't at all remorseful about it. They seemed to... just steal without remorse, hence the bit about them not being remorseful. You know, that thing that I said already, and should probably just stop repeating. But I don't know if I actually feel bad for them, all things considered. And then they did also conspire to have a giant chicken kill what was arguably a very evil AI. I'll grant you that! Alright, a very evil AI. But that was after they stole from... I'm just throwing out there. Also, I don't really like the chickens, so I don't weep for them. But, I mean... This is a bit of an overreaction, maybe? Or maybe it's not. I don't know. It's not necessarily what I would have done. Or maybe it is. You know, that's the dark thing I keep coming back to, is that... He is an AI based on me. So how can I say what I would have done differently? I don't know. There we go. Centrifuge. What, do I just put that in there? Do I need to do anything to it? It's got power, it looks like. Everything seems fine. It seems to be working. Wait, what just happened there? Hold on. Wait, what's happening? That made no sense. Wait, what? Why did it go from here to there? What was the purpose? What was the form? What? Confusion. Deep confusion. I am so deeply confused, but whatever. We've got honey drop. Is there anything I need to do with that? Can I eat it? I shouldn't eat it, now that I think about it. I can squeeze it to get honey or propolis. But if I remember correctly, also, isn't there a way out, like, right over here? Didn't we have an exit? Did we get rid of that? Didn't there used to be just, like, a hole in the ground? I know that this is our launch pad. We need a way to get up there. I mean, I guess we'll just fly out for right now. But in the future, if that's where we're going to be doing bees, my whole idea was that it was already close to where the trees were, because it's right down there. Do you think we could just like, take this window out and expand this out a little bit? I know it's winter and it's going to get cold, but also we've more or less basically... Oh, are you like a regular Enderman, or are you one of... You look a bit small for an Enderman. Why are you here? Hi! Enderman Guard F. Just hanging out, I guess. Who am I to question? This is also a hole that's just wide open in the world. This is just leaking all the heat in the basement out. Which is okay. It's hot in that factory. There's no air conditioning. All that machinery's running, so it's all alright. I'm okay with it. How are you doing? You're still doing whatever it is you do. You're still doing something. Heaven only knows what. You are not doing anything. Yeah, I can't do anything in here. So if I open up the portable analyzer... Okay, portable genetics analyzer. Yep, seen this before. Yep, nothing to analyze. Supply a specimen to be analyzed. I want that. This gadget requires honey drops, or... Okay, I've got that. Honey drop. Okay. Oh, there you go. That's all I had to do. Honey required. This requires honey drops or honeydew. I feel like I've already kind of did what I needed to, right? Make your bee happy. In their preferred climate. Okay. Called up one. That's T. The T. H. Normal none. End. It's nocturnal. It's diurnal. Pristine stock. Longer life. Slower worker. What does it want? Flower type end? Where'd the bee go? Wait, what happened to the bee? Give me that. Give me the bee. Give me back the bee. You have to shift click it. Now we know. Wait, where'd it go? I need you to give me back my bee. Hello? Right, left clicking does nothing. Right clicking does nothing. Shift look. It looks like the bee is gone. Can I not get the bee out, for crying out loud? Hello? Am I missing something? Am I just really dumb? I want my bee. Yeah, I know there's nothing to analyze. It's because I took the bee out. What? Is that the honey? Was I supposed to get the honey drop back? I don't think I was supposed to get the honey drop back. Alright, okay, we're not gonna worry about it. We're not gonna worry about it. Merry Christmas, everyone! Do we have end stone? We've got some end stone. What, is there any kind of, like, end plant? I don't know. What grows in the end? Ender chest? Probably not. Eye of Ender? I doubt it. End rod? Didn't they get in trouble for, like, embezzling money, End rod? Or some nonsense like that? Don't quote me on it, I don't remember. Hearsay and all that. Is there any kind of, like, I don't know, do they have any kind of, like, end vegetables? Is there any kind of fruit?
Plant us, grow us, plant us, grow us, plant us,
What is that?
plant us, grow us, plant
This is oddly familiar. Why do I remember this?
consume us.
Oh, well, that's trippy. This stuff's cool! I want to plant it everywhere. I feel obligated to for some reason. Maybe this is what those bees need. You know, this could be the bees' needs. Let's plant down some of that enderstone first. So what do we need to do? And like some sort of a... If I just put one right here, right? How do you feel about that? No flowers. What if I put one right next to it? Still no flowers. What about one right next to it? Still no flowers. But what about if I do... What if I... Can you not plant it? What is this stuff called? Chorus? Let's see. Oh? Chorus flower? Maybe? Let's see. Here we go. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh? Was I just getting stung by them? Okay, apparently they don't like me. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we got them planted. Bees? Yeah, stop that. Why are they attacking me? I've not done anything. All my other bees are really chill. I don't get it. Why do they hate me? Okay, whatever. We've got our princess back. Our pristine stock princess. And we've got so many different types of drone now. None of them stack with each other. So, you know, maybe we should analyze them, right? Let's analyze this one. Okay, with a little bit of honey drop. And then I close it and reopen it, and we know that active, inactive. So active. Is that its species type? Shorter, slowest, slower, flowers, fertilities by 3. So that's not a... See, we're doing this again, aren't we? stupid, stupid thing. I don't even remember what series of buttons I mashed to make it spit it out. I can't right now. I simply cannot with this thing. Hold on. Shift click and then E. And then I have those. But then as soon as I click them, they're gone. What if I hit this button? Okay, there's honey in there, and there's her. Okay. Active species, inactive species. Forest, normal, 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 slower, blah, 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 blah. What about these guys? Supply bee, butterfly, analyze, blah, blah, but I'm out of honey now. Okay, well now that I am definitively out of honey, can I have my bees back? Yes. Why? Why is this such trash? Can I hop bees into there? What happens if I, like, just stick a hopper onto the side of a beehive? What happens then, huh? Will these guys, like, when their time comes, will they get hopped in there once these two are consumed? Seems unlikely, but we'll find out. What we really need to figure out is why this ain't doing nothing, but whatever. Whoa! Is that normal? Are they supposed to grow? They're growing very fast, and these bees are quite aggressive, actually. I don't know why they keep stinging me. But I can't help but notice there's no mutations around here on these trees. Despite the... So help me. Despite the ample amount of behavior going on. I'm gonna add another acacia, another oak, and another jungle sapling. Not for any reason in particular. I didn't look at these three and come up with any sort of clever reason as to why we would use them. These are just the three I gravitated towards when I opened up the menu. But there we go. We have a few more trees now, which means that there's a possibility we might get a bit more... I don't know. I'm making all this up as I go. I really have no idea. What is your issue? Sky obstructed, so they do need to see the stars. Alright, well, what if I rewrote the stars? Alright? How do you feel about that situation? What about you? Can I get close enough to check you? You know what? Be mad at me. I don't care. Be upset. See if I care. You can't hurt me. I'm in impenetrable armor. These are growing really fast. Should we be worried about this? Is that a problem? That almost looks like a football goalpost, but it's pointing at my house. Like it's declaring that will be mine. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. I think that's enough bees for now because I'm very befuddled by everything going on over there. So, I don't know, maybe comment down below. Let me know why I recognize those plants. It's really weird. When we come back next time, we won't be interacting. I'm sorry to say, we will not be interacting next time with bees at all, because I'm quite frustrated with them as a whole. One thing I will be doing between now and next episode also is tidying all of this up, because the whole place has become just a little bit of a mess. There's just stuff all over the place that I gotta deal with now. But when we come back next time, was that spruce slabs? Did they have an EMC value now? I didn't know slabs had an EMC value. Well, there you go. Cool. When we come back next time, we'll figure out what to do. Not regarding bees, but with trains probably. Until then, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye. Oh, and of course, Merry Christmas! I have a Santa hat somewhere. I should put that on. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good day or night whenever you're watching this. Boy, those things are getting tall, aren't they? It's getting a little bit concerning. I discovered something while I was waiting on comments to come in telling me what to do with bees. I'm still waiting for bee instructions. If you've already commented them and I've not responded to them and you think I'm ignoring you, let me just assure you that's not what's happening. I'm not ignoring you. I just haven't seen your comment yet. Hold on, does that one look slightly different? Oh my gosh! That's a slightly different one! Folks, it's working! It's actually working! Are these slightly different? None of these are slightly different. Okay, that's fine, because what we've got here is we've got a red spruce leaf, everyone. I know that I said at the end of the last video that today we wouldn't be doing anything with bees, and that wasn't my intention. I fully intended on not doing anything with bees. But I discovered while I was over here dealing with these guys, because they had a new queen, and I had to do all the swap out, I was like, what are these? So I looked at it in the book, and I discovered that there are these frames that you can get, and according to the book, wooden frames increase... Hold on, is this the beginning of it? Yeah, okay. Wooden frames increase the... What is this? Oh, it's just showing the two different... Okay. Wooden frames increase the production speed of the queen and the apiary. Better quality frames increase the production speed of the queen more than lower quality frames. By myself, I currently had no success with inserting wooden frames into the aviary or bee house. At the moment, I only discovered 3 frames: untreated frame, impregnated frame, and the proven frame. By myself, I currently had no success. Does that mean that he can't do it alone? Does that mean we gotta go find somebody to help us? I really don't want to bother anyone else around here with bees, because I can't imagine anyone being very interested. Imagine. But what I've been looking at here is, so this has 2x production, 0.9% genetic decay, I think lower is better, and then 80 durability. This one has the same production, even lower genetic decay, and a much higher durability. And then this one has the best overall, but I can't seem to be able to manufacture the proven frame at all. Because what we've got here is we've got villager trading, so we can find a bee, like an apiarist, or bee villager if you're so inclined. We can buy them for them. With, I mean, well, emeralds, sure. And then there's some instructions, but there's no actual, like, build instructions? I'm not sure if there were any villagers who were apiarists, who tended to bees, who ended up moving here, or if there were, I don't know if they sort of continued with that career upon their arrival to the village. Hi, what do you do? You're a librarian! I guess I could give you paper. Jigagbog, absolutely. Does anyone here know anything about raising bees? You, in the green. Are you an apiarist? You're an arborist. I can buy pine wood from you, or a white willow sapling. I mean, that feels like cheating to some extent. When you consider what we're trying to accomplish, maybe a little bit cheating, but I'll take one. What do I do, just put that there? Can I get 2 of them? There we go. Yeah, lovely. Can I trade with you again to get another? Okay, no, that's fine. Does this have an EMC value? No. Well, that's fine. I've got 2 new trees, everyone. I'm not upset about it at all. I've already forgotten... Who are you? Where'd you come from? Greetings, my lord. Don't just greetings, my lord, me. I opened the door and you have a gosh darn golem in your house? Do those just spawn when you have enough villagers? What do you want? Don't bother me. I saw an apiarist. Leave me alone. Oh, we could buy some parched comb. I don't know why we would want that, and I don't know why he wants wheat. But actually, now that I think about it, it's good that they're stimulating their own economy around here. I'm gonna actually buy a bunch of this stuff. Because, bless their souls, they've been through so much. Oh my gosh, he's so excited about whatever we've just done as well. Oh my gosh, we can get him some candy cane carrots for some simmering comb. A bee smoker, calms wild bees. I mean, we don't have any of those. We could just buy an apiary off this guy. I never needed to build one. Get a tropical drone. None of this is what I came here for is the only issue. I don't, you know what? We know where to find you, so thank you. We can always come back and find him again if we need to in the future. The guys in the green are fun too, though. We might want to talk to more of them, because we might be able to buy more interesting trees. I'm gonna go plant these trees over there, where we're already kind of doing that situation. Do you have giant sequoia? Now, wait a minute. Hold on, no, that's what I want. That's the tree I want right there. I don't want a copper beech sapling. Or maybe I do. I don't know. I'll grab 2 of those too. Why not? You know what? I guess the more the merrier. Thank you so much. I don't know where all these guys were. Hello? So there's more to this neighborhood. I've not actually spent a whole lot of time here other than my brief apology tour, where I had to sort of make amends. What's your situation? Nothing, I guess. What do you do? Are you railroad related? You are, but in like the most useless way imaginable. That's not going to help us at all. Oh, man. What have you got there? What have you got? Citrus wood planks, apple oak logs, boots with the fur. We got another one. Are these guys just popping around here? What's the story? I've got to figure that out. We got to figure that one out. I'm not sure where these things are coming from. Unless... Wait, don't they make those next door? Hold on. Hold on. I'm not sure if that's like a reasonable thing to assume here, but there's something a little bit sus going on. That they're manufacturing like armies of little robots next door, and then there's some big ones back at my house. Maybe we should just check in and see what the situation. Hi, Pork. How are you doing? Hey, buddy. Good to see you. Sorry again about that whole nuclear disaster. And anyway, listen. I had a quick question for you here. Have you by chance sold any of these, any of your robots to any villagers lately? And if so, who? We did one Napier, I believe, purchase several of our larger units. Did he mention why he was purchasing them, what he was going to do with them? Of course, he said that his army was for the Republic. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. Sorry to intrude on your, whatever you do. You're usually just standing there. I'm not actually sure what you do other than stand there. Napier bought several golems for the Republic. I don't know what that means, and I'm not sure what the implications are, but that is an apple oak leaf. I'm glad I didn't waste money on buying an apple oak sapling. Although we're making sort of a grand assumption here that we're actually going to be able to collect that thing. Which, in order to do that, we'll need to... Oh my gosh, look, it's actually working, everyone! Acacia leaves! We're getting so far ahead of ourselves here. Hold on. Let's check all the beehives first. Let's check all the beehives and see if we need to do the whole queen thing again. Let's take a tally here of what we're dealing with when it comes to these guys, okay? What is my current collection? I've got one of those, two of these. None of these stack with each other. For some reason, and I could be wrong, but I think that the rarest one is the one we should put in there. I feel like that's probably the best one. This is a pristine stock forest princess, and we're going to have a pristine stock forest queen. We're going to pair it with some of these drones, and then when they're done, there'll be like some more forest drones in there. I think this is the right thing to do. Ignoble stock. Okay, so do these stack? See, this just keeps producing the same thing again and again, and nothing useful, I might add. We're gonna get stung over here, we just gotta tank it, that's fine. So now there's a couple of things we need to build if we kind of want to continue on with bees, which is not what I wanted to do today. And the next time I say we're not doing bees tomorrow, gosh darn you me, we're not doing bees tomorrow. Also, I thought I got rid of all this. Get that in there, throw this stuff in here, and then we do have a bunch of... we have a bunch of parched. What do I do with this? What's the purpose? What can I do? Should I just turn it all into honey? That seems like the most useful thing I could do. I could build an apiarist chest, which I think holds a lot, and I do mean a lot of bees from what I understand. A bee house? Who's in the bee house? I don't know what that means. I regret saying it as well. Is that just a thing that I can look up here? Also, I too heard that weird crunchy noise. That was in the game audio as I am hearing it, not just in the recording, and I also didn't like it. I wish it wasn't there, and I don't know what caused it. To rear your newly found bees into a bee family, brimming with honey, you'll need a bee house or an apiary. These small wooden boxes can contain a family of little blighters and collect honeycomb for your troubles. The bee house was one of my earliest discoveries. The discovery of this small bee housing was more like a coincidence. I forgot a honeycomb in a small wooden box that I had crafted out of some wooden planks and wooden slabs. After a while, the box was full with bees. They had started to build their home in this box. I crafted a similar box like I had crafted before, placed a comb in it, and named it a bee house. Why do I want this instead of an apiary, though? I mean, I'll go ahead and build one. You know, I've got the materials at hand. But also, I wanted to make the impregnated frame, which I think just means I take wood, and we need more seed oil. So how... Ooh, right. No, we moved all of that down here. So I actually need to go back down here. And also, again, we need to have a way to get outside. I mean, can I just, like... What about this, right? There we go. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. We'll put, like, a hatch up there or something if we need to. I know heat rises, so what we've done here is actually the worst possible thing, because now all the heat's going to rise up and out of the ceiling, but whatever. We'll just throw some regular seeds in here. And then also, I wonder if I moved the centrifuge over one, okay? Hear me out on this. This might be like a controversial attempt here at, again, with the audio glitches. I just happened again. I've noticed these while editing as well, and I don't know what's causing them. There's a couple of different things it could be. I've recently, in an effort to... The setup keeps getting complicated. I can't just have a regular setup, but I've had to switch from Xorg or X11 to Wayland. I know. Okay, I know. That could be it, but it could also be the computer I game on is not in the room with me anymore. Because I got tired of hauling it back and forth from the game room, where I am right now, where it's kind of like a studio, this is where I do all my recording and everything, to my living room. The living room is not suitable for recording, but it's where we do LAN parties when my friends come over. And I got tired of hauling it back and forth, so I just left it in there permanently. And I got one of these things where you can run an Ethernet cable, and it carries HDMI 2.0 and USB 2.0 from this little box that plugs into the gaming computer into another little box in this room. And the video has been fine. Every so often there's like some weird... Like the video is fine. This might as well be native HDMI. There's no latency or anything like that. Because it's just kind of treating the Ethernet cable like an HDMI cable. It doesn't know any better. It's just a cable. And the USB is fine. Everything plugged in and been recognized. But every so often there'll be just like this tiny weird glitch in the video. And the audio pops. But those could also be from Wayland. I don't know. They could be Wayland related. Also, that's not what I needed to do. What I actually needed to do was move this. And have the carpenter be... Here, I was going to try to... You know what? Never mind. I was going to try to use the liquid translocators, but I don't need them to go into the centrifuge. That's not what I need. I need it to transcode into the carpenter, but I can't move the carpenter, because right underneath here is where that is. Although... No, I can. Never mind. I take it back. I absolutely can just move it. That's fine. We'll stick this on top, and then where did it go? Plop that down there. This is all a bit of a mess. I think it definitely needs to be redone at some point. But if we can get the liquid translocators to work here, that would be swell. So we'll set this up like so. And just, boom, look at that. Now we've got seed oil getting pumped into here. And what am I making? Sticks, I think. Give me some logs. If we end up with a situation where we need something in there other than seed oil, I'll just build another carpenter. They weren't that difficult to begin with. We can just have a second one. But there we go. Make me as many of those as I need for a bunch of untreated... I'm sorry, no. We're getting rid of the untreated one. We're going impregnated or bust, and then at some point maybe proven frame. I'm not sure if we can find some place to buy them. Don't need another one of those. Don't need that. We have that already. Probably don't need to build another apiary anytime soon. Another impregnated stick. Okay, so we've got 8 of those. Not enough, by the way. What are you? You're a butterfly. It looked like something that was in the floor whose head was sticking out the top, and it was a little bit concerning to look at first, but everything seems to be okay, so we're not going to worry about it. Logs are not a thing. I need to stop typing that in there. Give me an actual proper stack of wood this time. Put that in there. Alright, there we go. Seed oil. That's going to run out of seeds, so we should probably just go ahead and... We're going to go with beetroot seeds from now on. We'll just fill that up with beetroot seeds. And then it looks like that's actually going to run out of room for more beetroot seeds. So we'll get a hopper, okay? And then we'll get some more seeds. This time we'll just get regular ones for no real reason. And we'll stick the hopper on top. Hop on top! It's that famous book by that one guy. There we go. We'll put all those back in there. And Dr. Seuss was his name. I knew it. I knew what it was. Okay, I just kind of forgot a little bit. There we go. Give me some more of those. That's done. Okay, the next thing that we're going to need... Let's check the book, because I've forgotten what it's called. But it's that thing you use... The grafter. That's what it is. That's going to increase our likelihood of getting a sapling drop. Not to 100%, though, I don't think. Okay, well, this is the proven one. Is obviously the one that we want. But it doesn't look like you can just get it. Unless you go buy it from an arborist. I saw that you could also get it, though, out of a chest. And I know, for a fact, where there are some unopened and unexplored chests. Because I've been watching this... How did you get sheared? I wonder if it was the sword again. Like, this one's sheared, too. Why are the sheep sheared? Why is that happening? I have not sheared the sheep. All right, it's not on me, unless I don't remember doing it. But I would remember doing that. I know for a fact that somewhere around, is it here? No, it's not here. There's a couple of unexplored ruins somewhere along here. Here we go, dungeons. Yeah, here we go. We don't want to go down there, though. Here, hold on. These are cool. We'll get some of these. Yeah, end rods. Very expensive, but they look cool. I like them. They're very festive as well, very Minecrafty. So let's see what we got inside of here. We got an enchanting book, some Envar, some pretty good stuff. This was just under the house this whole time, and I realized it was never explored. So I figured we would need to commit to doing that at some point. Is there any reason to go down these stairs, or is it just going to all lead to the same place in the end? Oh, this is a different place. This is a different chest full of goodies. This is more beetroot seeds. We can use those. We can absolutely use some more beetroot seeds. I don't know if we can find a use for these monster spawners or if I can collect them in some way, but that might be cool. We're just kind of poking around down here. We're just going to see if we can maybe find... Yeah, no, so sadly, I mean, name tags are also cool, but I think they're condensable. So iron and gunpowder and more seeds, and I already had the impregnated sticks and a golden apple. And is that something that I didn't already have? A reinforced framed trapdoor? Did I... From Block Factory. Is that the mod we've been using for reinforced framed things? I suppose it must have been. We just got something new, and I don't know what it was. Enchanting books are handy. What are you, a white rune? I don't know what to do with that. Well, this was, you know what, a fun little exploration of the area, and unfortunately it doesn't appear as though there's anything of any use or value to us in this exact moment. Compared at least to what we were hoping to find. But there we go. At least now we can say that we explored that hole in the ground. If you were someone for whom the lack of exploration and that hole in the ground was like driving you crazy, boy howdy, have I got some good news for you, because it has been thoroughly explored now, and we've got everything of worth and value. All the sheep have been sheared. Why? Why have the sheep... I mean, I guess it's cold outside now. Maybe the villagers did it. Maybe they needed some warmth. I should have given them some more. Apparently, I should have given them an... Oh my gosh, that stuff is growing out of control. It is getting so big. Why is it growing so fast? Oh, look at that. An Ender Princess. Hold on. Are you a unique? No. So they're going to get violent again, I'm sure. You're useless. You don't produce anything. At least this thing made us some honey wax one time. Honey wax! I gotta focus! Hold on, let's build our grafter or whatever it is. Get me inside of my own home. Oh, right. There we go. Alright. Nobody say anything. Alright, we gotta make one of these. That couldn't be easier. Unless it was impregnated sticks and I didn't realize, and I'd hope not. Maybe we should go ahead and make 2 of them, though, because it definitely seemed like they don't have the best durability. I think it said 10 uses. I would much rather go talk to an arborist and hopefully, like, get the proper thing at some point. But there we go. There's 2 of those. I'm going to leave this behind because I don't know what function it serves. If you know what to do with one of those, comment down below. Let me know. We did have some honeycomb. There's some honeycomb in here, and there are some other bees that we could look at. I do have another pristine Ender Princess, if that becomes... I don't know, something we need. And then this needs string, which I definitely don't have any of. I understand that this episode... That's stick. I just full-on typed stick. I went to get a string, and I just typed the word stick. I have no explanation for that. That's just a weird thing that I did. I apologize, everyone. I understand this episode's a little bit chaotic, a little bit all over the place. I hope that you'll forgive me of that. I think we just need 1 in each. I think the reason you can add 3... I don't know if the abilities stack... They could. Comment down below, let me know. The abilities could stack, but I think the reason you can add 3 is so you can add 3 and then not worry about it, as because they're gonna degrade over time, and you don't want to have to worry about that. But okay, I guess we'll start with the first one we found, which is this one that is just ever so slightly off color. Do I right click? No, I left click. Oh my gosh, we got an acacia. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's a different sapling. I'll give you that. You know, because an acacia sapling would have an EMC value, but really? Where's the other one we found? It's kind of like around here somewhere. What are you? Apple oak leaves. Acacia. Okay. That's fine. I'm not upset or anything. Did we spot one more, or was that my imagination? I thought we found a third one somewhere. Oh, it was under here, wasn't it? It's on the acacia. If this one drops acacia, I can't even be mad. It's just a different color acacia. Do I need to do something about that? Get out of town. Alright. Sure, whatever, I guess. I'll plant them. I'll plant all three of them, all right next to each other. I don't care. Watch me be just defiantly unperturbed. I'm also going to plant these other ones that we got. Going to plant them like this, in this sort of a pattern here. Why are they white as soon as you put them on the ground? What's that all about? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter! What we need right now is just a bunch of bone meal. I'm going to say 3 stacks, which is probably too much. If these grow into like a different type of tree, it's decidedly an acacia tree. I mean, they look weird compared to like what an acacia tree normally looks like. They're funny-looking acacia trees, I'll give you that. And this one really just doesn't want to be a tree. It really likes being a sapling. I've wasted enough on it, okay? Give me that and move it over here. What if one of these is like one of those modded trees that just grows to be impossibly large? This thing ain't gonna grow. I don't know what its problem is, but it doesn't want to grow. What about you? Copper Beech. These are the ones that we bought off that guy, so I expected them to grow. I didn't expect them to grow quite like this. Let me reclaim this one. Oh, you can just walk through those leaves. That's pretty sick. Okay. There we go. Great. Now I am going to do a little bit of a carving out here. Can I pick these up? Yeah, of course I can. I would like to have access to my path, if possible, so I'll just carve these away here. There we go. Nice. Alright, so we can walk through those. So these are now also going to be a part of the whole procedure, I guess. And you, I just don't know what to do with you. You're acting strangely. I'm going to put you over here by yourself. I'll give you 15 more, but not an ounce more after that. Yeah, no, you're on your own. Just figure life out, I guess. As we get more bees, we'll have to spread them around to these other trees, I guess. Now I've got so many trees over here, I'm going to have to be paying a whole lot of attention to whether or not leaves are changing colors and what's going on with that whole situation. But it definitely doesn't look like I'm getting anything useful out of any of these trees, which is a shame. 3 new acacia saplings, like really? That's what we ended up with? One of which won't even grow? Do I need to analyze it? Can you analyze an acacia sapling? Is that something you can do? I don't know where my analyzer went. I'm not sure what happened to it. Did we figure out what this thing was? The reinforced frame trapdoor? Where did it come from? It wasn't over here to begin with, was it? Because there was a block underneath there. I mean, this is fine by me. I said I was going to do this anyway. I'm not upset or anything. I'm just a little bit confused is all about where that came from. I think these guys are more active at night, so I don't think I can sleep even if I want to. Because these guys, yeah, not daytime, not bright enough. You don't say. If I added a light source, do you think they would be okay with that? Do you think that they would be like, oh, you know what, it's nighttime, but I'm still feeling the urge to go work? I'm gonna say no. But I like, obviously, it's the warning went away, but that's because the sun is coming up. I didn't realize it had literally been all night we've been poking around out here. See what I mean? It just happened. That weird little visual glitch. I'll have to remember to now not edit that out. That happens on occasion. I'm using a high-quality Category 8 cable. Ethernet cable. Sorry, no, it's not an Ethernet cable. It's a Cat 8 cable with RJ45 connections on either end that's being used to trim... actually, it's not using an Ethernet connection. I think it's sending just HDMI and USB signal along the cable. There's no such thing as an Ethernet cable, alright? If you want to be particular about it. Okay, if you want to be one of those people, it's an RJ45 connector on either end of a Cat cable, Cat 5e, Cat 6, 6a, 7a, that is being used to transmit an Ethernet signal. Maybe this is one of those watched pot never boil situations. Maybe we just need to leave here for a while and just kind of let nature take its course. You know, we'll keep our grafters on us. We'll go ahead and we'll get rid of these white willow leaves, the bone mill, and that name tag that we found that I'm still carrying around. And I do have all of this now. Maybe we can give that chest plate to someone. I'm kind of curious to talk to Napier about why he's buying, like, what Republic, you know? But he's busy. He's still working on the orphanage or whatever that's going to end up being now, so I don't really want to bother him. I'm just a little bit concerned by the sudden presence of large... There's another one. Maybe that's the same one from earlier. It's just odd that there's suddenly guardians poking around my city. You know? What do you sell? Oh, look, we can buy one from him. He's got a proven grafter. Okay, perfect. Apparently, folks, if you're looking for proven grafters, just go poke around in villages long enough and you'll eventually find a guy who's selling them. We're going to buy a lot of them, because he might wander off and I won't be able to find him again. Apparently, that's all he has, as well, to sell now. We've exhausted him. He's got some sort of aura of happiness around him, I guess, from the sheer volume of sales he's made. Which, good on him. Do you think that they have... I mean, again, we're not going to go... Do you hear that audio anomaly? That, I would believe, could be caused by some sort of electrical interference, specifically with my headphones. You don't need to tell me that that was the... I don't know. We're not going to worry about it. I used to have this same setup before with my... Back when I first got VR, several years ago now, I also had just a fiber HDMI cable, which sounds fancy, but they're not that expensive. I was surprised to see how affordable fiber HDMI cables are, and a really long active USB cable, and that setup worked, but then I couldn't get it to work again, so, like, that was a number of years ago. I'd since moved my gaming PC back into the game room, or the studio, whatever you want to call it, and I tried to get that same setup working again, but I couldn't get a video signal. That is why I purchased the HDMI and USB over RJ45 Cat 7.6a over Ethernet. We're gonna call it that contraption. But then it still didn't work, and I figured out it's because the monitors are different resolutions, and Xorg didn't like that. That is why we're running in Wayland, so I can have one monitor in the living room at 1440p, and then in here we play at 4K and record at 4K. There, if you like technical details and you were wondering, like, how does the Howdy Folks setup work? It doesn't. Okay? That's how it works. It just doesn't. That's the sad truth of the Howdy Folks setup, is that it just doesn't work. What are we looking at here? Do any of these stack? Well, once again, hold on. Let's get all of these out. There we go. We're left with one of them that is different from the others, and we're going to assume... I'm sure if we had more honey, which we just have none of for some reason, none of these bees produce honey, we'd be able to find out what the differences between all of these are. We're just not going to worry about it. How about you? Same situation? You just keep making more of them, I see. That's okay, I'm not even upset. There's another one of those glitches, you see that? But is that... Because I haven't noticed that anything... I've played other things. And I've not seen that before. So I don't think that has anything to do with the connector we're using, with the big Ethernet cable and all that. I don't think that's caused by that. I think that's a Minecraft glitch. I think that's the same reason why I went ahead Minecraft music on, and I would open up this menu, the Minecraft music would stop for a second. I think there's some kind of bug with Minecraft, because that doesn't happen on any other games I'm playing like this. Or maybe it's a Wayland thing, I don't know. I'm very confused and concerned by all of it. I don't know what to tell you. Mysterious comb. It doesn't look that mysterious to me. I don't know what to tell you, man. That looks pretty basic. It just looks a bit endery. But okay, if you tell me it's mysterious, I'll take your word for it. We're going to come over here and we're going to have a look at the uses for it. And inside of a carpenter, it can be used... Sorry, I said carpenter, but I meant centrifuge, and I think I even clicked it. Pulsating, propolis, and a honey drop. I'm on board with that. Let's see what happens. Why would I put it here as opposed to here? Can I put it there? Oh my gosh, what just happened? It's gone now forever. What is happening? Pick it back up. You can't put it... You have to start here. And then I guess everything spins up. And then it goes in the middle, where I'm assuming I can't take it back out. No, it's locked in place now. I guess that gives you the opportunity to take it out. And so it spins up and it gives you your honey drop. and then it gives you your pulsating propolis, which can be used to make pulsating mesh, which can be used to make an ender pearl. But why, though? And what just went by the bottom of my screen? Am I crazy? It must have been whatever those things are. Are those bees? Those could be bees. I guess, yeah, there are bees up top there. Maybe they're coming down here. They're phasing through the floor to get access to these plants, which is just delightful in concept. Anytime I click on something, the sound goes away. Oh, it's all so fundamentally broken. At some point, I'll unplug the other monitor, we'll go back into Xorg, and we'll see if that fixes it. You know, just try to eliminate different things as a potential culprit is what we're going to have to eventually end up doing. I can't, here's the thing, right? I cannot imagine it would be the HDMI and USB over Ethernet extender, because it doesn't make sense for that to cause a problem with the sound disappearing when I open a menu. That's not a hardware problem. That is not how that works. That cannot manifest. A hardware problem cannot manifest in that way. I cannot imagine that being the problem. So, you know, in no universe does that make sense. So I have to determine it to be a software thing, and the only thing I've changed, because this started right after we switched to Wayland, so I don't know. We might just have to hop back into Xorg. Because you can't actually... Here's the fun fact for you. You can't game in Wayland. What it does is, for most games, it opens an X-Wayland section, which is like, I think, Xorg running in a Wayland session. But I don't know if it does that for Minecraft, because Minecraft's its own weird thing, because it's Java. So is it really a game, or is it a Java applet? And it might behave differently. And it's possible that, and it is also running natively on like most of my games that I play. I listen, the whole thing is a mess. The whole thing is always a mess, because look, if I wanted it to be simple, I would have just left the computer in here. And if you're wondering why I didn't do it the other way around, why I didn't run the computer in here and then have the box in the other room, it's because it's because I need DisplayPort in there for FreeSync. How long have we been recording? Is this an episode? What have we accomplished? We have some new different trees, but we didn't make these trees. We bought them off some guy. We just bought them off a guy. We don't even know his name. We just found him living in the village over there. We bought some saplings off him. They might even be real. Might be like the time the Chinese communists tried mailing random American seeds for us to plant, and thankfully I don't think anyone did, because who knows what the plants were. Probably kill capitalist seeds. I have no idea. Allegedly. We just bought these off the guy. What is this? Red spruce leaves my eyeball. Hold on, I want to go use one of the good grafters. Hold on just a second before I do this. This could be it. This could be how we end this. Maybe we get something really cool. Maybe we do get a red spruce tree. Is that even a type of tree? Like, the only difference with this is that it has more uses. I don't think it's actually going to be better at breaking the leaves. I'm pretty sure all we got to go do those punch the tree, right? Like, they didn't say we had to do anything complicated. Are you? You still good? You're still good. I know you're mad at me and you hate my existence, but I'm not even bothered. That looks like an apple oak sapling. That's actually a different kind of tree this time. It actually did give me something other than an acacia, which is huge. We're going to need, like, a lot more room to do this. We might need to... You know what? Maybe we can... Look at that. That's beautiful. Apple oak. Is it just, like, regular oak with slightly different leaves? Maybe we need to... I know we said we were going to make this sort of like a neutral island here, but... Maybe we need to declare some sort of, like, managerial position over it. If we're going to be the ones building the train station, and we're going to be the ones building the sort of central, the market area and all that, maybe we should just say that we're managing this territory on behalf of the other countries. We'll get them to sign some contracts, knowingly or not, and then we'll plant trees. Maybe we can talk the dwarves into letting us plant trees. Actually, don't the dwarves want logs anyway? I'm pretty sure. Hold on, isn't there some sort of, like, quest or something you can do here? More purple heartwood needed. Yeah, and then I think there was the same over here near Baz. Which, I don't know, how are you doing, Baz? How has your day been? Okay, Baz, you seem like a pleasant fella. Yeah, Baz's balsa. Oh, do not touch. He might not need any more. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Huh? Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, climbing on your tent too, just to spite you. Alright, purple heartwood. Let's see. I think in order to get this, you just need some regular wood, and then it needs to do something heroic. So it earns a purple heart. Get out of here, you know that was funny. Purple hearts. So we need Brazil wood and kapok wood. Brazil wood, oh my gosh. How much do we need to jump through in order to get here? This is absurd. Teak saplings and jungle, get out of here. I guess I should be paying more attention to what the different trees do if I actually want, like, useful mutations. Maybe the reason that we got just acacia is because whatever the acacia tree was getting crossbred with just produces more but different acacia. And yeah, I did see this one over here. Hold on, we're gonna have to like go in and grab it while being assaulted by the world's most hostile bees. Do they not care that this is blotting out the sky? I guess they don't. They don't seem like the type, do they? Red spruce! Let's go! Look at that! Whoa! That's a pretty big boy there! No, it's not! It's a wide boy, is what it is. I can relate. I can relate to that. That's great. I like that. That's good. Okay. Blessed soul. It's a good-looking tree. We have trees! We have trees, and then we're doing something with bees. And I think that once I understand how to actually use the analyzer, I think we might build the standalone analyzer. Because... maybe I'm wrong. Comment down below and let me know. But it seems like the handheld one is just fundamentally broken and doesn't work. Or we're doing it wrong. One of the two. Maybe it needs more honey than what we're giving it. But I'm gonna go ahead and say we're just gonna build... Oh, you have to have the portable one anyway to build the regular one. Well, why? We're not going to do that next time. Next time we're going to maybe look into making trains. Until then, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. Merry Christmas! Happy New Year! Bye! Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese and Merry Christmas season to all of you wonderful folks out there. Hope you're having a great December. Channel members, go with it. We are going to be stepping outside to look at bees for just a moment in today's episode, and then we're going to talk about train tracks, because I've been poking around in the game and doing a little bit of research and discovery, as they say, and I wanted to discuss some of our options with all of you folks regarding the future of Howdy Folks Railroads, which is going to be connecting the world. It's a subcategory, it's like a spin-off company of Howdy Folks Industries, which is what we really need to name this place if we had to give it a name. I'm not seeing any fresh new leaves. Sometimes the changes in color are super subtle and hard to notice, so I guess it's possible some of these could have changed, and I just wouldn't have noticed yet. But for now, we're going to go ahead and say we're probably safe to leave this bee for a little while. And just kind of see what happens, so long as they have, well, you know, I guess first off we need to make sure they've got a forest princess ready to go. And it looks like we're getting even more bee diversity if we can't get all of these to stack. Yeah, okay. So this is like a super rare. We got our pristine princess there. We'll do that. I should be using the analyzer to figure out what the difference between these two are, and, you know, use that to determine which ones we should be using for what purpose. And we might do that next episode, but I'll be darned if I don't just keep talking about how eventually we're going to do things with trains and then just never actually getting around to it. That's my greatest sin right now, is just constantly saying that, man, eventually we're going to do things with trains and not doing it. So now that we've got that behind us, what happened up there? Is that just not loading in correctly? Is that what that is? Or did something horrific happen to the top of the tower? Why has it got a line through it like that? That's concerning. I'm not the only one who thinks that, right? I think that's just I think it's just not loaded in properly. Hello? Unless part of the tower is missing. There we go. Yeah, that's just the lights. That over there is the lights. We're good, I think. I hope? I don't know, I kind of feel compelled to just stand here and make sure it all filled in. Okay. Anyway, hold on. Whoa, wait a minute. Actually, this is where we do want to be for this, because this is where the train station is going to go, or at least our train station. This is going to be the train station for the villagers here to get to the island without a name over there that we have yet to really do anything with, even though we keep talking about, that's our Christmas gift to the whole world. We're going to build this wonderful little town where everyone can get together and there can be peace and prosperity and goodwill toward men and all that. But this is where the actual train station's going to go. It even says here, future train station. And I've been looking through all the tracks trying to figure out exactly how we need to go about building it. I've been looking at the recipe for the electric locomotive, which doesn't look too bad. I mean, we're going to have to build some things to get to things to build it, but it's not that complicated. We could definitely do it. Or we could just not, because I realized that, oh, regular vanilla tracks and activator tracks, and booster tracks, and then also detector tracks, but who needs those, are just here. They're just here. I don't know what an activator track does. I don't know how that's different than a booster track. My assumption with an activator track is that it activates something, so I don't really know why I've added it over here. It's a vanilla Minecraft object. You'd think, wow, Reese, you've been playing Minecraft for, like, over 10 years. You should know what an activator track does in Minecraft. But, you know, you definitely shouldn't need to set off minecarts with TNT. What? Activator rail is a type of minecart-based rail that can set off minecarts with TNT, decorative, active minecarts with hopper, and drop off any player entity inside the minecart. The activator rail must be powered to do this. It acts like a normal rail when it's not powered. What? It can eject the player and mobs from regular minecarts, lock and unlock hopper minecarts, and ignite TNT minecarts. Why are TNT minecarts a thing? Why do those exist in the first place? Obviously, I knew all of this because I'm someone who's played a lot of Minecraft over the years. Here's the advantage. These all have regular EMC values. We can just make an infinite number of them quickly, and quickly is important here. Or we can also just build regular old minecarts, if I spelled it correctly. We could also build them with, apparently, bee houses and apiaries and things, which is a great time. There's an astro miner. That's unrelated. That has nothing to do with any of this. So this might seem like a bit of a cop-out and an easy way out. And look, it should be said that we can definitely sort of, in the future, come back and revisit a lot of this and replace it with better tracks and minecarts. But for right now, you know, I mean, the holiday season is ticking by, and if we want to have this train super Christmas village or whatever it is over here open for Christmas Day, then we need to just get some stuff done. So what I think I'm going to do is build some vanilla tracks, and then we're going to come down here and build a train station. I'm trying to figure out what that's going to look like. Should it be two rails, like one going that way and one coming back, so that, you know, you can have traffic going in both directions and not collide into one another? That kind of seems like it could be important. We might want to elevate it as well. And then we're only going to have one destination from there. I think the hub will be here. So anyone coming from somewhere else will ultimately end up here. And then if they want to go somewhere else, they've got to get on another train and then go to that place, right? So that way, if you want to go from here to there, it's not a straight line. You have to come over here and then change trains and then go that way. That's just to simplify things. Because otherwise, if every train station has a track that goes to every other train station, all the train stations are going to be massive. And I'm not here for that kind of nonsense. That's going to take forever to build. You know, we'll just build, everyone gets their own train station, they all link back together at the central point on this island over here that we now have management over. You know, I don't know if we've kind of declared that to everyone, that that's the situation. But I think we should probably just go ahead and stake ownership of this land, now that I think about it. We'll own it, and then we'll donate it to be used as part of this sort of, hold on just a second, let's get a couple of signs. Let's see. Property of Howdy Folks Industries. And then right next to it, we'll do another sign that says, managed by Howdy Folks Industries. Perfect. The sun's going down pretty quick. Well, let's go ahead and we'll build the train tracks first, and we'll build the mine carts, and then that way we can have those ready to go inside of our transmutation table, and we just whip them out as we need them. We're gonna have to build some bridges too. This is all automated, isn't it? I need to remember that. Yeah, there we go. Looks like you can build both of these tracks, or all of these tracks, using a combination of iron, sticks, and we only need to make one batch of each because they have an EMC value, redstone, and then redstone torches. So just like that, we should now have a small sampling of all the tracks we want. And then I think a minecart, I don't even need to look at that. I'm pretty sure that's just a U-shape. There we go. And that's also EMC-able. So that's good. I really do appreciate that. Some of you might say, oh, but Reese, what about the automations? To which I'll say, first off, it's a very interesting voice you have there. You sound like an old-school cartoon character, which is fascinating, honestly. I don't hold that against you. In fact, I actually kind of like it. And I hope you will continue to talk to me in that manner. And my response to you is simply that we'll get to it someday. Right now, though, we need to build a small train station. I don't think we need to bother with a ticket booth, although that could be a job for someone. And then also, if the train track generates its own revenue, I can just use that revenue to pay people to maintain the tracks, and then I don't have to do it. And then also, boom, we've made more jobs. So yeah, never mind. I think I've sold myself on the idea. Let's clear away some of this land first. Okay, so one thing I'm unsure about is whether or not I want to replace the dirt and the stone down here with sand to kind of continue on with this sort of beautiful sandy beach aesthetic, because that's not super stable. You don't want to build your house on sand. It's in the Bible. But you also don't want to build a house that's not sort of thematically consistent with its surroundings, because then you're going to be that one neighbor that everyone kind of hates, because the neighborhood had a vibe and you came in and you changed it. And yeah, you know what? We support your right to, do your house up the way that you want to. That's the wrong item. Because it's your property and you should have the final say. And anyone who says otherwise is authoritarian dictatorship adjacent and should absolutely be run out of polite society. But also at the same time, just because you can do something, that doesn't mean you should. You should probably consider your options very carefully. And I think I've considered my options and decided to go with sand. But that's C, and I meant to hit V, so we can do more of this in one go. There we go. There we are. Lovely sandy beach, except for that one little patch right there of snow. Gotta go. Perfect. And then the problem is, once I've started doing this, I have trouble, stopping, because I just look into the water and I think, wouldn't that all look better if it was sandy? And then I don't know what happened here, or over here, for example, why is there stone there? And then also sometimes I can't get myself to go underwater. I have to go through, multiple attempts in order to actually get us to sink down. I think there's something, right, so when you're flying, if you land on the water, you see what I mean? It just won't let me get under the water. It's bugged beyond belief, and that's alright. We don't need to deal with that right now. Let's go ahead and, I was going to use stone brick. I like the way it looks around Christmas time, too. It's a little bit weird that it changes its appearance for the holiday season, but who are we to question such simple things? But if this is going to be, let's see, is there an actual center to this? It doesn't look like it. Hold on, let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the middle here. This is where we begin. Why does that not look like the... What? What? It's supposed to look like it does in my inventory. It's supposed to look like this over here. These beautiful stone brick stairs and walls. Oh, that's also wrong. Wait, whoa! Wait a minute. How come some of it looks right? Hold on. Wait, what? Are these two different blocks? What's going on here? They're the same block. They're both the same block. What? What the heck? There we go. There we go. I had to shuffle some files around. I had to do some things with the resource packs, but there we are. Wonderful. Yes, this is exactly what we want. Even if it's only going to look like this for the holiday season, you know what? All I have to say to that is, hickory-do, hickory-dock. Let's all enjoy the way it looks. to knock. I don't know. I think spruce is going to be our secondary color for a lot of this. Not because I have sort of any kind of particular affinity towards spruce, but rather because that is what we have over here, sort of the dominant color for the two villages, and that's who this train is for. It's for Marble Meadows and, of course, the wonderful folks over here at Spruce Shores. We could have probably built the train track further back here, but, you know, closer to Spruce Shores, but that would have sort of obscured... We might just build a second train track for them, like a second train station exclusively for them at some point. If we find that we have the time, which we might not, because Christmas is rapidly approaching. So we got to get this done. Remember, we got to build a Christmas train. We got to build sort of a Polar Express kind of situation to get Christmas presents to all the good boys and girls of Minecraftia, and so we need to get started on that too. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to do over the next several days, is what I'm trying to say. As per usual, I don't really have any kind of good idea of what it is I'm doing. I don't have any sort of vision in mind. I'm just putting down blocks, and we're going to see where it takes us. So if that is fence, and then we have at least a 2-space gap, okay? And then this is where the train goes. This is maybe the outgoing or the incoming train, and then another space, and then another train, and then another 2-space gap, and then we want to go out one more block for another fence. That should be about wide enough, I think, assuming we want to lay it all out like that. It also does leave some room for expansion if we decide we do want to add train tracks to other places in the future. I mean, we could also just extend the train, like we could have maybe this part come down and go underneath the tracks and come up over here into a secondary station in the future, if we are so inclined to do such a thing. Okay, so now we can make proper use of this. We want to put it in extension mode, crank it up, and then just fill all this in very delicately so as not to accidentally expand too far. That's pretty much what we want, I think. And then what I was thinking we could do is first off power this down. Or put it in our offhand. That seems like it could be an issue. But we'll power it down so we don't make any horrific mistakes we can't recover from. We'll get some grass, okay? And then we'll fill in these spaces here. And we'll plant some lovely little plants. And it'll look great. There we go, yeah. Maybe get some, we'll get some blues, because we do know that we like the color of the blue flowers, particularly the azure bluette and the blue orchids. So we'll grab us plenty of those. Too many of those, really. And maybe we'll just go in a nice sort of alternating pattern. Yeah, look at that. Those even have sort of, I think because of the blue color, an icy, wintry Christmas flair to them. So I appreciate that quite a bit. Now let's talk about building a roof on this place. And let's not talk about it. Let's just kind of do it. Doesn't need to be very tall. And you all know that I'm a fan of the pillars on the corners. Pillars of wood. It's a look that I feel has shown up quite a bit in everything I've ever done. So there we go. So let's say you walk in here, and do we really need the spruce planks on the ground? I feel like of all the places we don't need that, this is the place where we should probably stick to just straight up stone brick, hard stone brick flooring. You walk in, it's a beautiful place. Okay, you're not really going to be able to see the flowers for the fencing. I realize that now, but it's what needs to be done, because you also can't have a bunch of snot-nosed brats coming in here and digging up the flowers while their parents aren't paying any attention. They're just on their phones, and then when someone comes by and is like, hey, your kids can't do that. Oh, my kids can do anything they want to. You know the type of parent. You've seen them in the restaurants when the kids are running around making a ruckus and tripping up the waiters, and someone has the nerve to say, excuse me, could they not? Like, don't tell my children what to do! You're like, well, someone's going to, and it's either going to be you or the long arm of the law one of these days. I was going to see if we had like a buffer, you know, like a classic Thomas the Tank Engine looking kind of buffer situation, but it doesn't look like we do. I guess we'll just use a block of spruce as our buffer. That'll work just fine. Okay, I mean, it looks a little cramped, but so far, I'm thinking this is going to work. So I think what we want now is not necessarily an activator track, because I'm still not entirely sure about those. I think we want probably a booster track there. The thing is, I've not done a whole lot with trains in Minecraft, even though growing up, I was absolutely a Thomas the Tank Engine kind of kid. Even so, I've just not done a lot of trains in Minecraft. But I think something like that should probably work. Maybe? We could do a quick test. Hold on, let's see. If we get some of these. Well, I should have seen that coming. We might have to, like, trick it to stay upright. But I do think you want it like that for when you take off. Don't you want it slightly elevated? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it works fine when it's not slightly elevated. Also, if you leave out of this one and you come back in this one, that one doesn't need to be a booster track. But let's get ourselves a button. I don't think that a booster track will make you move, right? Unless you're already moving. I take it back. That definitely appeared to do something. Alright, come back here, you. Why is there only green on the turns? That's odd. That's very odd. It's very festive, though. Let's go. Boop. Perfect! We've got trains, everyone! Do we want to go out on the right or the left? I was thinking, you know, classic American style, you really do want to have your outgoing traffic over here in the right lane, because that's, you know, the right thing to do, the right lane. But looking now at the layout of this, it kind of feels like that doesn't make sense. If you're new people coming in, you probably want to board right here, not have to walk all the way around. But then again, if you're coming in after... Okay, here, let's look at it like this. Early morning, maybe you're a villager and you work on the sort of central island over there that doesn't have a name yet, but does need a name, and we'll give it one. Early morning, I have to, like, walk around here, but it's okay because I've got my cup of coffee and off I go. And then long hours of work, you come in the afternoon... at least it's a shorter walk to get home now. Yeah, okay, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. I completely forgot everything that I said, though, about having a ticket counter and all that. Like, it completely escaped my mind. So we just did not account for that in here. There's no room for it unless we add it back here behind the track and we just kind of extend it backwards a bit, which we could absolutely do. And in fact, I think that's what I will do. We'll have it be... Oh, but there's nowhere for people to queue up. You know what I mean? People need to queue up to buy their tickets. Maybe you don't buy tickets. Maybe you just buy a pass and it, like, direct charges your account. That seems like the more sensible thing. So you don't need a whole... Like, the first couple of days while it's open and everyone's coming in to buy their pass and get it set up and everything, there might be a bit of a weird queue situation. But then after that's done, you know, as people come in the future, they'll just sort of, like, scan their card and get in the train and go. And then this guy back here will only have to deal with people who, like, have lost their cards, or people who have... Maybe it's, like, first-generation magnetic card technology, where if you put it next to your cell phone, it wipes it, so they have to, like, reset it and all that. Or, oh, I didn't take this train, and then they have to look up the security footage and say, you did 13 times, it looks like you were drunk. Oh, I'm gonna sue. It's like, what are you gonna sue over? We literally have you on video. Like, the customer's always right. It's like, no, sometimes the customer's an idiot. A drunk idiot, like you. Yesterday, when you rode the train 13 times, we're not refunding you. I'll just use another train track. There is no other train track. That's the issue, isn't it? Now we have basically a monopoly on the rails. But, I mean, maybe if they figure out how to build their own train tracks, they can make a competing business. We're not going to worry about that right now. There we go. That's enough room, right? That way we can kind of have it set in a little bit. The customers can stand between these two pillars. And then we'll have the desk kind of start here. Ooh, you know what we could do is we could get spruce stairs, right? Follow me on this one. Trust me, it's going to make a lot of sense. If we can get them configured in the right way, we might have to go ahead and set down like a sort of guide block of sorts to set down the first one. So if we set that there we go. That's the desk. Yeah. Maybe if we'd set it the other way, that would make more sense, so that whoever's working back here could store things under the desk inside of that little cubby. But it's too late and we're not going back now. Oh, shoot, do you know what I didn't take into consideration? Is how the villagers are going to get in and out of here. I guess they'll have to have their own access door. It makes more sense for this to also be like the break room for whoever works in the railroad. So they need a way in and out to the train track proper, don't they? Because my alternative was to just have another sort of like do out here, and then they go, what, all the way around through all the customers and everything? Maybe I'm putting way too much thought into this. That's possible, but we'll put a door here instead. And then maybe they'll also have an access door out the back or something like that. We probably don't need to put this much thought into all this, but yet I am. Here I am. This is what's happening. You know what? We did need more flowers. So it's a good thing we got arguably too many flowers, because now we have enough flowers. Okay, there we go. So now we have enough room for either 1, 2, 3 workers if you want to have a gap of 1 in between each, or just 2 workers. And we might do 3 sort of in the earlier days while there's a bit of a rush, and then maybe also around sort of the peak travel season, so Christmas time, for example, and then bring it back down too. We'll have to find someone who's willing to do some part-time work just for like a couple of months out of the year, and then on holidays as well. But a lot of people are looking for that sort of thing. I've noticed older people, normally like retired people, they really love that. They look forward to that sort of thing, where it's like, oh yes, perfect Christmas. I get to go work some bonus hours at the Hobby Lobby, and make a little bit of extra scratch and spend all this time hanging out with the youngins and then talking to the young folk and hee hi ho hum. You should have seen what it was like back in my day, kiddo. Haha, that sort of a situation. I think just the classic arched roof is probably what we're gonna go for here, made out of logs. The log arched roof. It's a favorite of mine. Has been for some time. We're probably gonna go with that, and then I do think we probably need to put down some tracks here on the end just for safety. If anyone's walking on the rails, quite honestly, I don't know what to tell them. Do plant pots of any kind exist? Is there any kind of like a planter pot? Ooh, what are you? Planter range extender. Not what I want. Can I just build a pot? What is this? Small red gift flower pot. Well, what is it? Is it a flower pot? Can I plant trees in a flower pot? Because I noticed that the spruce trees kind of look a little bit festive. I don't see them in my inventory anymore, but I had some in my inventory. I'm positive of it. I was definitely, or maybe I opened up something else and typed in spruce and saw them. In any case, here's a real question. Would this work? I don't think that it would, but it'd be great if it did, because I think the issue is that it's at sort of an angle. Oh, you know what? We need to make sure that it is... Oh, it was on extension mode already. Well, you know what? A fella can dream. There we go. Yeah. Okay, this is looking all right. Now, normally I would do an extra layer kind of hanging off the edge here, but that would sort of awkwardly make contact with the fence post here, and I don't know about that. And then, I don't know. You folks can let me know what you think. I'll tell you what. We'll go ahead and do... Oh, no! Okay, there we go. Problem resolved. We'll go ahead and just do this one across here, because that'll be easy enough to take back down if we decide we don't like it. We'll have a look at it, though. Let's see. You know, I don't know if it's necessary is the only thing. I do like it a bit better than this side, where it just looks like it kind of abruptly cuts off, and it makes this edge way too flat. Because we decided to do something I normally don't do, which is put the wood sort of support posts directly in line with the inner wall, the sides look very flat, and I don't like that. And there's some different things we can do about that to address that if we wanted to. But that right there is like a quick and easy way to immediately add some dimension. I think we'll stick with it, and we'll just kind of deal with the fact that the posts touch. It's not that big a deal. It doesn't really affect anything. And honestly, you don't really notice it, do you? I think that's pretty good. I think one thing we should do, though, because otherwise this is going to be really oppressive, is we need to add some windows back here. Because otherwise this place is just really kind of a miserable place to work. And we definitely don't want that to be the case. You know what we could do is we could use glass panes, because we've not really used those at all. And you can even do them in different colors. So you have the regular Minecraft glass panes. We also have these chiseled glass panes, which I think is just you run, your colored glass, you turn it into a glass pane, and then you run it through your chiseler, and you make your different designs. But I don't know. I don't know what color we would make them. Maybe we'll just go with the standard ones from now, and kind of just have the knowledge that we can change it later if we so choose. Yeah, that even looks great. It kind of blends in with the wood around it. That's fantastic is what that is. Nice. We'll do a window at the back as well, just because I think that would be nice too. There you go. Kind of look out back here and say, oh yeah, here comes the morning crowd. Get in your position to tickets here, get your ticket. Well, not tickets. We discussed this previously, but you know what I mean. I don't know if this is a real thing, but I just thought it might be nice for people to be able to get up here, and sort of survey, not your regular passengers, but just like, there's a problem on the line, head upstairs and see if you can see what it is. That sort of a situation. Now we just need to figure out how they get up there. Ladder? Okay, so here's what I've done. I have made a little walkway where you can kind of oversee things. And then you get up and down via this ladder here. And then to accommodate that, I just bumped this out one block using more stairs. So it's cool. You get this cool tiered effect. You get the stairs, and the stairs. And this is where you order your tickets. And then every so often you might hear clunk, clunk, clunk. And you look up, and there's like a conductor up there like blowing his whistle and telling people where to go. I'm having just the best time right now. I don't know if that's like evident or not, but I'm really enjoying myself. Okay. I think redstone blocks can be used to perpetually activate tracks, if I am not mistaken. So if you wanted to get a stack of booster tracks, and let's say here, you have maybe a bit of a gap after you launch out of that first one, click, 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 and then right at the end here, you have maybe... Well, actually, I guess we need to figure out how this works. So are they going to be always elevated rails? Is that what we're going to do? Because it has to otherwise go up and down as it makes its way across the countryside here. It's ultimately going to land at about the same elevation over here. So yeah, maybe we just keep the track at a set elevation. And if that's the case, then I'm going to need to build some... I don't know if they'd be called bridges. More so just like stone raised areas here like this. And then we'll need one for the return track as well. And then I guess the question becomes exactly how grandiose do we want this to be? Because we can make this exceedingly grandiose if we want. You know what I mean? First off, we can extend this out pretty easily. And there's no reason to have a gap in the middle here, is there? I mean, we could just get rid of this gap and just have the two like going like that. But then do we also want to keep spruce fencing to either side all the way there to keep things from wandering onto the track? And maybe accidentally getting hurt? Do we want this to eventually become like bridges sort of a situation? Where it goes a certain number of blocks, like boom, 1, 2, 3, and then there's another one, 1, 2, 3, boom. I do kind of like that. And then the question is, do we do this one in the sort of, oh, wait a minute. What if we did that one like that? And then this one had all of its alternating, right? See, my only concern with a design like this is, as cool as it is, it's a bit of work to build it, right? Now, it's not difficult. Let me rephrase that. It's a bit time consuming, as opposed to what I was doing, where I just had one single sort of unit and then I just sort of filled it in as we went. And then we do that all the way down. Like, that's just basically a matter of me going click, 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 click. And I'm not just thinking about this rail. I'm thinking about all of them. So how about this? Because I do like the look of the flowers, you know. Hold on. I've got a brilliant idea here. You just need to hear me out. What if we do this U shape, and then we fill the middle with dirt and grass and flowers? So you have rail, flowers, rail, and then maybe on the outsides we do also grab some stairs. Now this will have to be manually placed, which is going to be a little bit of a hassle. Hold on, do I really not have stone brick stairs? That's ridiculous. I understand that there is a method by which I could craft them that is currently in my inventory that does not necessitate a full-on return trip to the house. I fully do understand that. I want everyone to understand that I understand that. But stone brick stairs don't have an EMC value. Well, that's going to be a pain in the neck, isn't it? But there we go. I've made quite a few of them. We could just assign a value to them. I understand why they don't. I understand. But still, what we could do is we could have that be like that. And then that be like that. And then we could continue having the spruce fencing along. And then also, I mean, see, now we're getting to a point where I can no longer kind of cheese it the way I was going to, using the mercurial eye if I keep making this more complicated, you know? But what if we did that instead? And we had these like this. And so it was sort of that shape coming out and going along the way. Like, there's no doubt this would be a pain in the neck to have to build to sort of every major population center, and is so much worse than what I was previously talking about doing. I mean, goodness, that's going to take forever to build. And then we've got to come back through with the grass and the flowers. Maybe just to here, though. Maybe the other ones... Because these are my people, and I'm going to take care of my people. I'm going to make sure they have sort of the best experience. I'm not going to intentionally sabotage anyone else's experience, but maybe I just don't go through quite as much effort on everyone else's. That looks kind of cool. And then finally, yeah, we have the rails along the sides here like this to, again, keep people or animals or whatever from accidentally wandering into the... Hold on, let's see, spruce fences. There we go. To keep people from accidentally wandering... Ah, jeez. Yeah, that's what I thought. That won't work on anything other than the stone bricks. Oh. Well, how different does it look if we replace just this bottom part with the stone blocks? Okay, let's see. You know what? It's nighttime, so it's hard to tell. It doesn't look that different. I don't think it looks that different at all, and just that change is going to save us so many sort of individual block placements that I think we'll go ahead and we'll just say we'll do that, and then that way that's going to make sort of the rest of it a bit easier to accept, because the manually placing the dirt and the flowers is going to be a whole lot easier if we can at least make sort of the base of this thing much more quickly using the mercurial eye, which, okay, well, we would be able to. If we could get, like, an actual hit on it. Alright, well, Shrek me sideways. Gonna have to be very careful about clicking, though, is the only issue. If there's anything in the way, it's gotta go. Okay, so this will not work unless we first clear out all of this. Which we can do using the power of the destruction catalyst. Very carefully. We don't get silly with it. We just very lightly use it. There we go. Clear all that away. Continue this. And no, I wish this could be used to also... You know what? We don't really need it to be on high. I don't know why, but that felt like asking for trouble. We'll just keep it kind of low. In fact, I think even on the lowest setting, yeah, it would still work for what we're doing here. Once we get to areas like this, though, where there's a gap to the ground, I don't know what we do. We worry about it later is what we do, I guess. Although, if we fixed it now... Hold on. If we go ahead now and say we fill it in, then as we go, it'll be filled in. Okay, so as we get out to the open water, I think things need to change a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and do this, at least. Oh, yeah, now I can go underwater. We'll have this extend to the sea, at which point I think we will transition to a bridge. So according to the internet, boosting to full speed from a complete stop requires 3 booster tracks in a row. So if we have one here to kind of slowly take us up to here, and then we have 3 in a row that are going to be used to actually get us up to speed as we leave the station, and it's a bit safer for us to do so, you know, because we don't want to injure anyone kind of in the process who might be, for some reason, standing on the railroad, not paying attention. I know we probably shouldn't worry about them, you know, if you're doing that at that point. Like, here's the thing. It might not just be some idiot standing in the rail. Maybe they tripped, maybe they were pushed. You know, you want to just maybe not be going full speed in the middle of the train track. So if we do that, though, where does that get us? And then according to some random thing I looked up, it says that you want 1 every 45 spaces if you want to maintain full speed. I don't know how much truth there is to that. Also, I am just not placing these quickly enough to actually be connecting them up, I know there's massive gaps. Alright, let's give this experience a go. Let's see what it's going to be like to run in this new railway we've created. Yep, okay. And then we get like a good speed boost. Hello. That's the experience there. How do I get out of this? Come here, you. Overall, it's alright. Not winning any awards for speed here, but it's alright. So from here, it'll become a bit of a bridge situation where we just go with the U-shape for a while. We're still gonna... Yeah, oh no, we're still bringing the dirt and the flowers. If you thought we were leaving that behind, you're crazy. Uh-oh. Part of me does wonder, though, if we're not wasting our time by not just making all of these booster tracks. I don't know how much good that does us, but... Alright, if you want to be able to just swim in water normally like a normal human being, you can take off your hat. That's the secret there, I've learned. At. It's a bit of a funny way to refer to the gym helmet, but you knew what I meant. Look at all these bees. What have we here? A meadows hive. I noticed there's another hive, like, right around here, I think it was, right by this tree. Yeah, we've got a forest hive. We should probably come scoop these in a bit and take the bees back with us. Okay, so here's an issue I hadn't considered until right now, as I'm making my way across this actual large body of water, because every previous instance of needing to build a bridge, one of them right here, was just kind of making it over this tiny gap of water where it just kind of cuts into the land a little bit. But this is actually going over to the river, which, my understanding of it is that the dwarves rely on this for, like, trade, for people to be able to sail underneath here. So I'm going to have to, like, elevate this somehow where boats can still get underneath it. And we're not going to worry about that at this exact moment in time, because right now I'm just kind of worried about getting this finished, but that's something we're going to need to come back and consider. It's kind of easier to go out ahead of the tracks and just kind of clear out a space for them, you know? I figure right about here is where we're going to be building the big station. So we don't need to go much further than this, but maybe up until right around here. I reckon that ought to be long enough. And then we can come back through, and now that we sort of have the whole frame set up here, just slide right in. There we go! Now we'll worry about this, I guess. It kind of only needs to pitch up a bit in the middle to allow boats through. So how would we go about doing that? Can you build trains onto stairs, and how does that look? I mean, not trains, but train tracks. Not from the looks of things, no. Regular blocks, though. Absolutely. And then what if I broke this block out from underneath? The whole thing comes down. All right. Now that I'm looking at it, we really only need kind of these bottom blocks knocked out of the way. If we do that, yeah, that ought to be fine. I think this island might belong to the dwarves. It might be a part of their... What I'm going to do is I'm just going to very delicately break this so that we're not actually making contact with their land. They'll never know. Okay. That's kind of like what I did on this side. I just added stairs. And so that leaves us with this. The question here is, well, what do we do? Do we add dirt to the middle still? Or do we go ahead and try to elevate it up a block and sort of restructure the bridge in the air a bit? Okay, you know what? Going all the way back to the house to craft is a little bit silly. We have a Philosopher's Stone. We'll actually do this here. Gosh, but if the inventory isn't just an absolute mess right now, though. So much random stuff. We definitely need to try to tidy things up a bit. I could condense a lot of things because I don't really need all this dirt. There we go. And that sand I don't need. So that clears up a lot of space. Put the hat inside of there for right now. And then what I needed this for was I needed to go ahead and try to manufacture some stone brick slabs. Because what I was thinking we could do is we're going to go up one, right? So we have that sort of a design there, which looks a little horrendously messy, I'll admit. But, you know, ignoring that, we can do this, okay? And then we can continue to have the grass in between the rails here. And then that leaves, like, a good few blocks underneath here for boats to sail through. I think that's probably the approach. This looks messy from one side, but the only thing I can think to do is put it further back and have some sort of, like, a tower or something it's all nestled inside of? Maybe? Alright, well, a little bit of time has passed. Somewhere in the neighborhood of about an hour and a half of my life has gone, but I think I finally arrived at something that I like, and I want to show it to you. So first off, we have the train station now being lit up by a few of these fantastic end rods, which look really cool with the red bases. I really do like that. I think it adds a lovely Christmas flair, and yeah, I added one to the back here because otherwise it's just too dark back here for anyone to reasonably work, okay? I realize that the button can activate multiple tracks at once, meaning we can just get ourselves up to full speed here, and if anyone is in the tracks between there and there, what happens, happens. It's outside of my hands. Now, coming out along here, I went ahead and expanded all of this out to activated train tracks, the booster tracks, okay? And I added a end rod here as well. And then the tracks get more simple from that point forward. We're not doing the brick stairs and the fences all the way down. So we've just got this nice simple, we did do the flowers in an alternating pattern, which is lovely. And then here we have a couple more booster tracks with some more spruce fence and some end rods, and something I might do just to sprucing it up further, and I'm not doing that as a pun because of spruce wood, though that would have been clever if I thought of it. I might add some Christmas lights stranded between each of these. Now that will necessitate that we add more of these kind of in certain intervals because the Christmas lights can only expand so far. I think we're kind of pushing it with these here, in fact. I can't remember exactly what the block count was, but we'll definitely have to add some more of these. But then we get to the bridge where we kind of left off in the video, and where I sort of went a little bit ham, right? I went a little bit crazy over here, all right? So what I did was I built these structures, which have a similar design as the station, so certainly inspired by that. We have this here on the outside, kind of hiding the mess of the stepped-up redstone blocks and everything. And so it goes up a couple of steps and gives us a nice big gap under here to sail under, so we should get some pretty good-sized ships sailing in and out of there. And, of course, if the situation, you know, if it comes down to it, we could sacrifice a bit more land over here to open this up to be like a big proper shipping channel with nothing kind of overhead. And that might be able to get around to where the dwarves are. I think this is where he does all of his trading Fernie. I don't know how much traffic he actually has come through here. At one point we talked about cutting this out, carving this out here, and having this be a channel, but now that I've built a train track through it, honestly, I can't be bothered to go through that much effort. Up top here, because it's a bridge, I did go a little bit fancier, so we do have the red... Why is it lit up here? It's like the lighting engine is slightly broken. All of these should technically be lit up the same, because they all have redstone blocks underneath them and booster tracks, but whatever. And they do also have these inside, just kind of in the middle. So, as the sun's coming up in the distance, do you want to see what it all looks like when we actually climb aboard our vessel and go for a little bit of a ride? Well, of course you do, so let's do it. We're going to hop in, click the button, we're going to go into F5 mode, and I'm not going to put my hat back on because I don't know where it is. But as you can see, we are absolutely booking it right now here through the flowers and everything. We've just got such incredible speed. To be fair, it's faster than we would be going if we were walking, and I think the issue is just that we've been spoiled for speed for so long now that this feels rather slow. But as you can see, we'll then come right to a stop here in the station, which doesn't exist yet. That'll be sort of the... I'm sorry, what's going on back here? Sorry, what? I've got some, like, chaps going on. I guess I've never just looked at what I look like without the pants on. It's a little bit questionable, but we're gonna not worry about that for right now, alright? What we've got here, I think, is a lovely, solid construction bridge that just looks fantastic. I'm pleased with it. I hope that you're pleased with it. And if you're wondering, well, geez, what comes next in this whole endeavor? What are we going to do now that this is finished? Are we going to continue building more trains? Hold on, wait a minute. No, that's right. Not next episode. I don't want to do 6 episodes in a row where I have this train track, and then I build a station, and then another train track, and another train track, and another train track. We do need to build, so we need one for the dwarves. And this is something that I thought about as I was building this. I thought, should I go ahead and if, you know, we talk to the dwarves, build their station here, and then just connect it up to these tracks, or else have their tracks run parallel? And I thought, no, I guess not, because I've already built this bridge, and I don't want to widen it and make it bigger to fit more tracks. And it makes more sense, probably, to just have their train station, if they even need one. Why build them a train? We can just build them a bridge. They're right next door. We'll just build them a bridge. That's fine. They don't have nearly as far to go. We'll talk to them about it. We'll even center it up here. They have kind of a road situation there, and then a bridge going across. That'll be fine. They don't need a train station. So we really only need 2 more train lines. One going to the Ender Tower over there, probably just like a whoop and then a whoop sort of situation. And then one coming from somewhere over there, just whoop right into here. And then that'll be sort of the Grand Central Station situation. And then we'll have plenty of room for other train tracks going other places. We'll probably do those a little bit simpler, probably not quite as nice, probably not going to do a row of flowers between the rails. We'll probably just put the rails right next to each other and send them on their way. It might get complicated. I know speed, like sharp cornering, can be an issue, but I don't know exactly, like, if that's something we need to actually worry about. We'll figure that out as we go. But, till next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. Merry Christmas! And I hope to see you all again in the future, where we're probably going to bounce back now and look at bees and trees a little bit more next time. Although I highly doubt anything of any use or substance has happened over here. We'll find out then. Okay. Probably build that analyzer and start analyzing all of our bees. Bye. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to our Happy Christmas. That one's for all you fine folks in the UK who say Happy Christmas. Like a bunch of oddballs. Being stuck on that island's not been good for you, alright? You need to get out there and see the world, particularly America. It's the only place I've ever been. It's the only place you need to go. That's not true. I went to Mexico once as part of like a cruise. It was a good time. Would go back again maybe someday. I'd like to see other parts of the world. Merry Christmas, though, to everyone who's not in the UK on that weirdo island where you put beans on toast. What are you doing over there? We love you, though. Today, we're going to be building a bee analyzer. Not a small red gift. This is getting a little out of hand, this whole Christmas thing. But it's okay. It only lasts until the end of the month, I assume. What am I doing? I'm building a bee analyzer so we can actually start analyzing our bees, understanding what makes them buzz, and hopefully making better ones. Before we do that, though, of course, what we need to do, the most pressing issue at hand at this exact moment, is going out here to check for unique leaves to see if we might be getting any unique trees. So we need to be keeping an eye out, and I've already spotted one. Acacia leaves. Oh, what fun! Oh, hold on. What is this? Is this just an acacia sapling? Another weirdo acacia sapling with baubles on it? Why? Why do I keep getting weirdo acacia trees? I don't want these. Obviously, we're going to plant it and see what sprouts up. Eventually, I'm going to have to start cutting these down, though. All these acacia trees, these oddball acacia trees, are not helping further our agenda of getting weird, unique trees. Although, I will admit, it's a funky-looking acacia tree. I'll give it that. If we wanted a different variety of acacia tree, we've certainly achieved that. Now, I see a couple more right here. We've got a dark oak leaf. Dark oak leaves, dark oak leaves, dark oak... Hold on now, wait just a minute. I'm confused. You know what? They're slightly different color dark oak leaves, I guess. These are going to be slightly weird and different dark oak trees, I assume, is the situation that we're going to be confronted with. Oh, wait a minute, what? Oh, white willow, we already have one of those. And yet another acacia. Oh, joy! Merry Christmas, everyone! We've got another weird acacia. Oh, come all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Let's plant these ridiculous trees that we already have. Let's see what we've got here. This is just going to be another weirdo acacia. Or this is going to be one that doesn't grow. We have one of those over here as well. Maybe they need to be put together. Maybe the two of them together will make something beautiful. Maybe we have to wait till we get 3 of them. What if this ends up being some sort of cursed nonsense? Okay, well, yeah, it might have to be 3 of them together. They did come from a dark oak tree, I suppose. What about you? What's your story? You don't want to grow either? I'm leaving you here. I'm not getting any more for you. All right, that's just the way it's going to be. We'll have to keep an eye on this whole situation. I have been sort of keeping track of what's going on in here and making sure that we swap out the bees and get new queens. And we've got a couple of pieces of honey here and there. Got some mysterious comb here. It's not that mysterious. We pretty much know what it is. But we're getting there. We're making things. I think we're making progress. I don't actually know. What I do know is it's time to move this. Oh, Shrek. That's going to completely throw off everything I was just doing. Got to pause so I can grab a piece of glass, make sure it's the right variety of glass, put it in there. It's a whole ordeal, so we can then zoom down here to the mysteriously sheared sheep. This isn't a bit. I don't know what's going on. What are you? Perfect. You already have stuff in here. You'll hold these things too now. Congratulations. Give me that. We don't need 2 chests. Perfect. So this is where we'll keep the bees for now. I think there's a bee-specific chest. I've not figured out why the audio cuts out oddly still. I've not figured that out. It could be a weird Wayland thing. I'm unsure at this present moment. And I'm not going to investigate it any further right now. We're just going to have to kind of live with it, I think, for right now. It's not great. I don't like it, and I don't want it to keep being like that. But what do you want me to do? Stop playing the game? and investigate the problem? I got Minecraft to play right now. I don't have time to figure out what's broken about it. So, fortunately, I do think that I have everything that I need, assuming that my analyzer is right in here where I thought it would be. And we can quickly and easily locate one of these, as well as I think all the other ingredients were just like 3 bronze ingots, which, of course, we do have access to. No, the audio is actually driving me crazy. The experiment I need to do is to just go to my living room, fire it up on the other monitor that is currently hooked into this computer, and determine what, by the way, we just built an analyzer, it just happened right then and there, you just watched it, and determine whether or not, does this get power? Does this need power? If I plop this down here, I guess that's one way to find out. Grab food stuff. Many different kind of food can be made from honey and other bee products. What's that got to do with this? Why are you telling me this? Do you want that? Do you want honey? What do you want? How do you operate? How do I charge you up? It's got some sort of thing here. It does want honey, but it wants buckets of honey? Holy smokes. How do I get buckets of honey? I think I turned that off first off. And I just put the honey in here. And that'll give us like a little bit. That gives us like a paltry amount of honey. Not enough honey to be getting on with. Alright, we're going to have to start pumping this thing full of more honey. I wonder if we can just do that with this honeycomb. I know we probably investigated this not that long ago. That's the rest. There we go. Centrifuge. It'll give us drops of honey, 90% chance, and some beeswax, which can be used inside of a carpenter if you really wanted to make, you know, an unlit candle. If you were so inclined, or a scented gear. Smell that rainbow. You know what I mean? You could use it to make a torch. That makes a lot of sense. A wax cast. I don't know about that one. I'm going to go ahead and say I'm not too sure. Wax capsule can't hold hot liquids. I would hope not. That seems like a good way to get yourself burnt. All right, I suppose we need to go through the centrifuge first with these. And then when that's done, we'll run the mysterious comb. And then we might need to just get some of these other bees out there and have them doing bee things. Just to, I don't know, progress the plot in some manner or shape or form. What was I going to say, though? What was I in the middle of talking about? Go to the other monitor, fire up the game, see if it has audio glitches there, and at least then we'll determine whether or not it's just the ridiculous, you know, HDMI and USB over Ethernet cable. That doesn't make sense for that to be the problem. We've had audio glitches in other games, too. We've been streaming through quite a bit of Starfield because we haven't made it crash yet. It seems to be working okay for right now. And, gosh, that pig scared me. That pigment up there. Was not sure what I was seeing out of the corner of my eye. But, yeah, I think it's more of like a Wayland issue because it started when I went back to using Wayland. Just regular old Linux things. I'm sure I must make it sound like Linux is this, like, nightmare thing to use. Why are you the way that you are? What are you even doing? Please go away. You're bothering me. You're being a distraction. Are you stuck on that block or something? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause you physical harm. Don't come back at me. I'm trying to save you from whatever you're doing right now. Oh, you want grass, don't you? Of course, you probably want to regrow your bits and bobs. Alright, tell you what. I will get rid of some of the flowers over here to create little bits of grass, and you can come over here and eat these. Okay? How about that? 4 bits of grass for you. Are you gonna come over here? Come on, right over here. Right over here. Grass! It's right down here. It's got some snow on it somehow, even though there's a roof. We must have just had some serious flurries getting blown in from over there. It's cold down here. Maybe we should just get them out of the basement, now that I think about it. That makes more sense. Why do we have sheep inside of our home? This has never been okay. This has always been a little bit sketch. You know, right? We probably shouldn't have sheep wandering around inside of here. Why is this a thing? Why do we have factory animals that we just sort of accept as existing around here? That's very odd. We should have addressed this a while ago. Here, we'll go drop them off with the villagers. They'll be lovely out here. The villagers will take care of them. They'll have plenty of grass to eat. And, I don't know, maybe they'll get sheared, or maybe they'll get eaten. Whatever the villagers want to do with them, they're their problem now, honestly. I can't be bothered. Close itself, yeah. There we go. Well, there's one pretty rough situation dealt with. No more will we have to deal with the constant bang and distraction of sheep inside of our basement. And we have purged this place of chickens as well, so... Are you kidding me? Wait, what? Where? I can't understand. Is there one up here? You goofy goober. You completely avoided it, too. Did you know that the purge was coming? How long have these things been wandering around in here, and why was nothing done about it sooner? This is ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. Well, I don't know. This one was by itself, so I don't know if maybe it doesn't get along well with the other two. Maybe they're not all friends, or maybe they just got separated after the great weird shearing of 2023. But there we go. We reunited them, and if they don't like each other, there's plenty of room out here for them to go wander off and make new friends and avoid each other, or I don't know, whatever petty sheep drama happens among the herd. Is it a sheep herd? Is it a murder of sheep? That sounds like it couldn't possibly be correct. A murder of sheep, though, sounds like a really good novel. How are we doing? Not quite at a bucket yet, but we're not giving up hope. We got a little bit more honey drop. We've got a little bit more honeycomb. Why is the honeycomb not... Hello? Why are you not honeycombing? Did you run out of power? You really shouldn't have. Did it run out of power? It really shouldn't have. Actually, could it have? That has power. What's your situation right now? You have plenty of stored energy. What? Maybe it was just glitched. That must have just been a visual bug of some kind. Pulsating, yeah. Remind me what we do with these? Right, pulsating mesh. Right. I don't know why. That's so useful. So glad we have that now. We need more honey, is what we need. We're not going to be able to use this analyzer here unless we have a bunch of honey. You know what? Okay, new decision's been made. We're making more apiaries. Did we ever figure out why we would want an apiary versus a bee house, or a bee house versus an apiary? If we did, I don't remember what the conclusion was. But one thing I do know is that I'm about to go just build some more apiaries, and you can't stop me even if you try. I have enough stuff on me at this exact minute to make one more, and that's what we're gonna do, and we're gonna live with that. Oh right, I forgot we had all this parched comb. I don't think the parched part really matters. I think that it's not like it's actually like, what did I throw in there that wasn't already in there? Slabs, maybe? I'm not really sure. What happens if we throw the parched comb in here? Let's see. We'll still get honey. We'll get honey and we'll get some beeswax. I don't know why it's parched. What's the recipe for that? Modest princesses, frugal princesses, and austere princesses all produce... Oh, I see. Maybe it's the percentages are low? That's what the deal with it is? I don't know why it's parched. I have no idea whatsoever. We bought a ton of that stuff, though, from that one guy in the village, and he assured me it was the good stuff when we bought it. He said, no, I promise you, this is premium honey. Premium, home grade, none of that Chinese stuff, because the Chinese have infiltrated the American honey market with some inferior honey that's usually cut with some kind of, like a oil, not an oil, but like a fructose sort of a thing. I will admit I don't know the details, but you can look into it. Chinese honey, hold on. The honey detectives are closing in on China's shady syrup swindlers. Detecting honey laced with sugar syrup is notoriously tricky, but a new test could provide the evidence needed to make fake honey prosecutions stick. This is from Wired, so I'm sure it's real. But yeah, don't buy Chinese poison honey. Don't do it, all right? Do yourself a favor. Find someone locally, you know, if you can, and get your honey from them, all right? Trust me. I know I might sound like you're weird, like aunt... Or aunt if you're so inclined, if you're in the South, as I am, on Facebook, but trust me, you don't want any part of that. Lovely. There we go. We've got honey. We're ready to analyze. What are we going to analyze? I'll tell you what. We have a princess already, right? She's in here. Maybe we need to wait for this number to go down. Should we start analyzing some of the ones we've already got? The ones that we got just locally. Right, these are bees we just found. They've not been bred to their full potential, I'm assuming. We do have, like, some different Meadows Princesses here, and the Meadows Princess we've got hasn't been serving us very well. We also have another Ender Princess, a Sinister Drone, I don't know what that's all about. Unknown Genome. These all have unknown genomes. Forest Princess, Ender Princess. Do we have I think that... You know what? Hold on. You know what I just remembered? Do we have our scoop on us? We do. We found a couple of new bees hives nearby that I think we were talking about going to get. So we should go ahead and just grab those. Because bees, they're not going to make it out here in the wild, are they? Let's be honest. It's cold, it's Christmas. Hanging out by a train track has probably never been good for a beehive. So I'll just take this one. They'll be upset about it, but they'll get over it with time. Oh yeah, no, they're irritated. They're coming for me. They're making their way over. They are right on top of me. They decided not to. They rethought their life's decisions, and good on them for it. It wouldn't have ended well. Are you another beehive? There's actually quite a few beehives around here. Lots of meadows hives, which is interesting. Maybe we should just go ahead and collect all these, and then we'll have even more honey. But I thought I saw like a white one hanging off of a tree earlier. Yeah, no, we're going to keep collecting these. I can see them so distinctly now that everything is white. They really do stand out. We could probably find all kinds of funky hives if we went around and poked around in the woods. Let's just collect all the meadows ones, though. Look at this. Do we have anything interesting? Oh, we've got a lot of different types of bees right now. We've got so much to go back and analyze. It's funny how when you're not doing bees, you don't notice how many bees hives there are, just like right outside your door. It's fine to collect them from this island. We, essentially, we own this island. The sign even says so. Property of Howdy Folks Industries, managed by Howdy Folks Industries. Also, it's Howdy Folks Railroad. Oh, I didn't show you guys the railway now, have I? Oh, we gotta go look at that real quick while we're just kind of out and about looking for that missing, elusive beehive. Pretty sure it was hanging from a tree. Unless I'm crazy, which I could possibly be. If that's the case, you'll have to excuse me. There it is, forest hive. Excellent, little blue bees, yeah. Check this out, okay? We've done a lot of work over here. Oh good, they're starting to gather around. Look at this! I hired some workers. I just went and asked Napier, and this is who he recommended to do the job. But, this guy, g'day Reese Crafts, g'day to you too! He just watches over the tracks. I put down some more fencing to try and, like, prevent people from wandering out there. I could have put fencing here, too, and if I'd made the building wider, I probably would have, but, I don't know, like, I made this little, like, ticket areas you can go to, and then you can talk to them, and they say, welcome to Howdy Folks Railway. You can't quite see it, it's kind of grayed out back there, but that's what they're saying, and we're just charging 1 credit for a minecart. Now, how are people going to get credits? I don't know yet. We need to build some kind of job structure around here, you know? I don't know how, you know, anytime the government tries to, like, do anything with the free market, they just make things worse. So the last thing I want to do is start trying to make jobs. But I feel like no one else is going to. Maybe Napier will. I mean, he's starting to build some kind of army for some kind of republic, allegedly. I still don't know what's going on there. I should probably ask him about it, but at the same time, if he has an army of robots, maybe I don't want to be... You know, I want to think about how I'm going to approach that situation a little bit more carefully, you know? I don't want to just charge in and be like, what are you doing with your army there, buddy? Okay, what have we got? We've got so many different types of forest drones now. We have so many of them. We also have all of these, okay? And we have these, and we have this one. We got princesses out the wazoo. It's time to figure out what these guys are all about, see if we can't figure them out. So the issue is going to be honey, because I don't know how much honey we consume kind of doing this thing that we're doing right now. Let's see, go ahead and put those in the squeezer, get some more honey out of them. So, I mean, we're going to sort all of this, because it's a whole mess. Do we start with the princesses? So we've got pristine, ignoble, pristine, ignoble. I don't know what that means. I guess we probably want pristine, right? And what do we put her over there? It consumed a bit of honey, or it will consume a bit of honey. And then once that's full, I guess it'll give us some kind of information about the type of bee that she is. Potential bee. We do have quite a bit of honey, though. So by the time this is done, we're going to almost have enough from the looks of things. Actually, hold on. If that is not the one being processed right now... Oh, sadly it is. Okay, we almost have enough for a whole 3rd bucket. But we do. Wonderful. Keep that going, then. And then you... Hold shift for details. So it's a normal T and a normal H. Shorter life, slowest worker. I don't know what the T and the H stand for, but maybe we'll put the Meadows Princess Ignoble stock in there now. I didn't quite catch, did they use 100 millibuckets of honey? Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Let's have a look here at beekeeping and see if we can understand what this means. The species of a bee specifies the product... Okay, we get that. The speed of a bee defines how long the queen needs to produce product. Like the name says, it's the lifespan of a bee. A long lifespan is good to produce much resources, but a short lifespan is good for bee breeding. Okay, fertility, how many drones the bee produces after it dies. Alright, is S and L feel like they don't have anything to do with T and H? But, so these two, despite the fact that one is pristine and one is ignoble, are basically the same in terms of their T and H. Okay? Do we run through, like, another Meadows Princess? Can we, like... Oh, we can queue, like, a bunch of these up. Okay, let's do the Forest Princesses, too. We'll see if any of these are in any way unique or in any way qualified to be doing their current job. Also, I've been less than improved and less than stellar about your work. You produce the most mundane Meadows drones I have ever seen, and then you need to also come with me. You are just as bad. We're going to figure out what's up with all these princesses. We're going to kind of figure out if any of them are better than any of the others. It might not matter. It might matter more with the drones, but we're going to find out. We're going to put all of our princesses in here. We're going to process all of them. Oh, hold on. Some of these already have their information. None of those do. The ones that do are this one, and this one. Again, all three of these are the same. Maybe we're wasting our time with the princesses then. Maybe we need to sort. Okay, so there's only 2 of these forest drones. Maybe these 2 are somehow super unique. Oh, their wings kind of fluttered. That's interesting. It kind of feels like all of our princesses are normal and none. These guys, though, are also normal and none. So why didn't they stack with some of the other ones? Unless you're telling me that these guys here are also normal and none? Also, did it have any effect doing multiple at once? We can just do like one sample from each of these, and we'll see how that does. Like, there's no reason to like sort of super tax the system. I mean, I'm sure at some point I'm gonna want to analyze all of them, but surely that's not super economical at these early stages to do that. We probably just need to find sort of what the best of the best are. Hold on. What is that chest called? The Apiarists chest or whatever it was. There it is. Apiarist chest. Oh, man, you gotta actually have comb for it. If I'd realized that, I would have saved some comb. I did not, though. Also, this thing is starting to look a little low. Top it off real quick. There we go. Lovely. Don't want to run out of that. That's absolutely essential. Also, just useless. Tolerant flyers? What? Flowers. Tolerant flyer. What is that? What do you mean you're a tolerant flyer? These aren't tolerant flyers. So I guess this is the premium one right here. Yeah, that's our boy. Okay, now I'm curious. So that we've got 1,400 left. If I run, say, all 4 of these no, I'm gonna know what they're gonna be. I want to find something a little bit different. Okay, let's run the 4 of these. Where if it consumes 1 honey for each of them, we'll be down to 1,000. Is how I'm assuming this is gonna work. I don't know. I have no idea for sure. Also, we have got so much beeswax, and I'm still like I've looked at the things you can do with it. And I keep looking at the things you can do with it, because I've just like, oh, there's got to be something useful. Wood polish? No, not at all. No, I mean, it's nice that it connects to Benny's extra trees. That's a great time. But what am I going to do with wood polish? What am I going to do with scented paneling? I don't need paneling that smells good. Who does? I'm sure someone does. But then what do I do with wood polish? I hit uses. It doesn't do anything. Nothing comes up. I can make it, apparently, is what I can do. A joyous occasion. Hold on. No, that only used 100. For the entire stack. They're all tolerant flyers as well. Will they stack with the other tolerant flyers? Hold on, which ones were tolerant flyers? This guy was a tolerant flyer. Hold on, you tell me, where are the other ones? Okay, these should be the same. These are not the same. These are the same. These are exactly the same. Why won't they stack? This is silly and irrational. Figure out what's going on with these guys then. You clever machine. I'm not even worried about the fact that the bees aren't out and flying right now, because at the present moment it's nighttime, so they're not gonna be anyway. Except for the Ender Princesses. I should check the 2 of them. I had 2, right? Hold on. I thought I had 2. Was there one inside of here? There was an Ender Princess inside of here. We'll check the 2 of those, and then also I'll feel... if I only have a sinister drone, what do I do with that? What function does it serve? Should probably have it investigated, but I don't know why I'd want to. What is the difference between ignoble and pristine? Does this thing mention anything about that? Tolerant rain. Oh, tolerant. That's probably what tolerant flyer means. I gotcha. I don't really see anything in here about that. The children of two different breeds will have a mixture of the genes of the two parents and may even be a new species that you are yet to discover. By allowing these so-called mutations to occur, I discovered that these few species of naturally occurring bee opened up a world of possibilities with many weird and exotic species to be found. I'll explain the many species I have discovered later on in the guide, along with tips on how I obtained them. Are we supposed to crossbreed between meadows and, like, forests or something like that? True apiarist never share all his secrets, blah, 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 blah. I thought we read that. Yeah, an embittered princess and a water drone might just give you a common queen. Which sounds great, you know, that sounds good. Ooh, okay, embittered and tropical might give you, again, a common queen. I didn't mean to hit the back button there, like I was super frustrated with the results. I'm looking for something other than a common queen. Also, that's only a 15% chance. What was that? Was that an... Again, with the embittered. Is there anything in here about a hostile or sus drone or whatever he was called? That looked like him. It's a meadows drone and a marble princess. Common queen. Although the common bee is not particularly interesting, its descendant, the cultivated bee, is fast-working, producing more honey in a shorter amount of time. It also thinks anything but opera is underneath it, meaning it was this far away from being called the snobby bee. What? Oh, opera. It's like you can tell how uncultured I am. Just by watching one video where I struggle with the word opera, opera. I don't know. I thought it was going to end up being some weird French word, but it's just a very common word that we all know. Alright. No, yeah, I'm not scanning the rest of these. They're all super basic. Here's what we're going to do instead. Alright, I'm going to go over here to the Meadows Hive. I'm going to put our... one that we've already investigated. We'll put the Meadows Princess there, and we're going to combine that with a gosh darn Ender drone, because I don't even care anymore. Let's just see what happens. What could possibly... something interesting might happen. We're going to end up with a Meadows Queen, a shorter life, slowest worker. Okay. Do we need to pair it with, like, forest drones? Will that even work? Will that even do anything? That doesn't look like it's doing anything at all. I think it needs to be paired with beans of its own kind, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe just something that we've already looked at before? No. No, it seems to dislike that immensely. Alright, fine. We'll pair it with the 20 of these that we've already researched. Is that doing something now? See, that's actually started doing something. Meanwhile, over here, I'm going to breed... Wait, what kind were you? Okay, we'll do a blue one. We'll breed a blue one... Okay, with a... We had one that was a tolerant flyer, right? What happens with that? Does that give us a... perhaps a forest princess, an ignoble forest princess that is tolerant? No, that just gives us a regular old queen that likes flowers. Alright, but what if I pair that with these guys here who... Didn't we have some other ones that were tolerant flyers? Yeah, there you go. Enjoy the tolerant flyers. Actually, give me one more of them. I'm gonna see if maybe we can't put the Ender Princess back over here and breed her with this fella and get a tolerant flying Ender Queen. We might. I have no idea because we can't tell. But there we go. We'll have those go. And we'll just... I don't want to look this up. I don't want to watch a tutorial. I want to do the old school classic Minecraft thing of struggling through it while also doing the old school classic Howdy Folks thing of just waiting for someone in the comments to explain it to me. Which is kind of my bread and butter, isn't it? Just going off what people tell. Oh, we do actually have a new apiary, so we could combine, like, we could grab a new princess if we wanted to. This guy, I think, likes caves. We'll grab another, let's see, what do we got? We got another Meadows Princess here from pristine stock. We will mix them with, do we have any more? Let's see, what have we got around here? We haven't checked these guys. These guys might be interesting. I mean, they look like the most, what are you? Hellish. Down to arid and none. Is that what it likes to be? Is it like a hellish world type? Is that what T means? And then H maybe means arid and none. Nether. Okay. Durial nocturnal. Or, sorry, diurnal. Diurnal. That's the one. Process those guys for me while I put this guy away. We're not doing anything with him. Process these two. Okay, so all of those... Shorter life, slowest worker. What are you gonna be? What's gonna set you apart from the others? Show us what you've got! A tolerant flyer. Okay. We'll take the tolerant flyers then. I feel like that's probably a good thing to breed into these guys. And we have some more of the red ones up top already. Hopefully they don't get mad that I pilfer them. So we'll place this one down, maybe like over here. There's some trees nearby. Yeah, that'll get the job done. There you go, there you go. And then while that happens, I think we kind of swapped them around, didn't we? Yeah, we'll take half of these over here. And we do need to make some more of those catcher doodads. What'd you end up with? Just a regular old queen. We have way more impregnated sticks than we did before. And, oh, there's just another one of these. Are they? How are they getting in here? Are they just hiding and then popping out on occasion? Or is there some sort of conspiracy? Because it wouldn't shock me if there was some sort of conspiracy at this point. It wouldn't be the first time, having you know, watched this series thoroughly, that animals conspired in some way to get inside the house and do harm. Here you go. Your new best friend. Enjoy. Still a little bit worried about Carl, too. He's had some things about, like, making us pay, or blood would be spilled, or something along those lines. Something kind of devious like that. And that's got me just a wee bit concerned. Not a lot concerned, just a wee bit. Okay, I've made lots more than I had before, so we'll just load all these up. Again, I don't know if more makes a difference, or if it just, like, goes through the damage one at a time. I'm not sure. I don't have enough for this one. We'll go make some more impregnated sticks, though. It's not an issue. Especially since I think this is probably... once we get all the honey out of it, I did say we would just make another squeezer at some point. We got plenty of seed oil for right now, at least. So let's just grab some bogs. You know what? It's not called logs. I didn't get as far as I normally do into that mistake. I caught myself. That time. So... I suppose now we're just back to the waiting game. I do like how many bees you can see just flying around here. And you can see the different kinds of bees as well if you look closely. You can see the blue ones and the red ones. And if you get close to over here, you see the... Well, you don't even need to see them. You can feel their influence just permeating your body. How are you doing? You good? Oh, wow. I've already got a honeycomb out of this one. I like this one. It's doing good work. It's doing great work, in fact. This one, not so much. Less impressed with you. You're a disappointment. You're also a disappointment. The golden child over there has set a new standard for work that I expect all the others to follow in due course. But I don't expect much from them, if I'm honest. I wonder if there's a type of bee, if there's a specific bee gene that is going to really love crossbreeding trees. That's like its whole thing. Like, it loves that concept of flying around between different trees and changing the leaves. So they produce weirdo offspring. I would love if that was the case. Should I be concerned about these? They're growing very quickly. They're quite tall now. Should I trim the hedge a little bit? Maybe I should trim them. Oh, good gosh. Okay, there we go. We'll just kind of collect some of that. And don't know what to do with it. It's edible, right? The fruit is. And it teleports you to weird places every time you eat it. Just at random, so it's kind of useless. Can you throw it like an... No. No, you can't throw it like an ender pearl. This stuff seems dangerous, and I'm not sure about eating it. I'm gonna get rid of it. I don't like any of this. It's bad. This stuff seems really questionable. Oh good, we got more of it, though. It's a beautiful butterfly. Fly away, big beautiful butterfly. I feel a bit inclined now to just grab my scoop, which I should not have put in here. And also, it is almost broken, so I probably need to build another one. But just take my scoop out and explore the great wide expanse of the world now. And find all the beehives we left behind. And to maybe do something about that giant hole in the world over there. It's a little bit concerning, but not a peak priority for me right now. Oh my gosh, there's more beehives right here. Oh, these are dwarf beehives, though. Yeah, you know, I better ask before I just start picking up their beehives. I don't know if they had plans to do anything with those. I think we should probably stick to lands that we own. I don't want to cause any kind of further international incidents beyond the ones that were already caused by me letting loose an unstable AI on the world. Which admittedly, you know, was my fault. I did that. That is still on me. Yeah, these things are just everywhere, though. And there we go. that's it for today, I guess. Until next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I hope you'll be having a wonderful Christmas. Merry Christmas. Goodbye. Howdy there, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and Merry Christmas to all of you! And today we've got some fun things to announce. First off, I don't know if you've noticed it, I probably mentioned it, but the audio was broken in here for a while, such that when I opened up menus or opened up chests, it would cause background audio to cut out and stutter, but I fixed that. Turns out it was my HDMI over Ethernet extender, but I don't really think it's the extender's fault so much as I think it was a Linux interacting with the extender fault, and there was probably a fix for it. But I just found like a used fiber HDMI cable beside the one that I already have that wasn't working, and this one's working. So as you can see, everything seems to be hunky-dory now. The audio is no longer broken. The lighting is new. Yeah, I bought this LED light strip that is going like all the way sort of like around me. I I did a real DIY project. I went to the hardware store and I bought some PEX pipe because I couldn't figure out what else to use. And I was like, PEX pipe is kind of flexible. It's sort of like PVC pipe, but not quite. And so I got that and I fixed it, and then I stuck the LED strips to it, and then added a couple of zip ties for retention. And then after putting it all together and turning it on, I realized that the listing for the LEDs had in fact lied. It did not come with a PWM. PWM brightness adjuster. So when you like lower the, you see this. I don't know if it's going to be visible on my face, but you know it at different brightnesses. The way that it works, the way it dims it, is by flashing the lights on and off rapidly. And if that gets misaligned with the shutter speed on my camera, you get weird black wavy lines, which is unpleasant. Now you might still see them. I'm going to order. I finally found one that is just literally plug and play, because what I was going to have to do is cut the power line and strip it and like attach it to a PWM controller. They're not expensive, but I found one that just has a barrel jack on either end that I can just plug into. So there's going to be a few videos like this. I apologize if there is weird flickering on my face, but the game audio works now. And you know what? It's a beautiful evening. I had a wonderful conversation with our pig friends over here. I went and I talked to Judge Pork, and mentioned to him that we were doing a little bit of a project over here involving railroads, and asked if I could build a station for him. And he said absolutely not, under no circumstances. I was not allowed to build anything on their property. And I said, that's fair. And this is the conclusion that we arrived at. This was the discussion we had. He said he will build it, the station from their property, and a bridge over to the neutral island that I do own. I'm just kind of leasing it out, although I don't think I'm making any money off of it, so I don't really know how that works in terms of a lease. We'll figure it out, though. It'll all be figured out in the end. It's all going to work out fine, I'm sure. But it looks like he did a pretty decent job here. I like how he kind of they went and they looked at my station, the pigmen. They had a little look at what I had done. They came back over here and got to work. And what I love most about it is how it did take design influence from me. It's just, instead of, you know, flowers, it's fire. That's great. I loaned them the tracks. They had no idea how to build those. They asked for additional tracks for this side. I don't know if they're planning on building trains that way or where they would go, but this is what they've built. So this is what we now have to connect to. So I also don't know why there's two of them. I didn't ask. Again, I don't know what their plans are. All I know is that this one is the one I need to tie into, and I need to get it to come over here to the Grand Central Station. Or we need to build the Central Station actually in the middle and have them meet up, because I think the original plan that I had was, because it was the easiest thing for me to do at the time. That is going to be, by the way, such a long train track to build. This one took a while, and looking at it, it's so short. It's such a short run comparatively. If we open up our map here, you can see here that we've got this tiny little run. And then, actually, you know what? Looking at it, it looks like this is going to be not really all that different. I think it's just sort of the angle and everything. And looking at it, I think this might end up being about as long. I mean, it's going to be a little bit longer. But should we take this in and, like, bring it over to the side here and have them all meet up in the middle? If we do build a dwarven bridge, maybe across here, and we have this rail come here, and this rail come here, and then the Ender rail, they can teleport. Do they really need a railroad? I think it's so we can get to them. It's to bring everyone together. Yeah, maybe we should build the station here instead of here. Maybe I need to not be lazy and extend that track over to here. Have the stations all meet in the middle with the dwarf bridge, and then have the big like council chambers sort of up here, and then the market kind of to either side down here perhaps, and then maybe some apartments, a casino, like a mini golf course, you know, things to bring in the tourists. I don't know where tourists are coming from, possibly from this village. Oh, is it this right here? Yeah. I think we talked about building a railroad to them as well, but that is so far away. To what end? I did think about building a railroad from Grand Central Station over to Napier's old village, because I kind of feel like they got done a bit of a raw deal, you know? The Brashiat Cub came through and stole all their stuff, and then he went down here and lived his life, and then he finally went up here and rebuilt it, but then he also got pirates there. Not his fault, really, you know? I'm trying to get some of the blame away from him. He didn't send the pirates there. He did kill their captain, though, and that's just where they ended up afterward. And then he went to kill the pirates and destroyed the village. That was intentional, I think. I think he... I don't know if that was intentional. I think that wasn't malice. I think that was pure, sheer incompetence. The next one, though, over here was malice. And the intentions for this one were malice. And heck, I don't know. I think this might have been malice as well. None of that's relevant to what we're doing today, though. None of that has any import or bearing. Oh, goodness gracious me. My favorite thing about this mod pack is when it turns into a slideshow. I think that's fun and cool. What we're going to be doing today is automating some bee things. And you might think, Reese, we're not far enough into bees for you to bother automating it. What are you talking about, you silly old man? Well, first off, let's have a look in here and see how we're doing. Let's rotate that all the way back around twice, because I accidentally clicked it again. So once this is full, which it's still not quite, we're waiting, we're going to get there. Eventually, we're going to get there. I increasingly like the idea of a room for UU matter, like a UU unit, or something along those lines. Eventually, we'll do that, but once that's done, maybe we'll move down here and start doing these. Is that what we're waiting on? Yeah, okay, because that needs magnets and those plasma cells. Is this full then? Hold on. I don't remember how many I set that to. We're just short on so many things. We're not, and I don't mean in terms of height. You know, we need more UU matter. Oh, you know what? I got some comments about this. I got some comments that apparently, if you apply a redstone signal to the dragon, you can make it talk, which is kind of a funny idea. So let's see what we got here. We'll just stick a button next to it. Oh, yeah. Okay, who said that? Alright, so that was Nick. Long time subscriber. In fact, been subscribed to this channel for over a year. Nick's username is Chaos Controller. I don't know which name to use anymore, because YouTube now shows me, like, the @username, but that's not the channel name. Like, @Chaos Controller is Nick Alvarez's handle, but then his channel name is not that, and I'm not sure, you know, what to do, and I'm sure it doesn't matter, you know, at the end of the day. But so that was from Nick. Thank you so much for that hot tip. And then channel member Maria Amor came in and said, yes, but also if you use a redstone block, you can make something very silly happen. So let's give that a shot. Okay, we're gonna grab this if we can and not do that, but then also kind of do that, but then kind of also, oh, you son of a gun, you silly son of a gun, get down from there, you absolute unit. If we stick it up there, apparently it just does that non-stop. It's the simple things. It really is the simple things. Just having a dragon in your inside of your largely empty factory going nom 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 nom. You can put whatever you want to here. You can have him saying anything. It's fantastic. This is. Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Maria, more for your suggestion. If we had one for this side too. But we probably shouldn't kill any more dragons. I don't think the Endermen would be pleased about it. And I did tell them that wasn't something I was in the habit of doing, which was a blatant lie. based on previous events in different series, but you know, they don't need to know that. Oh man, alright, before we get going with the automation I wanted to do today, let's have one little gander at the bees and see how they're doing, please. What's the situation here? Okay, so the breeding has continued. All the bees are a little messed up right now. They're a little mixed up right now because I was doing some curious breeding to see if we could maybe end up with some unique specimen, maybe get ourselves something different than just a meadows princess and a forest princess, and so far that hasn't really netted us anything of use yet. Ooh, this is weird. Okay, so this meadows princess produced forest drones. Well, let's take these downstairs and we'll have a little gander. Also, I noticed something. So we never really did quite get the... Are you the centrifuge? You are. Good. Take all of these. We never did quite get the pocket or portable analyzer, which I think we now put inside of here. We never did quite get it working. I don't think we get as much information out of this as you do the pocket analyzer. I feel like the pocket analyzer actually had more information for us. I could be wrong. Also, apparently you can run saplings through here, which I didn't even think about that. Or at least you can with the pocket analyzer. Do we have any unique leaves? I haven't been paying enough attention to know if there's any waiting for us. If so, we could probably grab a peculiar sapling. Or you know what? I already know where we have some peculiar saplings. It's the ones that won't grow over here for some reason. Where are they? These right over here next to this lovely butterfly. They allege to be acacia saplings, but I think that there's something sus going on with these. So maybe we try to run it through. Again, we know that it works with the... Well, it's been alleged to work with the pocket analyzer. We'll see whether or not it works with the big one. Let's run it through there and see what happens. Oh yeah. Okay, it's doing a thing. It's taking its time. It's making its way downtown. It's walking fast. Faces past. It's homebound. But yeah, I think I want to make an analyzer, like a regular analyzer, and give it another go. It definitely felt like it was bugged, but it might not have been bugged. That's the funny part. I might not know what I'm doing. Which is a funny thing to say and a funny concept. Imagine me, a Minecrafter of some decade now, not knowing what I'm doing in a mod pack. I couldn't even picture it. What goes into you again? We need some tin, redstone, a diamond, and some glass panes. And while it pains me to say it, I don't know if we have any of those just lying around. If we did, I'd assume they would be inside of here. Quite possibly right in front of me, although also they could be inside of here. Look at that. So we've got the redstone, the diamond, the tin, and the glass frames, and then we don't actually need to be up here. We need to be down here where the carpenter is. And then also, I think we're going to probably end up building an additional squeezer and carpenter as well, because building one of these requires water, and this is loaded with seed oil. And yeah, I could drain it, but I'm not going to. I'm actually going to build a new carpenter, because I want a new carpenter anyway. Also, that was funny. I didn't finish typing in the analyzer, and I just saw it was... Someone else would have seen that if I didn't comment on it. I know how my chat works. I've got you figured out. Yeah, let's just go build another one of these real quick. Also... We're just progressively wearing less and less clothing with each new installment. Listen, the helmet makes it difficult to get in the water if the depth isn't at a certain level for some asinine reason, okay? And then the pants make it difficult to hover in the air. And don't tell me again that it works. I'm just not doing it right, because I literally, Brashiat Cub, in a video demonstrated it. And yeah, I can confirm. Like this... You know, the whole, like, you're flying, and then you hold down the lower button, but then you hold down space. Yeah, it works fine. I'm doing it right now. You can't see that I'm doing it, but, like, see, I can move up and down just fine, and as soon as you put on the pants, it does not work. Brashiat Cub was crazy. He was crazy in many ways, and he said and did a lot of crazy things. That was not one of the ways in which he was crazy, alright? He was absolutely correct about that. We only have one sturdy casing left, so, gosh darn it, we're gonna have to just make the most of that. And then also, I think it said we would need a couple of pieces of glass. I think I saw glass in here, but not the type of glass I want to use here. I want to use regular bog standard vanilla glass. All American, made in Sweden vanilla glass. Lovely. Vanilla glass sounds like it would be like a dessert item. Do you know what I mean? I don't know exactly what it would be made of. Maybe it's some sort of clear ice cream. I don't know if that's even possible. I mean, I assume it is with chemicals, but I wouldn't want to eat chemically ice cream. I mean, ice cream already has enough questionable ingredients to begin with. But some sort of completely clear ice cream that has a hint of vanilla. I guess you could just do that by freezing water with some drops of vanilla and some sort of sweetener. Cane sugar, if, you know, you don't mind destroying the cells of your body. Maybe something like a nice stevia extract or a monk fruit. You know, something along those lines. Vanilla, would that be vanilla glass? Or have we just made vanilla ice? Please like, comment, and subscribe. Anyway, copy all of that in there. Get me some water. I wasn't paying attention to how much it needed, but if it's more than a bucket, I'll be surprised. It probably is more than a bucket. Now that I've said that, it's actually 2 buckets, which is good, because I only need 1 bucket in my inventory to move honey around. So we'll go ahead and get rid of both of those, grab just 1, and when we dump that in there, perfect. So that should start making the portable analyzer. Any minute now. It has power. Okay. It, inventory needs resources. Did I not... Oh, right. It doesn't... Never mind. No, I see what I've done. I understand my mistake. It's very clear to me now. And I am confused. It's going. It's going. Meantime, we do have a honey drip and a couple more pulsating propoli, which, remember, lest ye forget, we can use to make one of these, which can be used to make one of these. For some reason. Still don't know why you'd want to. Maybe if you were on some sort of a sky block where you had no other access to ender pearls, but that seems like a bit of a pain. Let's see if we can figure this guy out again. Supply a bee, sapling, butterfly, or other individual, and provide honey or honeydew as a pacifier. So, analytics available. General, environment, produce, evolution. See, I think this is going to give us quite a bit of information. Supply a specimen. So we have a couple of Meadows princesses, including one from a pristine stock. This forest princess here, too. And then a couple more up here that, I don't know, they're all a bit of a mix. Let's go ahead and put this pristine stock meadow princess up here. Alright? And then we're going to add our honeydew drop. And then... Boom. Okay. So, this gadget requires honey drops. Do I need to put in more honey? Okay, so I can move it through all of these stages and learn more information about it. And now it does have the information on it. Genetics, one generation's in captivity. Shorter life, slowest worker, everything is normal. That is the Meadows Forest hybrid. Oh. It's a hybrid of the two. I don't know what this means. The active versus the inactive. Active is meadows, inactive is forests. I don't know what that means. Maybe we need to read our book again. Fertility rate, 2 and 3. Alright, of course, as you would know. 1 generation in captivity. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we want it to have that. Possible mutations. Okay. So can I actually take it out of there this time? Yeah, and it doesn't look bugged anymore. I don't know what I did differently to keep it from being bugged. Can I leave that honeydew in there? Yeah, we'll just leave those honey drops there. That's fine for now. So we've learned quite a bit about this one. How useful that information will end up being, I don't know. I think maybe we'll have to check the beekeeping section of this thing to understand it better. What's this again? After a while, you will begin to notice that the primitive apiary is not reaping the full potential of your bees. When you reach this point, it is time to upgrade the aviary. The alveary is 3 times the size of the apiary, and I have seen bees produce up to 10 times more honey in an alveary than an apiary. To create this massive contraption, you'll need to construct around 27 of these alveary blocks. Once you have these blocks, you can form them into a cube, thus forming the body of the alveary. Alveary? You'll also need to block off the roof, for which I recommend using wooden planks across the 9 upper blocks. If you construct it correctly, you should see how it all comes together, and the small holes where the bees can dwell. The usage of this alveary is identical to that of the apiary, though I am yet to have any success with inserting wooden frames into it. So you can't do wooden frames in these, I guess. Oh wow. Yeah, you need a lot of beeswax to build one of these. So we're not going to be there for a hot minute. The children of 2 different bees will have a mixture of the genes of the 2 parents and may even be a new species that you are yet to discover. I feel like I've read this before. Yeah, forest and meadows might give you a common queen. Although what you're going to do with a common queen, I don't know. But I guess we'll have to do that again. We're going to take a forest princess and a meadows drone and see if we can't get a common queen. So we've got 3 different forest princesses here. One is pristine. Let's go ahead and run it through the ringer here. Okay, so active, I guess, means that's the type it is. Inactive is the genes it shares. Longer lifespan, slower production, slower pollination, but you'll notice it says slower, not slowest. So it's an improvement. And also longer is better than shorter, I guess, unless you're talking about breeding. That's pretty decent, I guess. I don't know. Territories large or average. Okay. Alright, hold on, what is this? 5 generations in captivity, apparently, this pristine forest princess is. I didn't realize that. I guess these are the genes that are active in this bee, and these are the inactive genes that could be buried inside of its genetic code and might come out. Oh, this could possibly produce either of these? Really? Interesting. Okay. So let's say we wanted to take one of those, and I'm actually curious, I'm going to run another one through here. And, yeah, that's kind of what I expected, that it would just be a bog standard sort of a situation. Presumably we want to cross that with one of these meadows drones, and none of these stack with one another. So let's see what we got here. Okay, it's pretty bog standard meadows drone. Nothing really interesting going on with it. What about you, meadows drone? What's your story? There we go. Okay, so this one has, again, inactive is the only issue. But in its inactive genes, it's got all of this. Maybe it would pass that. So the 2 of these each have some interesting stuff going on here. Shorter life, slowest worker. But each of these has something going on. Oh, for some reason this one is nocturnal. Each of these might have a potential. Each of these might have a potential together to make an interesting bee. We'll have to find out here. Let's go back, and I think we'll make a queen right here, right now, right inside of this one. We'll get rid of all those meadows, and we'll put in the pristine forest princess and the curious drone, and let's just see what happens. I still don't know. I'm sure folks have been leaving comments, and believe you me, I'm going to be reading through them as soon as I can. Okay, alright, this one's a little bit hostile for some reason, this pristine stock forest queen. Shorter life, slowest work. Why are you attacking me? What have I done to you? I don't care. We're gonna put some bees in here. Should we just go with the meadows drones? What should we put in there? I actually have no idea. I'm asking genuinely. Should we just, let's see, these guys are shorter life, slowest worker. Does it matter what kind of bees we put in there with it at all? I don't know if that matters. I don't know what they do down there. Well, I'm all out of honey drops, so I'm gonna go ahead and just put one of these are all mixed up here. That one's as good as any other, I guess. I don't know if they need to be there. I think that might just be for breeding. I don't know if you need to add more bees. I don't know if there's an advantage to having more bees down here. Oh, here we go. Active species. Yep, that's what you are, Forest Queen. Inactive species. Climate, it likes the cold. Tolerance, up 1, I guess. I don't know. Fertility is 3. I don't know what the inactive genes means. I'm gonna walk away because it's still stinging me. Do you mention anything about that? Like active and inactive genes? What do you have to say on the subject? I know there's a bee gene section. Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna need our Ender Princess back because we accidentally bred Ender Princesses out of existence. So we're gonna bring this bad boy back over here and We'll just send it back to work. I don't care. Can I take this out and stop it? Have I stopped the breeding process halfway through? What if I throw just a different type of bee in there now? What if I just put a forest drone in there? What happens then, eh? We don't have any honey for that thing to work. Okay, we've just got like, oh, we've just got a bee, and it's mad at me, and it hates me. Here, have some meadows drones. I don't care. I don't care anymore. What have you got? You're gonna be that, and you're gonna take these. Whatever, who cares? And then I'm just throwing stuff at the wind here. You take, I think it's good to go pristine if we have any more pristine. We don't. Then here, you take that, and take one of these. Go to ham. Have fun. Go to ham. Have fun. Well, we've spent way more time on this than I had wanted to, so we're going to move on swiftly from that. We do have a new portable analyzer, a new forester's manual. We've got a very, very messy inventory full of things that we need to tidy up here. But you know what? Actually, we can throw both of these in here for the time being, and good gravy if we have to find them. What I was going to do now was try to automate a couple of these. So one, for example, is I do want to automate the squeezer. We might need the squeezer for other tasks in the future. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but we might. And then how much seed oil do we get from, like if I just run 5 seeds through here, is that going to be enough to get it up to 10 and then drain this? Because I'd hate to waste 500 millibuckets of seed. So if that works, that would be swell. Is it gonna do anything? Is it on? Is it functioning? I don't know. What does it look like when it does something? Oh, it's got honey in it. Oh, right. Is that even what you do with seeds? Do you squeeze them? Do you have seed oil? That's why this is turned off. So we actually need to get the honey out. Oh, I don't know if I can. Oh. Yeah, no, this is why we need another squeezer, though. So we're going to go ahead and make another squeezer. I actually paused the recording because I expected that to take a long time. I want to say it maybe took a minute. Because all that goes into a sturdy casing is a ring of bronze, which I would have remembered if I had the ability to remember such things. Bit of tin and a bit of glass, and we've got the squeezer now. And then look, the carpenter is full of seed oil, so I don't want to break it. We'll just go ahead and use this carpenter here as part of this automation. But I wanted to automate a system with seed oil so that we could create things that need seed oil, because we're going to need to make a lot of things that use seed oil. So I figured that down here. Also, we're going to go ahead and lower where these cables are placed so that hopefully we don't like see them anymore. I understand that these machines are very unfortunately placed in such a way. Oh shoot, we're going to have to move this machine anyway. That's deeply troubling and upsetting. But such is life. These machines are built in such a way that if there's any kind of gap between them, you can kind of see down, and I hate that. But we're going to try to work within the constraints that the game has given us, understanding that it's not our fault the way that this is. We didn't ask for it to be this way. We didn't want it to be this way. This is just the way that it is. We are going to go ahead and convert all of this to nice, beautiful marble, like we should have done all along, because it was hideous before. And then we are going to grab out of our lovely bag of things, hopefully more of these. Yeah, there we go. We are running low on them, but they're not too difficult to build. So now we will run them along like so. And actually, now that I think about it, we might end up with like 2 layers, because some machines will be placed right next to each other, which means they'll be kind of stacked on top. That is irrelevant. Also, they're going to be coming out of the ground anyway, now that I think about it. Oh, forget this. We'll just go back to the way it was. It seemed like a great idea in my mind, but now it's just been ruined by reality, as is often the case. We're going to leave the gap there, though, because, well, why not? It seems funny, doesn't it? So what we're going to need to do here is we're going to need to create seeds. And in order to do that, we're going to need to grab an energy collector, a seed sample. We really only need 1 now. And we're going to need an energy condenser. Should we do an MK2? I'm going to say no, only because it's unnecessary. We don't need an MK2. It would be fine. It's just, it's a little bit much for what we're doing. And then we need to figure out the order we want to place these down in, because we're going to want to need the carpenter, and then the carpenter's going to dump into the squeezer using... We'll just go ahead and recycle these, because these are rather effective. They're rather adept at this. Is this the best tool to break them? Oh, well, no, because then that happens. Well, congratulations, everyone. We broke the squeezer anyway. It was going to happen. There was no avoiding it. So power has to go into the bottom, or into the side. And I guess the easiest thing is going to be bottom. So we'll have carpenter here, And then we will have the squeezer. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to lay this out. We'll have the squeezer up here. And then hopefully you can empty into the top of this. I didn't think about that. But there we are. There's that. And then we want to go from maybe right on top of here. This is, by the way, not going to be a pretty automation. I don't know if I mentioned that. We're going for extreme practicality here. And in order to get extreme practicality, we're going to want to go with... I mean, would a hopper... You know what? We do have a whole lot of these, and we're not using them anymore. Let's go ahead and grab some of the item translocators, because they just don't get used as much anymore, which is just... Oh, wait, they don't work with the energy collectors, though, do they? Is that what we learned? No, they do work with energy collectors. What was it they don't work with? Black hole units. That's right. So that should be seeds flowing pretty steadily into there, and there's no reason at all to add a glowstone upgrade, unless we're just feeling kind of cheeky and we want to do that. There we go. It's not going to make that huge a difference. Oh, can I not? Hold on. What if I do this? Okay, watch this. Now I can put them in there. Yep, there we go. They just went in as a single stack. What we love to see. So that's going to start condensing into seed oil, which, again, I don't know what a glowstone does. Does it do it like a whole bucket at a time if you do glowstone on one of these? I don't know. On the fluid ones, I couldn't say. But that's going to empty into there, and then hopefully that all works fine. And I don't know how else we could have made that more condensed using what we're using right now, but now we have infinite seed oil being generated, which is just delightful. That's exactly what we want. Unfortunately, nothing like the beeswax or the honey is automatable, which it makes sense. Or, no, I'm sorry, it's not condensable, I should note. So we got the centrifuge, and we do have this other squeezer here. Go ahead and get rid of this hopper. We no longer need it. At least not right here. We might need it later, depending on how this all goes down. But that looks like it's going to be swell. We can make as many now as we want to. Does this thing not go any faster? Is there a way to speed it up? There's an empty socket here. Okay, sure. Let's type in socket and see what we get. Absolutely not a gosh darn thing. Alright, well, let's just check at forestry then. I'm assuming there's like upgrades you can get. Sort of speed upgrades. If you spell it correctly, that goes a little bit better. Do you reckon it's these? And electrical engines and electrical stimulators? I mean, what do you reckon this machine is? Is it anything like this? Reduces output by 5 RF per tick and reduces intake by 1 EU. Increases production by 50%. Increases genetic decoy by 50%. Sorry? In stimulators, whatever that means. Actually, these look more like it. This actually is the shape of what we're looking at. Fits 4 electron tubes. Wait, what? Hold on, I'm confused. Basic circuit board fits one electron tube. And then I guess you put the electron tubes into these? Are we out of our depths? Are we very confused? Oh! Look at this, there's a whole chart! Oily and distilled, an oily distilled princess and an oily drone will give you a refined queen. Okay, we've just found like we found the cheat code to this. We found the cheat code to beans. Do you want a lapis queen? You gotta get a resilient and a water. You want a water queen? Too bad. You want a resilient one? Well, let me tell you what you gotta do. You gotta get industrious and you gotta get a robust. You want an industrious, you need a diligent and an unweary. You want to get an unweary, you gotta have a diligent and a cultivated. You want that, you gotta get common princess. We're gonna need to get a common princess. And then we gotta go from there, you know, because you gotta have common and forest in order to get cultivated. I don't know how into bees we're really going to get. I just wanted to make unique trees. That's all I wanted to do. I don't even care about the bees. The bees were a byproduct of wanting to make interesting trees, which is a process that so far has not gone well. The most interesting trees that we have, we just bought from a guy living down there with Napier, and now all the bees are attacking me all the time, and you do get whatever this is. We forgot to check that sapling from earlier. I'd completely forgotten about that. We did like a whole test thing with the sapling inside of here. It's a 2x2 acacia dark oak hybrid. Okay. Knowing that doesn't help me, other than the fact that now I guess I need 4 of them, which is kind of what we were already theorizing anyway. That's why we had these two side by side. We'll have to keep going on that. I did see this leaf here, acacia leaves, my eyeball. What do you reckon this is going to end up being? Let's see what we got here. Okay, yeah, no, that does look like an acacia sapling. Let's see if it's the same situation, though. Let's see what we got. We'll throw it in here, because we've got some honey to spare. We'll see what kind of comes up. We also have this slightly off-colored... What is this? Propolis. What do you do with this one? This one can be used to make an apiarist pipe. Or kind of just that. Oh! Pete! From a Goofy movie. I think we need to make another squeezer. Well, I mean, we have another squeezer. We can just use this one. But the reason I say that is because I would like to... Hold on, can I put that there and then just plop that there? And then we'll move this one. Oh, this one's got seed oil. I don't want it to go to waste. Let's go ahead and empty it out. We'll grab some more wood. And we'll just toss it in there and hopefully it runs till it's done. You know, we can always use some more of these sticks anyway, so that's good. Okay, so we'll let that empty. But then we might want to just go make another carpenter as well, and another squeezer, because this is going to be the 24/7 bee squeezer. So all the honey that we squeeze will go into a carpenter here, and then that'll be sort of like a dedicated one for that task, so we don't have to constantly take one down and pass it around. How are we doing here with this situation? Pretty much this... Oh, this is different. Oh, this is different! Acacia White Willow Hybrid. Okay. 1 by 1. It's small. It's slower. It's slowest. I don't know what SHY means. No idea whatsoever. But let's go try to grow this one and see what we end up with. Didn't we already kind of get one that grew into a white willow? I know we have two sort of white willow situations here. I think those are the ones we bought off that guy, though. That makes it sound so sketchy. Yeah, we bought a mystery sapling off some guy in a back alley. It is just an acacia tree, though. Like, it is just like this one here. It sounded like it would be unique and special, but then at the end of the day, it simply was not. Are you bothered by the fact you can't see the sun? Is that an issue for you? It doesn't mention it. It doesn't say that it cares. Maybe it doesn't count when it's just one of these, whatever these things are. Yeah, I understand the bees are attacking me, but I'm effectively immortal, so it doesn't bother me all that much. I just kind of tank it and go about my life. I don't want to get too invested in the bees. Like, I don't want to be caring about what they're doing. In fact, I would rather not care, although we did get some honeycomb from that one. These guys over here are my favorite bees. They don't do anything. They don't bother anybody. Every so often, they just produce an offspring, and it's funny. And, you know, I mean, let's see what this one produces. Let's see what kind of queen we get out of this nonsense. A forest queen. Ignoble stock. Wonderful. We've ruined it. We've ruined the forest queen. Here you go. You're going to be the honey squeezer. Have fun with that. No, hold on. We've got to do this first. I forgot. The centrifuge has got to be in operation. Right, no, we were in the middle of trying to figure something out over here. I'm getting so distracted. I'm getting so confused. Is this mentioned in the book? Speak of the devil, I did say I would have trouble finding it, didn't I? There it is. Wonderful. Apiarist's book. Is there any mention of machines in this? Genetics! Core? Oh. Circuit boards. Can be fitted with electron tubes by using a soldering iron. Once complete, they can be placed in the sockets on machine GUIs. On machine GUIs. I figured it out. Use a soldering iron to remove them from a socket. Okay, so I guess at that point we want to look at tubes. Electron tubes can be attached to circuit boards using a soldering iron. They have many purposes displayed on the tooltip, which depend on the circuit type selected in the soldering iron. Once soldered, they cannot be removed from the circuit board. So I guess it is a matter of figuring out which types would benefit us. So if we go back to that first page on the list here, do any of these look like we're not running an automated farm here. Electrical stimulators. What does that mean? Automated farms. Manage gourd farm? I don't want a shroom farm. Or orchard. See, I'm looking for something that'll speed up my machines. Rubber plantation. Speed boost 2. Socketed machines. That might be it. That might be it. Increases speed by 25%. Increases power use by 10%. Increases... See, that's probably what we're looking for there. We need to look at machines. We're looking for machines. Is that... Okay, this one goes on machines. Decreases power use by 10%. See, might be good to have one of those. And electrical engines, we're not dealing with engines, no engines, no engines, no engines. So it really does seem like these are the only two worth building here. So this is going to increase power use by 10%, but also increase the speed by 25%. But then this one will decrease power usage by 10%. And if we could put 2 of those on an enhanced circuit board, which there's no reason not to just go directly for enhanced, we have what it takes to build that. Heck, we can make the refined one and put 3 electron tubes on it. What is this one? The I mean, well, let's just make that! That makes the most sense in the world! Add that bad boy on there. This is just built inside of a carpenter. And then we could, like, put 2 of these on here. And then, you know, put 2 of these. No, put 2 of these and then 2 of these to offset the power increase by these. So 0 power increase and then presumably 50% increase in speed unless they stack. In which case it's 25 and then 25% of that. But I don't assume it works that way. I assume it's 25 and then another 25 on the base. And then we just need a soldering iron. Is that what that is? That's a pipette. It's definitely not a soldering iron. Okay, look, in my defense, the soldering iron looks like the pipette. Okay, and you cannot tell me otherwise. So, maybe not today, but something to do in the future. Okay, carpenter, got another one of those. Squeezer, got another one of those. And we can go ahead and set these up down here. And also, you've still not grown... Wait! Where did you come from? I thought I got rid of all of these things. I was about to say, oh, you haven't regrown your wool yet, have you? You ought not be here. Don't be banging at me. How are there yet more of them? What is damaging me? What am I taking damage from right now? What is hurting me? Is it the bee? It's the bees above me is what it is, because there's a beehive right above me there. I figured it out. Listen. This is a world of chaos is what it is. This is a world of chaos and disorder. Let's go drop these sheep off. I would not be shocked if someone hasn't taken them in yet. It would be wonderful if we got down here and there's someone just... Nope, no one down here yet. There you go, little friend. Enjoy your life, your new life. If I find another sheep in here, I'm going to assume it's some kind of conspiracy. I've watched this whole series. Look at that. I've watched this whole series. I know what's up, okay? You don't just have a bunch of chickens show up and it's not some sort of an evil thing, right? Actually, now that I think about it, let's go check on the chicken machine, because I wasn't joking. I didn't turn it off. At least not to my knowledge. Let's go make sure it's not out of control down here. No, it's still running. The whole system seems to be working quite well. Liquid meat, we're doing well on. We've got plenty of liquid meat. And then in terms of pink slime, we've got plenty of that. And the machine is running flawlessly, which is what we like to see. Okay, take me back up to... Do we have one for the Space Center? It really needs to be renamed to, like, the Bee Center or something like that. Even though that is a name that makes no sense whatsoever. Maybe the Beehive? No, that's terrible. This isn't connected visually, but it is connected practically, I suppose. I would prefer it be connected visually, though, which is what we want. So there we go. And then we have this. And then I do have another squeezer here. This is more so like a secondary, like a backup. So this is our, like, general purpose carpenter here is what this is. Can we... there we go. Get rid of that. General purpose carpenter here. Get rid of that recipe or something. I don't know. I'm sure it doesn't matter. This is going to be the dedicated to making things like impregnated sticks carpenter. Just leave this running. The squeezer right now is our limiting factor, but I think we know a way to speed that up, so it's going to be fine. This one's going to be dedicated to honey, as previously discussed, so we don't have any honey right now. That's also item transporters, and that's just not going to work. Does this work better? This is also incredibly slow at breaking these. I don't remember if Brashiat ever found a way to make those faster, but gosh, they could really use it. Do we have any liquid ones? We just need the 2. We don't need to get crazy. Put the 2 of those on, and then I still don't think there's a reason to do this, but good golly, Miss Molly, if we're not gonna do it anyway, there we go. That's what we'll be doing honey now. Speak of the devil, I've got a honey drop here for you. We're not gonna do that, though. We're not gonna... That would be silly. We are going to, we're going to hold on to that and use it inside of our pocket analyzer here in the future. But there we go. So we now have infinite seeds being generated, infinite seed oil being generated here. We don't really need this running. all that long. We don't need many more of these sticks, honestly, right now. I suppose if we wanted to automate the construction of those sticks, we could just do this again, but then also have maybe right next to it an energy condenser and that, and just making like logs and pumping them in here. That would be pretty basic and pretty easy to do. But we are running out of room on this wall, so we might need to consider, if we're going to get really serious about automating certain bee things, what we can do is we can have them be automated in the factory and then just pipe the results over here. For right now, this though is fine. For right now, I can easily see a future where we have 8 squeezers dedicated exclusively to making seed oil being pumped into a carpenter. You know, I can see that future. And then, actually, it's being pumped into several carpenters. Maybe one that's automated, always producing these sticks, and one that's automated, always producing... You know, the sticks are obviously being pumped into an auto crafter to make impregnated frames. I can see it going that way. I can see us ending up in that position at some point in the future. But then again, will we? Because are we going to keep doing the bees? The bees were... all we did bees for was we wanted honey. Do we want honey that badly now? And then now look at us. Where's this gotten us? I'm out here with a gosh darn pocket analyzer. I'm dropping in honey. I'm trying to figure out if what I've done was bad. I think we've ended up with a worse bee than what we had. 6 generations in captivity. Its inactive stats are the same. Its active are like so. I think we actually need to breed this one with something a little bit more interesting. Okay? Let's maybe breed this one again with one of, oh, you son of a gun. With one of these. We're gonna breed it once again with an ender drone. Just to see where that gets us. I don't know what's gonna happen as a result of that. We're just kind of figuring things out as we go. Close that menu. I don't need to look at it. Let's see what we end up with here. Okay, it's gonna be like a 6th generation in captivity forest queen. I'm thinking that maybe it matters more the queen, the drone. Right? When you breed it. I think that might be a bigger deal. Maybe I'm imagining that, though, and it's a complete fabrication of my mind. I do not think that there's a reason to put bees down here, though, anymore. Like, I don't think these are doing anything. I don't think that does literally anything, because there's still bees flying around. So I don't know... But there's no bees flying around. Oh, well, that's why. Just do this again. Just see what happens. Maybe I should stop with the bees until I get plenty of good bee feedback. If you've previously left good bee feedback and you're like, geez, Reese, have you not read that? Not yet. You know, time is a funny thing. And even though we're all watching this on the same day it was created in December, maybe I'm in some sort of a time vortex, kind of recording these in advance so they'll be out while possibly, you know, I'm enjoying the festivities with family. We're not at that point yet, but at some point we will be. So, you know... Let's not break the illusions or anything. Till next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye! Howdy there, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese. Merry Christmas to you all, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure Extravaganza. Now, I do want to let you know that at the end of today's video, we're going to have some behind-the-scenes sort of discussions that are going to be taking place right here where I am, just zoomed in on my head like it currently is. We're going to discuss the lighting situation. I know it wasn't great in the last video, and it's not going to be great in this one. We're also going to discuss a real-life TEKKIT thing that I did, which was fun, and is what prevented me from being able to take a shower until after this video is recorded. I'll explain why at the end of the video. I was going to do the whole thing now, but then I thought, you know what, even though there's timestamps and you could just skip all this, I'm not going to make you do that. Just at the end of the video, take about 10 minutes to discuss it all, okay? But for now, I want to focus on a couple of things today specifically. I want to build all of this. I want to build these blazing electron tubes, these golden electron tubes, these intricate circuit boards and soldering irons. But I also want to correct something that I did wrong in the last video. We literally read that you can get a bunch of different queens if you have a common queen as your starting point. And then we read that you get the common queen by breeding together the meadows and the other one that is very common. Please be that one, forest. And then we just didn't do that? We might have done it once. I just remembered I was editing the video and I was like, why did we do like just regular, what were we doing with the breeding? Also, I noticed something last time. Okay, I thought that there was some sort of weird shape around this one when I was in the editing, but I guess there isn't. Like, some sort of, like, this thing here was highlighted for some reason. And it very clearly isn't, and I guess I imagined that. But just know that once these queens have done their business, we will go ahead and get back to breeding as was instructed to us to do in the book. And at that point, we should start getting a little bit closer to what we're actually after. I'm just waiting on this to get done so I can toss those in there. What else do I need to do? I was also going to go ahead, and because we have a lot more impregnated sticks, I thought we could maybe take this opportunity. You know what? It's not worth the effort to pull out the other backpack and then pull out the Philosopher's Stone. I'll just fly up here. I'll get the string. It's all in caps for reasons I could not explain to you. And we will make a few more of these, because I noticed that not all of those were loaded up there. So we'll just grab as many of those as we can muster. We're going to have some leftover impregnated sticks, and that's fine. We'll probably use them for something else in the future. What are the uses? We could make a tile worker. It creates patterned ceramic tiles. That's actually interesting. And a proven gear, which can, of course, as you know, be used in the construction of a woodworker, or a panel worker, or probably any other number of similar things from a mod that I don't know if we're going to get into, if I'm quite honest with you. Remember, all of this bee nonsense is unnecessary. We don't need fancy bees. We just need to breed trees, and even then, we kind of don't really need to breed trees, because we can just go buy whatever unique trees we want off that guy. Okay, so there we go. We got a forest princess, and a forest drone, and now we've got that stocked up. Was this one full? This one was full, so it was really just that one that needed some. Well, that's fine. We've got some leftovers, and they do tend to go down over time, as we've noticed. They don't have infinite durability, so it'll be good to have some backups. So let's figure out what the deal is with this here pristine forest whatchamacallit. Well, I mean, should we toss her in the analyzer? One thing I was wondering is if I run the princess through this analyzer, and then we put it inside of the portable analyzer, and I know there's not really any reason to do this, but will it show us all of the extra information without consuming any additional honey? Because remember, this gives us way more information when we run it through the portable analyzer than we get out of here. So now we want to pair her with a Meadows drone, and we have to pick the right one, because we've got a few different options here, and I don't know if any of them are better than any of the others. And they might... here's the thing. We know that these are going to be pretty bog standard. Actually, we already know that these have shorter life, lowest worker. Yeah, get out of here, slowest worker even. We can at least test these other two. But what I'm ready to find out, because remember, all this is going to give us is this information here. Which actually looks like most of the information. Okay, 1 generation captivity, shorter life, slowest worker. Normal, up 1, I don't know what that means. Normal, none, flower... diurnal, nocturnal, tolerant flyer. Tolerant flyer is a great trait to have, but if I open this up and we put her in there, right? Yeah, okay, it doesn't take any honey, and it will give us the additional information. So if we wanted to use this to queue up several different bees and then not think about it, although it's instantaneous in here, we could just do it instantaneously as opposed to waiting. But I guess this is good for automation. Maybe if you have some sort of advanced bee automation setup situation where... yeah, I don't know. Your bees are automatically being extracted and then analyzed and then dumped in a chest for you to come inspect later. But even then, if you have to put them in here to find out the rest of their information, like you're not getting whatever this is out of that. Or whatever this is, or whatever this is. So let's see, tolerance, up 1, so that's what the +1 means. Humidity levels are normal, nocturnal, tolerant flyer, diurnal, cave dwelling. Does diurnal mean daytime worker? And if is diurnal the opposite of nocturnal? Because diurnal kind of sounds like day. I know, I'm a grown man, I should just know these things, but diurnal never came up. Nocturnal came up plenty of times. No one ever mentioned diurnal of or during the day. Yeah, well, at least we sussed it out ourselves. We used logic and reasoning to determine the truth. So that's good. That's a worker that works day and night, which is an improvement over some of the other ones that only work at night. So that's a great trait to have. That's 24-hour bee action. And then out of these two... let's see what we've got. Who do we want to breed it with? So if we pop that in there, it's got some inactive ender traits. I don't know if that really helps us at all in any way. It does have that 1 up to tolerance. All right, a pretty good choice. What about you, though? What have you got? You are shorter, slowest, slowest. These are, again, the active ones. I don't know how the inactive traits play into things. It's up one. It's diurnal. It's not nocturnal. This one, likewise, is diurnal and nocturnal. So this one's better. We've figured it out. We've sussed it out here. This one is okay. So we probably want to get rid of that one. I'm not saying, like, get rid of it, like a sort of situation, not a, like, pluck out the stinger and pull off the wings sort of a thing. But we probably do want to go ahead and breed these two, because both of these have a couple of useful benefits to them. They're both diurnal and nocturnal, so they're day and night workers. They both have +1 up to, flying tolerance. This could give us a very interesting sort of queen. Maybe. Okay, pristine forest queen. It's not what we were looking for, but she's got all the stuff. She's got all the highlights. Good gosh, if she's not just extraordinarily hostile towards me. Does not like me at all. See, this one's done, so now we can do sort of the same situation there, but in reverse. And this one's done as well. So let's once more head underground, and this time we are going to use our pocket analyzer, because it is just faster. Although, I'll tell you what, because I'm less interested in these three, we'll toss them in there, and we'll just get those when they're done. But we should have some honey drops that we can use here, as well as some less useful things. Beeswax, useful if we want to build the big beehive, or whatever it was called. Honey drop, necessary, don't know why I threw it in there. Toss that there. Hold on, everything's getting a little bit chaotic. Pulsating, not at all useful. Alright, you. I'm fueling you up. Tell me about these two. Tell me about this one. See, nothing great going on here. Nothing fantastic in terms of the active. All of this we like to see. All of this we like to see. That's all good. You're good. What are you? What is your situation? You are... Oh! Ooh! Hold on. What was the fertility of this one? So this one's got double fertility. How curious. How very curious. Not nocturnal. No, not nocturnal. So we might want to find one that is nocturnal and breed it with that one, and maybe we'll get, like, its offspring will be nocturnal. Possibly is how that will work. I don't know. This one was nocturnal. Good. And a tolerant flyer. Great. But I also noticed that flower type is end. Did any of the other ones have that and I just didn't notice? This one's flowers. I don't remember what the other two had, and I wasn't really checking. This will have to go into the end hive then, because it's the only one with end flowers nearby. See, well, we are learning so very much here, and that is good to know. But you need to be paired up with, or no, rather, you need to be paired up with one that has sort of nocturnal, and then maybe its offspring will also be nocturnal. So, are any of you nocturnal? Of the available ones here... Possibly, we just don't know yet. I noticed that the Sinister drone is, but... Oh, you know what? We could probably check these here, and one of them might be. Let's see what we've got. Let's check this one first. So, diurnal and nocturnal. Good. +1 to flying. This would be a good pair for that one. Is it better than this one? Yeah, because this one is... Ooh. Higher fertility in the active. Flower type. Hold on, wait, what was your fertility? Yeah, your fertility is lower. I think it's more important that this one's offspring, though, be nocturnal. So I say we're going to pair those two together. And then you were flowers. You're also flowers. You are not flowers, you are end. But maybe your offspring can be flowers if we combine it with a flowers one. Who also has pretty good fertility. And, ooh, are you nocturnal? You are. These are our pairings, then. This is what we'll go with. And I'm actually going to pay very close attention this time and to make absolutely certain that I'm putting them where they need to be. So first off, right over here, we're going to just go ahead and do this one right at the gate. You are a tolerant flyer and you like flyer. Okay, you got to get out of there because you like flowers. You're in the wrong hive, okay? You, on the other hand, you love this end nonsense, and you're going to mate with this one here, and we're going to, see what becomes of this here Meadow Princess. Hopefully, she produces something interesting. I don't think we're going to get a common queen until this dies and we get the princess, I think is how that works. You were pretty good with flowers, but I feel like we do just have this queen here that we probably need to put back out. But I'm really curious to see where this pairing goes. You know what? We'll put this queen back in here. Yeah, she's just going to continue where she left off, being a hostile little... You have nothing. That sounded so... aggressive. You have nothing! You are nothing! That's not what I meant. That's not how I meant it. We're gonna go see if we can find some more unique trees. Something else I want to do. Actually, you know what? No, we're not. Here's what we're gonna do with this hive. Alright, right now its two closest trees are lovely, but also not at all what we want. So we're gonna cut both of these down. Lovely trees. Again, absolutely beautiful. I would love to not be attacked right now, but I don't know if I can do anything about it without building some sort of, like, bee outfit. What I want to do is we're going to pick a tree, and we're going to see if we can't figure out how to, like, which two trees... All right, you know what, let's start with jungle. Let's say we have jungle sapling, okay? So we got jungle sapling here. What are the uses? Is there... that's farming, fermenting, carpenter... World transmutation? Okay. Fuel. I was trying to see whether or not it would give me a list of the sorts of things that it could be used to create, but I guess what we'll have to do instead is work our way backwards. So if we go to sapling, and we just pick something, I want to pick the most basic thing, right? Is it hard to get a balsam fir tree? Common elder, mundane lark. Okay, common elder. Silver birch, common beech. Silver birch. I guess we're never going to be able to figure out how to make one of those. Common beech, though, is apple oak. We have one of those. Silver birch, again, can't figure it out. So is it just not going to tell me how you go about getting some of these? Like a common yew is a mundane lark, which red spruce, we have one of those. And again, silver birch, or apple oak. So, theoretically, if I put an apple oak sapling and a red spruce sapling over here, alright, and we're going to tag both of those, we have a chance to get a mundane lark. That's an option for us if we wanted to pursue that, and it kind of seems like that might be our only option, because those are the only trees we've actually managed to get. So I think you are the... Hold on, what did I say it needed to be? Red spruce? Yeah, you're the red spruce. So, will breaking the leaves of a regular tree using the proven... Are you restored? There's a repair talisman in here. I didn't even think about that working on a proven grafter. How about that? Are you gonna, like, give me the sapling? You are. A red spruce sapling. Okay, good. So we'll plant one of those over here. And then the other one that we needed, hopefully that's far enough to the side, although it does grow pretty wide. The other one we needed was the apple oak sapling, which I believe I planted right here. Yeah. So that'll hopefully be apple oak sapling. Lovely. We'll plant it. Does it need to be, like, right next to it? I wonder, like, does the distance between them matter? Let's get some bone meal. We might have to trim away some of those other trees there. I, again, refuse to look up anything about this. We were about to fly off and just try to buy some more saplings from the folks in the village there, but we're going to do this instead. So hold on. They are not going to be active if they cannot see the sky, I think. Yeah, no, they need the sky. They love the sky. The sky is very good for them. So there we go. Straight shot to the sky. They're back to stinging me, because at the end of the day, they do hate that I exist. And, ooh, look at that beech wood. I bet you that looks good. Red spruce sapling. Wait a minute. Isn't that what I planted here? Where did I get a second one? Why do I have two? Oh, I guess just now. Well, we can't condense those. We can condense all of this, though. Beech nut. That's from that song. The country boy can survive. He wants to spit some beech nut in that dude's eye. And, well, good song. Let's have a look at this. I like that. I like it. It's got an interesting color to it. I might like that better than what we've currently got. It's certainly a little bit brighter. I think this has good vibes. I would use this in building for sure. So there you go. And we made this one ourselves. This is not one of the ones that we purchased. So now we're just waiting on something interesting to happen here, I guess. More honeycomb. We're not going to spend a whole lot more time out here, other than to say, look at what we have wrought. We are getting way more honeycomb these days, which is good. I think it's because of all those little things that we stuck inside there, sort of increasing that. Can we not get down here? Goodness gracious me. Toss all that in there and have it processing again. And then let's go ahead and figure out a pair for this one. What is y'all situation? Not great. Not a great pristine forest princess. Although it does have a slight bump up to tolerance, and it is nocturnal, and it's dual daylight, if you will. Okay, this has got... Okay, well, we're going to breed these two together is what we're going to do. Did they come out of the same hive just now? I don't think so. I think they came from two different places. That's good. Oh, not you, sorry. Yeah, look, another honeycomb. See, it's working so well right now. This is great. We're gonna have so much honeycomb. What did we get? Forest Queen? Again, I don't know if we're going to get anything into, like, a common queen. I think we'll end up with a common princess after the queen's done her time, as it were. But also, if we throw this back in here with the repair talisman, we should be able to, yeah, literally watch it get repaired. Awesome. Well, I guess we will not be making our way over. There's bees above the ceiling. We're not going to be making our way over to deal with any traders today, because now it is time to set aside all of our buzzy nonsense and focus instead on building some speed upgrades. Specifically, I'd be interested in getting the squeezer running a lot faster, and then also adding like an intermediary pipe, like a storage container to store a lot of this seed oil. Maybe we don't need to do that. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see whether or not we need excess amounts of seed oil. I'm kind of thinking ahead to when we move a lot of that automation to one of the floors of the factory over here and just create like a ton of everything. I think that could be a really good time. But for right now, let's go ahead and focus on getting rid of that and then focus on these. So I guess we'll start with the soldering iron, because it kind of seems like that's one of the more important things we're going to need here in order to make any of this happen. Based on the reading we did in the previous episode, kind of seems like that's all very necessary. And that was going to be made out of iron and bronze. So just like every real-life soldering iron, in case you've never seen one before, made of just those two materials. And that's it. That's a real thing that I'm saying right now. I'm not being funny. That's... I might be being a little bit funny. And when I say funny, I don't mean funny haha. Did I get the recipe wrong? Your bronze, your iron. It's correct. What do you need? Do you need water? You need water. I'm assuming 2 buckets. It probably said how many buckets. The last thing we built in here needed 2 buckets. We're adding 2 buckets. We're going to see what happens. There we go. So with the soldering iron getting created, now we need the intricate circuit board, which is going to actually hold everything. So that'll be redstone, gold, and more water. And then I think that while we have this open and we're going through here, these are pretty similar recipes, aren't they? Whoa, now wait a minute. Hold on now. What am I looking at? Wait, hold on. Oh, I need a thermionic fabricator. Is that so? Okay, let's figure that out then. What was it? Hold on, I've completely forgotten what it said. What are you called? Therm. There it is. Yeah, I didn't figure there could be many things with that recipe. That'll be very straightforward. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and grab the soldering iron. Is there a way to quickly clear this out besides just left clicking? It doesn't appear like there is. We'll get this queued up to go. There we go. And I think it said 1 thing of water. Was I wrong? No. Yeah, there it goes. Cool. We'll leave that going. And we will fly over here at apparently 15 frames a second to start work on this new tool that we're going to need. It's going to be 4 gold, a Christmas present, or a chest, a bit of glass, and a sturdy casing, which we have plenty of. Just toss all that in there, pull in the recipe. I'm sorry, what? I have a chest. Oh. I did just grab the first chest I saw, and that happened to be the dirt chest, which is never what you want and not what you need, and is also basically useless. So there we are. We have plenty of places to plug this in. Hopefully it works with the same power I'm assuming it would. It would be insane if it didn't. So you should be getting plenty of juice. No recipe, that's fine. Didn't anticipate. There we go. And then now we need to grab, looks like a bit more gold and redstone, and then a bit more redstone and, ooh, okay, blaze powder. Absolutely. But wait a minute, hold on. I just noticed a wild card over here. We need liquid glass, sand. Is the sand used to make the liquid glass? Is it an either-or situation? I don't know. It looks like you can't make it in a squeezer or inside of a bottler. It looks like you have to start with liquid glass in both of these instances in order to end up, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it kind of just goes around in circles. So perhaps it's just a case of getting some sand and getting some redstone. We're going to just grab stacks of this stuff, getting some gold. We don't need stacks of it, and then some blaze powder. It doesn't hurt to just, you know, go all out here. So if we put all of that in there minus that, do I just put that up there and then maybe something happens? Are you going to make liquid glass? Something tells me no, because that would be too easy. So everything is in there. Okay, no, this is happening. Interesting. Missing liquid resource. More liquid resources needed to be supplied for operation. And yet it's going. So I wonder if it is the case that this over here indicates that it is currently cooking up the sand. I think we should probably make a second one of these, because it looks like this is going to take a while. And if it is in fact working, I'd like it to go ahead and... because we're going to make 2 of both of these. It's going to be a hot minute, I think. So we'll just get another one of those. It's a good thing we made so many sturdy casings. They've really come in handy. Wow! I got so turned around just then. My goodness. No explanation for that. I just felt a little dizzy. So we'll take that, and then we will take about half of everything in here, except for the gold. We'll leave the gold because the gold will only get used here. Oh, did it work? I guess it did. We have plenty of liquid glass now, and we've got 4 golden electron tubes. So it looks like that's just going to keep going, possibly. That's good. We'll make the blazing ones over here now. We'll just kind of throw everything in here that we need for it, and that'll start operation. We might... I don't know how many machines... like, it looks like... really, only the squeezers can use these? Unless the slot is just different looking in the carpenter. I don't know if you can put one there. You can tell it goes here because it's colored such, and it even says empty socket when you hover over it. But you don't really get that inside of this inventory. No inventory space? Empty the machine's inventory. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I didn't mean to upset you there. But we've got our 4 golden electron tubes, and then right over here, I wonder if it reaches that middle point, whether or not that's when the liquid glass is made. That would explain why there's that middle point there. Possibly. Yeah, okay, so that's full now. And then we also immediately got this. I wonder if we need to be concerned. If when that reaches, like, maximum, is it going to blow up or something? Is this adjustable? No, it kind of looks like a dial is the reason I asked. I'm sure it'll all be fine. Now we just got to figure out how to attach these. Oh, there we go. Okay. Put that there. Fits 4 electron tubes. Amount of tubes does not match the size of the circuit board. Well, that's because there's none in there yet, okay? Should we take that out and, like, go through these? Hold on, what is that? Electrical engine, stimulator, machine upgrade. That's what we want to do. So we want one of those. And then remember what we arrived on was that we would do 2 of each of these. The idea being that this increases... hold on, wait. Is the golden electrode tube not the one we wanted? An electrical socketed machine... oh, socketed machines, there it goes. Decreases power use by 10%. We want that because one of these increases speed by 25%, but also increases power use. It doesn't matter that it increases power use. We have infinite power, but our thinking was if we combined the 2 of these and the 2 of these, we could get 50% speed increase, depending on whether or not it stacks or if it goes back against the original, is the best way I can think of to describe that off the top of my head. Like, is it 25 and then another 25% on the original 100? For a 50% speed increase? Or is it 25, and then another 25 on the 125 you've already got? I don't know. But then you could negate the effects of the power use by using 2 of these to kind of offset them. Something else we could do, though, now that I'm looking at it, is since power is not an issue for us, we could just put 4 of these on there and double the speed of each machine. We could do that. There's nothing stopping us from doing that. Let's go with our original plan, though. Just for right now, and there we go, so that's done. It immediately moved it down here, and we can just go ahead and, I guess, plug it in and see what happens. So, you kind of get a look there at the speed of that thing, and when we toss this in, okay, when we drop this in, I mean, that doesn't really look any faster. Visibly, it looks the same. But maybe if we come over here, right, to the... here, right, let's get some honey, okay? And let's put just like a drop of honey in this one. Okay, that's your standard speed, and yeah, that is quite slow compared to this. This is noticeably a bit faster. But now I kind of want to test the wacky plan of... Oh, okay. Right. I see, it only holds 4 at a time, so you can't really have an infinite number of them being generated. That means I have to, like, have maybe something that manually extracts these for me if I want to automate it, which... we have so many things that can do that. I don't know why I said it like it was like, oh, I don't know about this, folks. I'm not too sure. Make me another one of these, please. What do you need? More gold and redstone? Yeah, absolutely. I'll get you some more of both of those. Gold, redstone. What do you want? Do you want some more water? We're gonna make at least 2 more of these because I'm having quite a good time with the experimentation here. So, meanwhile, I think I just accidentally placed it down some, or it just did the sound effect. That was odd. I wish you could put them in here, but it doesn't look like you can. It looks like that is for emptying things into here. That is the output, and that is for maybe sometimes you need to put the thing up there to make the thing. There's no way, apparently, to speed up a carpenter, which is why I guess we just need lots of them. This is interesting. This is interesting. Okay, so we've got our new one. And we are once again going to use the soldering iron, so right-click. And we're going to make sure we set this thing... Wait a minute, hold on. Did we forget to do that on this one? Socketed circuit board, socketed machines. Yeah, no, I guess it's fine. I don't guess it matters. But I'm pretty sure what we want to do is tell this thing, hey... Electrical simulator, machine upgrade. Machine upgrade is what we want, and then we want to put in not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 of those. Once you put that 4th one in there, it just goes. There's no coming back from it. So that's going to be a doubling of the speed, okay? So if we take this one out, which you can do with this, apparently. Ooh, but that damaged it. But the question is, if I put it up here, is it going to be... Oh, dear. I guess we know where he gets his laugh from now, don't we? Goodness gracious. Okay, this is the one with all the speed boosts. Take a look at the regular vanilla speed. Now look at ludicrous speed. It is faster. It's twice as fast. Boy, it doesn't feel like it's making that big of an impact, does it? It is, I guess, going to fill this up now. I don't know. We'll put this other one in here. It only works in squeezers! That's upsetting! We'll make one more for this one, too. Here's my thinking, right? If this one is automated and therefore always running, like constantly until this is full, we probably don't want it to go at full speed. We probably would rather have this one in there, and because it's going to use less power overall, and therefore it's not going to like drain all of our power. Meanwhile, things like, we're just waiting on that to charge back up. Things like this, which are only used for like in bursty operations, that can go full bore. I don't mind. I don't mind. You don't mind. And in fact, that's my position here with this one too. Okay, so we're going to set this one to machine upgrade. And then, you know what? If we've got a whole lot of honey that we need to process, to heck with speed consumption, we want that done really quickly. So this one here is also going to get the ludicrous speed upgrade. And then the rest of these, heavens, do we put them in the chest with the bee stuff? That almost feels wrong, and like we shouldn't do that. We should probably put it all over here inside of this chest. So we have all of our speed upgrades, and it looks like a pipette. I almost called it one, knowing full well that isn't what that is. It is not a pipette. I can confirm. So let's load up all of these honey drops that we've got inside of here, and let's go check on our bees one more time. Remember, I don't care about the bees. I really don't, and we didn't start all this to get into bees. This wasn't my intention. I just wanted to make cool-looking trees. We wanted to get to purple heartwood trees at some point, and instead I ended up doing bees. I don't know how this happened. I feel like I got tricked, but these are decisions I made myself. I played myself. Which is just sad. But how are we doing with the bees? Okay. Couple of regular old bees. Couple of bog standard old bees. Lots of honeycomb, though. And then what about you? Once more, bog standard bees. Let's figure these out. Lots of honeycomb. We're getting somewhere with the honeycomb, finally. You're going to take a while. That's good. I actually prefer that. Don't have to think about it as much. Well, we've got 6 drops of honey. We have 6 bees. So let's see what our situation is. What have we ended up with? Okay, good. Yep. A lot more in terms of the fertility is at 2. It likes flowers. It has ins effects, whatever that means. It's only diurnal, so that's not great, but there's you. If we pair you with your own offspring, are you going to get... No, not diurnal. To put you over there. What about you? What are you? What's your story? Also not diurnal. Get out of here. What about you? Okay, yeah, diurnal. Good. This one's good. These two are bad. Not diurnal. I think we ended up with fewer diurnal bees than we started with, which makes me wonder how inactive works, and whether or not it plays a bigger role than I thought. But I tell you what we're going to do, is we're just going to put these back in here in more or less the exact same way they were. So, you know, meadows with the forest. Wait, well, hold on. I forgot to check. Were all of these flowers? Forest with the meadows. Oh, wait, no, that's a common princess! We got a common princess! I didn't even realize it! We've got a common queen who likes flowers, is a decent flyer, you know? That's wonderful. We've got a common queen at long last. You like flowers, or hopefully you don't like the end. Oh, thank goodness. That is wonderful. We actually managed to get a common queen. It sounds like a ridiculous thing to be excited about, but gee golly, I am. I'm very excited about it. You got any honey for me? You did not disappoint me. Thank you, Forest Stock. Now that does it for today. Remember, we're trying to breed trees. That's the only reason we're breeding bees. We don't care about the bees. We just want the fancy trees. And hopefully, you know, this is going to help us get there at some point. And that common queen might be the first step towards getting some really interesting, unique bees. But for right now, we're not worrying too much about them. What we're going to do now is discuss some real-life things. So thank you, folks, for watching, if you don't want to stick around for that. But it's behind-the-scenes time, so let's get behind the scenes, folks. First things first, I want to talk about the lights. Hopefully it's a little bit better, but in the last video they were way too bright, and in this one they might be way too dark. And that's because, like I mentioned previously, I have to sync up the brightness of these with the shutter speed on my camera, which really limits the amount of options I have for how bright or how dim they are, because I have to go in these big steps, and then my camera, you know, I can only do so much. I can adjust the shutter speed, but it is in big leaps, and I can adjust other things, but hopefully this is a little bit better. I know it's not ideal, but I did get that PWM switch purchased, or the PWM dimmer, to replace the dimmer it came with. I'm stuck right now with like a little remote that only lets me change the brightness in pretty big jumps, and once I have that PWM, I can do nice, smooth adjustments, and no matter where it's at, it won't be flashing because of how pulse width modulation works. I also noticed that because of the way I built the ring of light, it creates quite a harsh shadow on my face under my hat, which we didn't have before because the two lights I had were both kind of like here, just out of shot, beaming directly onto my face. Now, I had hoped we wouldn't have that problem with the ring because there's light coming in from the sides, but the light at the top just does such a good job, you know, producing a shadow, and these lights just aren't close enough, I guess. And I might be able to change that by squeezing them, but I don't know. The purpose of the ring light was to help more evenly illuminate me and also my background, to sort of help make the green screen effect look better. I know it looked okay in the videos, but I wanted to make it look better on the live streams too, and the only way to do that was to just get more light on the situation. And it hasn't really worked the way I had wanted. I mean, the green screen on the live stream does look a lot better. You can no longer see the outlines of my shirt, like wrinkles and things, so that's worked out. But the shadow on my face isn't good. Now, I did have a bit of LED left over that I thought about trying to affix somewhere directly in front of me. So we'll still have the ring light for illuminating the backdrop and my clothes and getting more even lighting on everything, but also we'll have a light just going on my face like there used to be. And it should be pretty simple because they're just white LEDs. There's only a positive and a negative to worry about wiring in. And while I've never soldered anything before in my life, I might be able to solder a couple of wires to this and then put it maybe like in front of me over here or something. I know right now you can see it literally on the camera, but not on the camera. It won't be like, not that dumb, but kind of like maybe somewhere around in here. I might want to add a second dimmer to that though, so that I can independently make it, or maybe something that makes it a little bit dimmer than these lights, because staring directly at those, that's not too bad actually. That's not, but I've got to figure this out. These are cool. This is called like FCOB, I think. So instead of individual LEDs, all the LEDs are behind this thin ramen strip. It's what it looks like. It looks like a ramen noodle. So it does a lot of diffusing by itself, so you don't get super harsh lights. You can't actually even see, if you look directly at the LEDs, which I don't advise because they're rather bright, you can't see the individual LEDs. They're very clean. So figure out how to mount this somewhere, maybe below, maybe even on the bottom of the monitor. Once I have it wired in and can actually see the light and the effect it has, I'll be able to figure out a better place to put it. But just somewhere where it gets more light directly onto my face, because when you do that, you can see it gets rid of that harsh shadow that obscures my face. So I'm going to get that fixed, but I have to go buy or borrow a soldering iron, practice soldering. They might have some kind of like pre-made clip situation you can get, but I'd rather learn how to solder because I think it'd be useful to have for other projects. I'll get that soldered and mounted somewhere, and we'll go from there. I have to figure out orientation. Oh, I guess I just match number to number. That's what you do there. Yeah. Okay, no, I figured it out already. I figured out what the positive and negative are. Oh, it even says positive and negative on it. All right. Figured it out. The other thing I wanted to talk about, and I kind of teased this at the beginning, I did real life TEKKIT. I said I hadn't taken a shower yet. That's because there's no hot water. Folks, I'm going to show you something. What do you reckon this is? What do you think that is? That is a heating element from inside of a water heater. Mine, it's not supposed to look like this. So the other day, I came home and there was no hot water. And I went and looked at the water heater, and the water heater looked okay. So I checked the panel, and the breaker was flipped. I was like, uh-oh. So I flipped it back on. Nothing happened. The water heated up. I took a shower, no worries. Well, it kept flipping the breaker. And then yesterday, there was a tiny little leak. Now, nobody panic. Nothing got flooded. When I say there was a tiny little leak, I do genuinely mean I went to check the... I noticed the breaker was on, but there was no hot water. And I was like, that's weird. And I went out, and there was a tiny leak coming out of the water heater. A tiny little leak just like dribbling down the side near the lower... If you've ever seen a water heater, there's two panels, the top one and the bottom one. Both of those house a thermostat as well as a heating element behind them. So the lower thermostat kind of housing was leaking. And I said, uh-oh. So I turned off the power. I plugged in a hose and did all the rigmarole of draining the water tank. And then I was like, you know what? Looking at where the water was coming from after I pulled off the panels covering up the elements and everything, I realized it was leaking out around this. And I thought, I betcha, because I'd also noticed that in the lead up to the heater failing, the water was getting really hot, like hotter than usual. And I thought, well, maybe a thermostat went bad and it melted the rubber along the base of this, and that's why it started leaking. I was just kind of spitballing, but I found that you could order a tune-up kit for your water heater that comes with two of these heating elements and two thermostats, because there's two thermostats and two elements, one at the top and one at the bottom. It's very interesting. Technology Connections has a great video about how water heaters work. I think that's where I saw that from. But I kind of already had a bit of water heater knowledge from that video, and I thought, I can do this. So I bought that little upgrade kit, or the little tune-up kit, and I bought the socket you need to fit around this and break it loose. And yeah, I took the whole thing apart, and as soon as I pulled this out, I was like, oh yeah, that's probably what's wrong with it. The fact that it's literally cracked open and the coil on the inside is leaking out and it's covered in goo. That might be what's wrong. I sent a picture of this to my friend who said I might need to change out inside of the heater. There is a, what was it called? An anode. That's what it was. It was an anode. A sacrificial anode. That's what it's actually called. What a wild name. But it's literally a rod of metal that goes into the top of your water heater. And what it does, and the way that it works, is because your water heater is all made out of metal, it wants to corrode. It's always in a state of wanting to corrode, or rust, depending on what it's made out of. But corrosion tends to be what your water heater materials want to do. They want to corrode. And so the way you prevent that is by putting the sacrificial anode, which is just a rod of metal, and there's various different ones you can get. But it corrodes instead. It corrodes over time, sacrifices itself up, so the rest of your tank does not. and you're supposed to replace them. It depends on the model and how often it's used and a lot of other factors, but you're supposed to replace them about every 4 years is what the internet says. I've never replaced mine. I called and talked to my dad. He didn't even know it was a thing. The only reason I know about the sacrificial anode is because I sent a picture of this to my friend Trace, who said, you probably want to replace your anode. And I said, what? So I looked up some videos, and it's not hard. You just, once again, they recommend draining the tank. I think turning off the water supply and draining it out a little bit might be necessary, but because it's at the top, as long as there's not pressure, I might follow the instructions for this one. Turn off the breaker and do the whole 9 yards. But I'm going to get one of those, and that'll be tomorrow's project, because today's project was replacing both of these and both of the heating element. Sorry, this is a heating element. Both heating elements and both thermostats. Got it turned back on. I have hot water cooking right now. I've tested it already, and it's lukewarm. I didn't want to shower before the video because I wanted it to be hot. So now I can finally go, and for the first time in several days, take a not cold shower. People like cold showers. They say that they're bracing. They could be right. They could be crazy. It might just be a lunatic that you're looking for. I'm not one. I like warm showers. The cold showers, I'll tell you what, once you hyped yourself up for them and you got in there, after about a minute or two, your body adjusts to it, and it's like jumping in a cold pool. But I don't want to do it anymore. I want a hot shower at the end of the day. I'm finally going to be able to go have a hot shower now. But I do need to replace the anode, apparently, because clearly the anode is no longer sacrificing itself. This, I guess, is what took its place, and I don't want the new one to become like this quickly. So we're gonna go ahead and replace that as quick as we can. And I'm going to throw this thing away now, because who knows what's in this. I think it's just metal and things, but also at the same time, it could be highly dangerous, poisonous compounds or something like that. I don't know. I will definitely be washing my hands before I eat or drink or, like, lick my finger or anything like that. But that was some real-life TEKKIT I did today. It felt like real-life TEKKIT. I was like, okay, I'm going to pull off the heating elements, and I'm going to pull off the thermostats and replace those and screw in all the wires. And I had, like, my little voltmeter, and I was checking to make sure I had 240 volts, coming into the element. And then when I turned it all on, was there 240 volts going into the thermostat and all that. I was like, oh, this is so cool. A sacrificial anode sounds like a thing you'd do in TEKKIT. It was a great time. And I'm very, very, very grateful that I was raised by a father who taught me to fix things and not just buy new ones or replacements, because, that's the first thing I think a lot of people would think of. Oh, my water heater's broken. I guess I have to go buy a new one, and they're not cheap. You can get cheap ones, but to get one of, like, a decent quality, we're looking at hundreds of dollars. And I was like, I don't have hundreds of dollars right now. This was $35 for a kit that had, both of the heating elements and both of the thermostats, and then there's probably going to be another 40 or so for a giant anode. But pound of prevention, ounce of cure. Wait, other way around. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That's true, and I'd rather spend, $60, $70 now to keep the heater I've got going for another few years than buy one. So, thank you, Dad, for teaching me from a young age how to fix things, how to diagnose problems, and for never telling me not to try things, but always telling me not to electrocute myself. Dad, you're never going to watch this. I might send you this section of it. Thank you so much. You've been you're an incredible man, Father Howdy Folk. Thank you so much for everything you've done and everything you've taught me. And I don't want to cry on camera, so I'm going to stop. Thank you, folks, for watching. God bless you. And I will see you later. Goodbye. Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome to another video. A TEKKIT video. Merry Craftmas! And today, hopefully the lighting is a little bit better. If you watched the end of the previous episode, where I talked about a whole bunch of behind-the-scenes things, I did get the sacrificial anode installed, and I did get those wires soldered, and that little bit of strip installed, and it helps a little bit, but I couldn't figure out where to put it, so it's at the bottom of the monitor. I think what I'm going to have to do is undo the work I've done, add a separate dimmer, so that I can dim the lights here and the light down there separately, and have these be dimmer and that one be brighter. I just wanted to simplify my lighting setup, and I've now made it much more complicated. If you're a channel member, though, I uploaded a short where I It showed off my very first solders. They didn't last. As soon as I went to mount the LED strip, they just broke right off. So I had to spend a very long time cleaning off the pads and then resoldering it. But it's all there, and it's all cinched into place now with zip ties, so hopefully we'll be fine. I'm trying to kill time because this is taking a very, very long time to load in. Now, normally, this is caused by whatever mod makes the NPCs and the buildings and the plot, whatever mod that is, tends to cause load-ins to take a long time. Or at least, that's what Brashad Cub said at the beginning of a previous video. And I have no reason to suspect that he lied about that. So I assume that that's what this is, and we just kind of have to be patient, and eventually there we go. Well, there we go! Perfect timing, in fact. Wonderful. So I'm curious to see, because, you know, like he said, normally that means there's new story content, or at least there's been new things built. And the issue is, there is so much, if we, like, open up this menu for a second, it normally causes the world to load a little bit more quickly in the background. But the issue is, there's so much already going on that I'm not even sure where you begin to look for changes or new or different things. The dwarf lands look pretty much the same. I don't know about, like, the villages and whatnot. I suppose we could go check in with them and see what's up. All my trees seem to be looking good, which I like to see. Anything new with... Nothing new with the pigmen. Nothing new in the... Oh, that's new! That's new! That's a prison! Someone has constructed a prison on my island. This what it looks like. It's got massive bars. Maybe it's to hold animals? What is this? What on earth is... Oh! Oh! Okay, there's new railroads. Oh, that goes, like, all the way over there. Hold on. Oh! Does it go into the ground? It looks like it goes into the ground. Okay, we'll have a better look at this here in a minute. It looks like it just kind of stops here as well. It kind of just looks like a hill it's going into. Okay. No, we got to see what this is all about, though. That's odd. That's very... This, whatever mod this is, it's very strange in that the characters in the game seem to recognize what I'm doing and they hop to it, you know? That they get involved. Spurious! What's up? Hello to you too, Spurious. Lovely to see you. What is this? What inspired the railroad? I assume that you three, maybe more, built this? What? Why? We couldn't let the pigmen get the upper hand. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Oh, and there's pigmen here as well. I can't help but notice that they have not built their railroad over here. I wouldn't be surprised if they made me do it. But they are over here. Oh, and they have one of their little nether golems. These are much smaller than the ones that allegedly Napier purchased from them for his army of the Republic. Hi, guys. How are y'all doing? y'all just staring at me. Working hard or hardly working, eh, Reese Crafts? Napier! Napier, did you build the structure? Were you behind this? With the help of the other villagers? Yes, well, I gotta say I like it. You got weird-looking diorite. Diorite. Diorite sounds like something you would eat either to lose weight or to help, like, clear out the colon, you know? Are you feeling a little bit backed up? Try diorite tonight. Diorite will clean out your colon like you wouldn't believe. Don't eat diorite. It's a rock. Unless it's an edible rock, like diatomaceous earth, which you can eat. Apparently, it's good for killing, like, intestinal issues. Again, consult your doctor. Consult your doctor, consult your nutritionist, consult your dietitian, consult, you know, talk to WebMD. Don't take my word for it. I own some. I use it for killing insects. You can sprinkle it on the ground. When they crawl over it, it punctures their exoskeleton and they dry out and die. Great for ants, by the way. Very effective. Very effective, and it's non-toxic. So it's like if you have pets or whatever, or you're gonna be in the space, just sprinkle a little dirt down there. It's pretty effective. Sorry, I've gotten way off beat here though. It looks good, Napier, but weren't you working on the orphanage? I didn't notice, but is that finished, or why'd you come do this instead? This seemed the more pressing issue, what with Craftmas right around the corner. Of course, Craftmas is like Minecraft Christmas, where I guess Minecraft Jesus was born to ultimately die for the sins of Minecraftia. I don't know what the reasons behind it are. I'm nowhere near the rails, Mr. Railman, but thank you, Railroad Man. He's called Railroad Man. I want to see this! I want to see this in action! I'm gonna go for a ride on this. Hold on. This is great. This is gonna save me a ton of time if I don't have to, like, manually do this. Oh, is there no... I guess it's not finished. I guess eventually the rails will come in here and hook up to something. Should I get involved in this? That's the question now. I don't know how any of these mods work. If any of you have experience with TEKKIT 2 mods, let me know. But if I now start building in here, will that mess up whatever sort of pathing or build automation they have going? Am I going to mess this up if I start, like, adding to it? Like, if I expand this track out here, is that going to be an issue? I don't know. I think you can get into it and then just push forward, and that'll kind of get you started. This is interesting. This is very different than the way I was doing it. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, and they changed my design. They made it all look like on the bridge, I guess. Okay, so I guess you don't have to have redstone directly underneath every single booster track. And now that I say that aloud, that's something I knew. We knew that from the buttons, because you can have several of them coming away from the buttons. But I think I have vague memories. Oh, this is nice, the way it goes underneath the trees. This is actually lovely, and it looks like we might be heading towards a cave or a tunnel or something. But the way that... Oh, wait, are these lights? It's got, like, lime lights underneath it. I think that I remember from long time ago, in the days long gone, that you could do that. Oh, good gosh, what the heck? Okay, weird diagonal tracks. They seem to work okay, though. Aside from the fact that we glitched into the wall, but aside from that... Oh, there's actually some kind of, like, structure up ahead. It looks half done. You know, it looks like half the wall is... I guess it has to be. In order for us to get through it, it would have to be partially missing. And also, it's got, like, a weird, angular sort of situation there. I don't really know what's... Oh, well... I'm very confused by this entire setup here. Oh. Okay, there we are. Yeah, those are lime. Why lime? Why lime? That's a weird choice for Enderman. You would think purple. Although I guess purple kind of looks like the portal frames. Then again, most portals are pinkish purple, aren't they? Everything end and nether related. I wonder if there's a connection there. Is this going to be the ticket booth? Okay. I guess this is where you set out from. Sure. Is there any reason? I guess there's a bit of green in the eye, but it's not lime green. Oh, it literally is. It literally is lime concrete. That is funny. I hear some kind of static. I think that's just in my headphones, though. That might be down to the overall complication of my entire setup. This is cool, though. This is fantastic. I hope that when I log out and log back in next time, normally it doesn't happen like every time. It's like every few logouts and logins. Every so often, you will end up with something new, and I'm hoping that the pigmen do their own. Okay, well, I was actually going to work on the rails today. I was going to take a break from bees, but I suppose we won't. We did get a comment that I wanted to look at, though, from someone on here called Gather Dev, who recommended that we build spectacles. All they said was craft spectacles. This was on episode 78, so Wicked Witches. I know at one point Brashiad had mentioned wanting the glasses that let you see lag, so I don't know if that is what the spectacles are for. But, oh, that's them right there, I suppose. Unless it's this. Spectral arrow? Definitely not. Charge meter? No. Should we just, like, it's just spectacles. Okay, hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. What do they do? Where to see pollinated leaves and errors on multi-blocks. Those are two very different things. Pollinated leaves and errors on multi-blocks. It's a multi-purpose sort of a thing. Okay, well, that's not exactly what I wanted, and it's odd that they would comment that on an episode that didn't contain bees, but I appreciate the recommendation. Thank you so much, GatherDev. I do appreciate that. We're gonna definitely give this a shot here. Do we have any glass panes remaining? Doesn't appear as though we do, and that is fine, because we can get glass, and with 6 glass, I'm going to show you folks a little crafting tip here. Did you know that in Minecraft, for some time now, going back quite a few versions, if you take 6 glass, and you put it here, you can get 16, I don't know why I'm doing this bit. This isn't even a good bit. This isn't a funny bit. There we go, spectacles. Oh, have I equipped them? I just right-clicked them. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious me. They don't quite line up with my face. It looks like I'm wearing them. Me and my brother had safety glasses on the other day, and he wore his down by the edge of his nose so that he could, like, look up and see through them. And every time he spoke to me, he looked at me like this. And it made him look like this sort of snotty, stuck-up, like he just didn't have the time for me. And that wasn't what he was doing, right? That was just how, he was just like, you know, so he could see me past them, but the way that he did it every time made me laugh, and that's how I feel right now. Why do we not eat berries more? We never have to eat, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, wait, how do these work? Where to see pollinated leaves? What, differently than how I normally do? They're normally quite visible in the overworld. How is this going to be any different? I don't see pollinated leaves. Are they supposed to look, like, visibly different? Are they supposed to give me, like, more information? And I don't even see pollinated leaves right now. It's been some time since we've had any, now that I think about it. This seems like a waste of time. Also, I'm sure none of the bees are operating right now. Yeah, no, none of the bees are operating. But we do still have a common princess, and we need to do some analyzing here to determine who we should be breeding it with to kind of get the best results. We want to get more common princesses. We want to get more common queens. That's sort of our end goal. So I'm still not sure how useful spectacles are because they've yet to prove that they're really doing anything at all. Should I look them up? I'll look them up here in a minute. I'm really not seeing any differences. It's not saying that I have to do anything. When on head, +1 armor. Very handy. What if I just hold them? What if I hit leaves with them? What if I take my eyeglasses and I just walk through the forest and hit trees with them? A perfectly normal and rational thing for a person to wonder about doing. Remember, this was the 2 we were trying to cross here. We were trying to do something with red spruce and the apple oak, and nothing has happened yet. But we have high hopes. We've got high hopes. We've got high apple pie in the sky hopes. That is a little song that you might have heard sung by some of the ants that were dying in the diatomaceous earth. Previously mentioned diatomaceous earth. Okay, give me some honey. We do have some honey left in the analyzer, so if we wanted to, we could go ahead and run some bees through there. First off, I don't need to know much about the common well, now you know what, we'll go ahead and run the common princess through there. That's fine. That is what it is. We'll let that happen. How are you doing? You're not even the correct machine. You might be? You are. Good. Okay. Once this one's done, I really would like to have a look at some of these. Hold on. So, common princess. If we have, like, just a hover over her and we hit uses, bee breeding, that's the recipe. That's the recipe. If we look at common princess and we look at uses, though, it produces honeycomb. If we look at breeding, okay, all right. Cross it with the forest drone or a meadows drone to get a cultivated queen. I don't know why we want a cultivated queen. We can pair it with a modest. Pretty much anything we cross it with is going to give us cultivated, is kind of what it looks like, unless we have a cultivated, at which point we could get noble or perhaps even diligent. I don't know the difference. Ooh, we could get a tricky one if we cross common. Oh, but it has to be a common drone with a sinister princess. We only have a sinister. Okay, that's fine. Baron? What, like over a piece of land? In some sort of feudal system? I don't... Cultivated again? Cultivated again? More cultivated? It kind of feels like we just need to pick the best meadows or the best forest drone and see where that gets us. So we're not going to do that anymore because that took a really long time. And if we just have some honey drops, we can learn much more information much more quickly. So now that this one's been studied, though, we can just drop it in here. So this one will produce mysterious comb and honeycomb as a possible produce, which is interesting. And don't know what any of that means. No clue whatsoever. But if we have a look here, it is daytime, nighttime, fantastic. Inactive cold? Why cold? I can't make it cold. I don't want it to like the cold. Don't produce offspring that like the cold. Inactive is ender. We want to move away from that. All of these are good. I would like this gene to be passed along if possible, but it's an inactive gene, and I still don't know what that means. I still have no clue. Well, let's say I crossed it with one of these here forest drones, right? Let's pop that sucker in there. What are we going to learn about this fella, huh? We're going to learn that he has active forest, inactive meadows, longer lifespan, slower production. Slowest better? I think we want to move to faster production. I think you want long lifespans and fast production unless you're doing breeding. That's that, because you want him to die quick if you're breeding so you can just get on to the next generation. This fella here, sort of the same situation. Not nocturnal, though. Was he nocturnal? I can't remember. Okay. He was nocturnal. This is our pairing. And then I'm just going to throw the rest of these in there willy-nilly. I don't really care. Are there enough flowers around here? It's going to be okay. Here you go. Common princess. Forest drone. We're not really looking to get anything other than a common queen. Well, hold on. When the common queen is done, I would like... Yeah, we did get a common queen. That's great. I would like to get a... Do we want to go diligent? Is that what comes next? Do we actually want that? Or do we want to have... I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. Pick random meadows princess with random forest drone. Lovely. We should probably continue crossbreeding, because I just feel like it's going to be better to have commons. So let's get rid of this absolute plethora we have in here, and grab... We need 2 more, right? We'll get 2 of these, and we'll get 2 of these, and I'm not even going to look at the stats. I'm not even going to pay attention to the stats, because at the end of the day, I don't understand the stats. So we're just going to throw these in here. None of these hopefully none of these or need ender plants. Did it mention either of these needing ender? This one likes flowers. This one I don't know, but it seems pretty happy. It's not bothering me. It's not complaining about anything. We'll just kind of assume the best here and hope for it. And we'll leave the bees alone for today's episode. That's enough bees. I kind of hate how the start of every single one of these episodes now has bees. I hate that. I don't want to do that anymore. Because it's going to start feeling really samey after a while. You know, like, oh, another episode of TEKKIT 2. Guess we're going to have to go look at the bees and Reese Bees confused again. We're not doing that anymore. Jeez, I really was planning on working on the railway. I don't know what to do with myself if I can't work on the railway. There's got to be something else. What if we just found something and we just built it? I was going to say pumpkin pie. Wait, Minecraft just makes... Oh, it's festive. Right, I get it. Never mind. No, I figured it out. There's like 38 pages of mods in here. We're bound to find something intriguing. 38 pages of mods in the pack. 38 pages of mod. You take one down, you path it around. Get it? What's a chute, and how does it vary from a hopper? Let's find out. I have no reason to build one, but let's see. Build, craft... Shoot. Apparently it's just a slightly faster hopper, which is not useful to me at this present juncture. So we're not going to build one. Oh, there's an idea. Oh, there's a great idea. What if we built a computer? Hold on, what is that? CC tweaked? Hold on, so that's computer craft. Hold on, at computer craft. Tweaked. Maybe that part's not necessary. How do you go about, let's see, do you just build a computer, and then what about a monitor? Advanced monitor. What is the purpose of an advanced? I just had a great idea. Oh, it's just like a regular one, but it has color. Okay, well, unfortunately, it doesn't have a... Wait, is that just a glass pane and gold? Build that! I don't know what the difference between a regular computer is and an advanced computer, but we're building an advanced one as well. We might as well. We have no reason not to. Let's see, advanced computer. I wonder if the advanced computer is necessary for the advanced monitor. It's a computer that has mouse support and can use color API for screen color. Okay, alright, well there we go. There's no reason not to build the gold ones. Look at them. Okay, so we need lots of gold, we need a bit of redstone, and we need some glass panes. Okay, well fortunately, glass panes, even though they don't have an EMC value, I'm going to show you guys a really neat trick that some of you might not have known about. If in Minecraft, you have 6 pieces of glass... I don't know what my problem is either. I wish I did. I apologize. Okay. Stacks of panes, stacks of gold, and stacks of redstone later. We are able to build an advanced computer, and I think these are a multi-block. I don't know how big you can make this. Where should we do this? Should we do it in the basement? This is the ultimate basement theater PC setup. That's what we're going for. Alright, so check this out. We're gonna just lay this out here. Yeah, they're multi-block. Do they combine with the one underneath? Yes. So what we can do is we can create just a massive screen. Look at that. It's a little bit broken. And then do we just hook the computer up next to it? Okay. Use monitor to run a program on an attached monitor. Okay, alright. Monitor. Oh, I have to name the program. I don't actually know how to craft anything in CraftOS. Creating a Hello World program is a simple task and does not require much knowledge in Lua or Computercraft. Yeah, I think this uses the Lua language. Or format? I don't know computers. I mean, I know computers! I can build a computer, I can format it, I can install Linux, I can, you know, sudo apt update, or yum, DNF, whatever. Flatpak. That's where it's at. Okay, so apparently what I want to do is type in edit hello world. Oh, here we go. All right. So text utils. Yep, there we go. Slow print. And then we can say whatever we want. But what if instead of hello world, we did howdy folks? Is that right? Did we do it right? So now we can hit control and then save. Saved to helloworld.lua. So then I think if we just do monitor hello world. Oh. Do I have to do it on here? Hello world. Yeah, no, I made it. Hello world. Oh, there we go. No, I'm spelling it wrong is what I'm doing. Howdy folks. Okay, monitor. Oh, I have to name the monitor? Monitor, name, program, arguments. Maybe the monitor's not even hooked up yet. I hadn't considered that. I just set it next to it and expected that to work. Oh, it does actually have an output on the back. It looks like it's got a VGA and then some sort of serial port. Maybe. I don't know what the big pink ones were. I never got into that. I only know VGA. I am old enough to know VGA. Do I have to actually hook it up? Doesn't look like there's a computer cable here. What are you? Networking cable? But that's not... I mean, you can put video down a networking cable. We tried for the last several episodes, and it didn't quite work for us. That's less of a network cable issue. I'm still using that network cable. I'm using it for the USB connection. Hold on, I'm opening up the monitor here, okay? Okay, I think I figured it out. I think what we actually need to do is type in monitor right, and then hello world, and then stop adding two, because that doesn't make any sense. Oh, it worked! Howdy, folks! I think we missed the bit where it typed in slow. I know this from the terminal. If you just click the up button, it automatically fills in whatever the last command was. Yeah, we kind of got to see it. Gosh, it is... For being slow print, it is very fast. Hold on. Let's try it one more time. You ready? There we are. What else can we do? Hold on. I noticed that it came up here a second ago and it said adventure. Is that like a text base? Oh, you can also hit tab to finish filling it in. Again, I use Linux a bit. I mean, not a bit. I use it a lot, but I don't want to portray myself as some kind of expert. All right, I just know my way around a terminal a wee bit, okay? Let's see what happens. Running adventure on the monitor right. You are standing in a frozen tundra. It is daytime. That is cool, but useless if I have to engage with the screen here in order to type my responses. Maybe cool if I had like a group of people on the server with me. Can I do this in hold on, if I get out of this and I go into, there we go. I don't know what I thought that would accomplish. I really don't. How does this work though? Hold on, okay. I can't do this. This is not going to work. Hold on. Exit. Can I exit program? Did that work? Can I clear? There we go. If I just click adventure, no such program. Oh, adventure. You are standing in a pine forest. It is daytime. There are trees here. I wonder if this is super basic or if this has been updated to implement some like recent AI advancement. Let's find out, shall we? Let's see. Look around. Look around. Look. There's no AI present. There are trees here. Walk to tree. That... Check inventory. You... What? What? I don't think that I asked about tea. It's the only problem. Hold on. Okay, alright. Sit down. It's so bad. It's so bad. Exit. Please exit. Okay. Let's start over. Let's get a different prompt. You are standing in a grassy plain. It is daytime. There is some stone and a chicken here. Eat chicken? You don't have any chicken. But there's a chicken here. There's a chicken here. There's some stone. Okay. Pick up stone. You need to mine this ore. Okay. Mine stone. Mine stone with what? Mine stone with chicken. You're not carrying a chicken. Mine stone with pickaxe. You're not carrying a pickaxe. Find pickaxe. Oh my gosh. Is this like Minecraft logic? Is that what this is? Is that what I'm getting? Is that what I'm getting wrong? Maybe I'm confused. Hold on a minute. What if we punch tree? The tree breaks into blocks of wood. We figured it out, everyone. We're playing Minecraft. Crafting table. You don't have the items you need. Okay. Turn wood into planks. What do you mean? What do you mean you'll think about it? Craft planks. How about that? Crafted. Crafting table. Crafted. Craft sticks. You don't have items you need to craft some stuff. Yes, I do. I thought you... crafting table. Oh. Craft more planks, I guess, because I must have used all of the, You don't have any items you need... Okay. Punch tree. Tree breaks into blocks of wood, which you pick up. Craft. You know what? Hold on. So we have one log. Do it again. Now we have 2 logs. Craft planks. And then we'll do it again. Okay, no, I guess we crafted all of them. We're figuring this out as we go. Craft sticks. I hope this doesn't turn them all into sticks. Craft pickaxe. Okay. No, that's fine. It turned them all into the sticks. That's fine. Punch tree. Yep. Craft planks. Okay. Craft pickaxe. Craft wooden pickaxe. Mine stone. Mine stone with wooden pickaxe. How did people survive when these were video games? Dropping some stone which you pick up. Craft sword. You don't have the items. No. Craft stone sword. Craft cobblestone sword. What do you mean I don't know how? Craft wooden sword. Punch tree. Craft planks. Craft sticks. Do I have cobblestone? From the Run! From the shadows a creeper appears. From the shadows a spider appears. Run! Run away? Why? Run north. You You were standing in a forest, it is night, and there's a spider, a skeleton, a pig, and a cow here. There are trees here. Attack spider with, hold on, we gotta be specific. Wooden pickaxe. The spider dies. Attack, what else was there? Skeleton with wooden pickaxe. The skeleton is injured by your blow. Attack again. You don't, okay, hold on, do it again. The skeleton dies. Attack, hold on, let's do the same thing, except we're gonna go in here and we're gonna delete the bit about the skeleton with, I think it said there was a pig here. The pig is injured by your blow. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. How tough is this thing? There we go. Ugh. Eat pork. Pick up pork. Eat pork. That was delicious. Exit. I think what we've learned here today, folks, is that maybe gaming back in the 80s was a challenge. That was great. That was fun, though, and there was some funny bits. I enjoyed it. Weird way to play Minecraft. Okay, so there's one more thing I want to do, and I don't know if it still works. I've looked up the instructions for it. It was in here back in the day. So monitor right. Secret. A long time ago. No such program. Really? Is it not in the game anymore? Oh, apparently you have to find it as a treasure disc now. Okay, yeah, I guess a floppy. But specifically like a treasure disc. Also, floppies. Seeing floppies called discs is funny. I don't think we've ever found a floppy disk treasure from a dungeon before, have we? If we have, it would probably be inside of here. And it could well be. There's enough items here that I wouldn't see it. So I guess we better just type in, like disk? And then just see if it gets highlighted. That seems to have grabbed all of these. What are you, an empty disk from Steve's Carts, Logistics Pipes, Turbine, Disk Drive? Probably gonna need that if we actually find it. I don't see it in here, though, which means we have, in fact, not found it. Not giving up hope, though. Where might we find, I mean, what are the odds we're gonna track it down? Is this thing still going? Yeah. That would have been great. I would cheese it in, but I don't want to cheat, you know? I don't want to copy in. Also, I didn't see it, so, you know, who knows. We know that there's this dungeon down here. No, we don't. It's not here. We're wrong. It's over here. That's okay. Let's see what we got. No, where the heck is it? It's over here. Yeah, we've already gone through this one, though, and we didn't find anything of worth or value to us down here. We've pretty thoroughly cleared this one out as well. There doesn't appear, at least, to be anything else around here. I don't know why I always get the destruction catalyst instead of using this thing. You can very easily use this thing, you know, even if it's completely powered down. Nope. I guess it does get a bit more than a destruction catalyst, but it's quite easy to use. I don't know why I don't use it. Oh, look at this. How about that? Yeah, no, there doesn't appear to be any more dungeon around here. The only other alternative I can think of to doing that would be to, not do that like an absolute boob. Depower that. Now it would have made an absolute mess of things. Okay. Alright, here we go. I was gonna say, it's possible if we just kind of fly down a bit, because I don't think those things are very far down. Maybe even, like, at around this level, if I had to guess. If we just, like, power this thing up, and just start going in a direction, I imagine we would eventually come across one, right? Because there's two in relative short order to one another, kind of right in this immediate vicinity. So, also, this is a crazy way to mine. Look at the size of the mining we've been doing. Also, there's just a ton of nonsense here in my inventory. We're gonna need the bye-bye bag for this operation, because I'm not going to go do anything with all of this ore. There's no reason to go do anything with all of this ore. I don't really need any of the EMC there that badly. Alright, let's go. What the heck? Oh, we've immediately stumbled on caves I've already explored, I guess. Boy, it's dark! My video settings all the way up? Yeah, brightness is all the way up. It's just dark. Charge forward boldly! Just keep right-clicking. You'll get somewhere eventually. Maybe by seeing through the world, we'll eventually notice something of interest or use to us. What are we doing right now? Like, really think about what we're doing right now. We're trying in vain to hopefully, maybe, possibly find some sort of... Oh. Well, this is unexpected. But also not useful. We're not gonna find what I'm looking for down here. Yeah, it's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. As much as I would love for it to, and as cool as it would be if we did, we're not gonna find it. I don't know, maybe we have to wait, and some opportunity to locate it will present itself in the future. Okay, well, like before, not dealing with any of this nonsense. Not worth the effort. We're just so far beyond the need for any of that. We got a big screen TV down here, though, that we can't do much with, which is a darn shame. Yeah. Oh, well. I was gonna play Star Wars in ASCII art. It's pretty cool. It used to be in there back in the day. I don't know why they got rid of it. Apparently you can find it in a dungeon. It's kind of anticlimactic. We were gonna sit here and watch that, is what we were gonna do. And now we're just not going to, because I hope you folks enjoyed whatever that was. We did build spectacles and built a computer. What do I do next? I don't know what to do next. Maybe we should do something for someone else. Maybe we should be charitable and spread some Christmas or Craftmas cheer. In fact, I know exactly what we're gonna do next. We're gonna help... Don't be sassy. We're gonna help everyone's favorite dwarf. Baz! You're about to get a Christmas surprise. Hopefully it changes that little attitude of yours. Next time! Till then, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye! Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and Merry Christmas to you all. Each, every single one of you, man, woman, and child. Welcome back to TEKKIT. Let's get wild. Today, no bees. We're not doing anything to do with bees. We have one singular focus today, and that is on our friend Baz. We are going to go look at that here in a minute. I didn't notice that. I did notice once again signing in that it took a while, but I wasn't anticipating some sort of new, weird, like, modern art installation inside of the world. No, but we're gonna be spreading Christmas cheer to our friend Baz. Baz is normally not in the best of moods. I don't blame him. All he's got is this fishing spot, alright? He just stands out here with a fishing pole all of the time. He does nothing but fish, and he lives in a tent where all he's got is a bed and a lamp, and he's so blue. Everything is blue. He's got a blue house with a blue bed. Blue is the color of all that he wears. Blue are his lamps, and the ocean is too. He's got hair, and it is so blue. So we're going to, I mean, look at this. He's even got, like, Baz's balsa, and it's kind of blue as well. It's more gray. But that's just as bad, honestly. Blue might be outright, like, sad, but gray definitely implies a lacking bit of joy. And then also, we're gonna help Baz in another way, because I just noticed there are, like, a ton of chickens out here, and nobody wants that in their lives. Nobody wants a bunch of chickens hanging around. Because that can only mean one thing, which is that Mother Clucker has his eye on you, I assume. I don't know if all chickens are affiliated with Mother Clucker. It's just sort of an assumption that I have. My gosh, there's so many of them as well. Why are there so many chickens? Is this a regular vanilla Minecraft thing? That there are just a ton of chickens everywhere all of the time? This is insane. Do they breed naturally in the wild? I know how to breed chickens. You know, even in real life, it's pretty much the same thing. You just give them some seeds and then you stand back. There weren't this many when we started this game, surely. They've got to be, like, getting their own seeds out here is what's happening. There's so many! This is irrational, the amount of chickens. Do you reckon these are some excess that escaped from the killing machine in the basement? That I want to throw out there have not turned off, okay? It's the one thing. It's the one thing that Brashiat did that I can look at and say, I agree with this decision, absolutely. Although I guess you could argue it is bringing more chickens into the world, which is a bad thing, because they are inherently just evil. Look, there's two more here. They're just springing up faster than I can kill them. They're like rabbits. They're like the emus in Australia. The Australians fought a war with the emus. I understand that it wasn't an actual literal war, but it's much more fun to think about it in that context, right? Like, I like to imagine all of the emus gathered in one particular place, and they elected a general, and they started, like, building up a hierarchy, and they had a strategy for invading, I don't know, like New South Wales or something like that. Are there emus in New South Wales? I don't know where the emus are in Australia. They could be in any one of the states. They couldn't be in all of the states. I have no idea. Are there emus in Tasmania? Seems unlikely. They might be, though. I don't know. Are there any in Queensland? Possibly. Who can say? I guess if you're Australian, let me know. I cannot believe that this is the start of this video. I started this video declaring that there would be no bees, okay, and the intention was immediately to get to the nonsense with Baz, and this is what we've been doing instead. But I feel like this is a public service. Again, unless Baz is like, dude, I love chickens so much. Those chickens were my friends. I spent hours out there plucking grass and collecting seeds so that I could feed and breed the chickens. That's enough. I think that that's enough chickens for now. If there's more chickens out here, and they somehow managed to avoid me. I mean, look at this. We've got 42 chickens, confirmed. 42 chickens. We got some feathers and grass and eggs. Should we look at this? There are more. We're not going to worry about it. We're not going to worry about it right now. Should we have a look at what's going on here? Because it looks like they might have finished the building. I am impressed! I am very, very impressed, Napier. This actually looks good. You've done a good job blending, like I don't know, modern and classic architecture, and it's interesting. It's odd. It's odd looking, is what it is. But I like it. Yeah, absolutely. No, it is good. What do you do next? Are you gonna go finish the orphanage, or what are your plans? We'll be dividing labor between the docks and the Senate chambers. Senate chamber. We're gonna have Senate chambers. Why are we? What are Senate chambers for? For the Republic. Sure. Why not? Sure. Look at this. This is amazing. Tower of the Eye. Oh, good. They've taken my pricing scheme. I don't have any currency. We have to figure out how to earn it. If you figured out how to earn currency, let me know down below. But yeah, we got departures and arrivals. This is absolutely incredible. I don't know what mod this is. I don't know who designed this, but they did a bang-up job, because this is great. Howdy Folks Industries! Welcome to Howdy Folks Railway! That is wonderful! Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Look at this little fella. Fort Pork, what's up? Hello, sir, and or madam. Bless him. Bless him. He's such a little tyke. Look how small he is. Okay, well, look, we have to take a ride on this thing. What is burning? What is on fire? Oh! Oh, good, it has fire in it. Okay, well, look, we're absolutely going to take a ride on this real quick. And then we're going to go deal with the other thing that I said we were going to go do today, okay? We've got to go take a cart ride first. Let's see, departures. Here we go. Is this going to be okay? No, I think you actually have to be all the way back is the issue. Hello? Give me this thing. What do I need to do? I think you actually have to, like, be all the way back here. There we go. Okay. It's a little bit broken. Oh, yeah, it doesn't like corners. It's underground. I had not thought about that. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. So instead of going over land, which I guess might have been more complicated, did I just catch on fire for a second? Because you'd either need to clear out swaths of land and level the terrain, or else adjust the track to go up and down with the terrain. It looks like instead they took the route of just a tunnel, underground, subway style. I like this. This is actually fantastic. I'm worried about these corners, but apparently we're okay and we're not on fire for long. And then I still don't know where that one's going or what its function is, but we've arrived. Well, that is fantastic. That is just absolutely wonderful. So everyone's hooked up now except for the dwarves. And I still don't know if they're gonna be hooked up. I know we talked about building a sort of bridge, I think maybe along in here somewhere, because this is like the shortest point here in the river. Just building a bridge across and having them walk over. But I don't know, now I feel kind of bad. Also, it took a really long time for that fire sound effect to fade out. Did you notice that? That was annoying. I suppose it'd be very easy to build just a dwarven train coming out of there and then dropping people off. I don't know where they would want them dropped off, though, is the issue. We might need to speak to Fernie about that later. Or we just wait. And the game might do it for us. I like that. I like all I had to do was like get things started with that bridge and then just be patient. That's great. I don't even have to be logged in for these things to happen. That's wonderful. Fernie! Hey, Fernie! Hello, Racecrafts. How are you today? I'm doing great, Fernie. I'm doing fantastic. Listen, I'm going to do something special for Baz, okay? Because Baz seems to be in a little bit of a mood, and every time I talk to him, he just says vulgarities at me, and he doesn't seem to be very happy. And I was wondering if that would be okay, if that's something you would be willing to approve. Of course, he could use some holiday spirit. That's what I'm talking about, Fernie. That's what we're talking about. Okay, well, what I was thinking about doing is he lives in a tent, and it's very blue. And I don't want to get rid of his blue aesthetic, but I would like to build him maybe like a little hut, like a little fishing hut next to his pond, and then maybe deck it out with some different fishing accoutrement. Would that be okay? I think that is a lovely idea. Fernie, man, we are synced up on this. This is fantastic. Okay, final question for you. Would you be willing to distract him for me while I do all of this? Because I think if I go over there and I start building everything we've just talked about, he's going to be very upset with me and probably try to, well, I don't know what he can do. He doesn't appear to be armed. He does have a fishing rod, though, so he might try to, like, I don't know, rod me or something, or like, try to get the hook on me and then reel me in, and I don't know. Would you mind distracting him for a bit? Can do. Give me a few minutes, then take all of the time you need. Good, okay. You go work your magic, get him distracted, take him somewhere. I'm gonna go figure out exactly what it is we're going to do. Because obviously we're gonna build him a house. Like a proper house. And then I don't know what else we're gonna do. What else could a dwarf possibly want? I was gonna say let's build him a pickaxe, but he's definitely a fisher. So, fish, right? What have we got here? We got fishing rod. Okay, we could make him... Okay, fishing rods break over time, they degrade. We can make him something that generates infinite fishing rods. Now, my issue with that, there's always a potential if we get this power outside of us, you know, it might crash the economy because people can just infinitely generate fishing rods or whatever, which is not a problem so long as I control it. I don't know what this is. A crayfish? Interesting. Is that like Mr. Crayfish's furniture mod? That's him. That's the guy that made the mod. Alright, a resources fisher. What does this do? Base area 3x1, industrial foregoing. Wait, what do you do? What is a resources fisher? Hold on, we're looking this up now. Resources fisher. Let's have a look here. Is a machine added by industrial foregoing. It is used to automatically generate items from the fishing loot table. Oh, it is used to automatically blah, blah, blah. The work area must contain only water source blocks. Oh, hold on. Okay. The working area of the resource fisher is 3x1x3, directly below the machine. The work area must contain only water source blocks for the resource fisher to generate loot. Each operation consumes 5,000 RF per tick from the work energy buffer. This buffer refills at 80 RF per tick, allowing for one operation. I don't know why I'm reading all of these extraneous details. Okay, well, what we could do is maybe get him a machine that generates infinite fishing rods, because I don't know if he's fishing. I forgot we're wearing the spectacles. I don't know if he's fishing to survive. You know what I mean? Like, he could be fishing to feed himself and his fellow dwarf kin. They also have a farm going, so maybe it's like a community effort sort of thing, like the whole family's pitching in here. Or maybe he just fishes to relax, so I don't want to give him a fishing machine and then take that joy away from him. Although, if it is about feeding the family, if we give him a machine that fishes, maybe that'll take the stress off of fishing. If he has to fish to feed the family, that takes the fun out of it, right? It's like a stressful thing you're doing. But if he's like, oh, we've got infinite fish in the hut, if I go out now and I bait my line and cast it, it'll just be to relax and enjoy the sounds of nature. I mean, you can hear them from inside the house here. I like that idea. Okay, that's what we'll do. We're going to go ahead and build a resource fisher, machine to generate infinite fishing rods, get rid of all of these, because we no longer need them. And then also, we do still have the spectacles on. I know I said no bees, and I'm not going to go do bees. I am going to go outside and see if I can see apple oak. I wanted to see if we would be able to see... So these leaves are different. That leaf is different from this leaf. Is that what these spectacles do? If I take these off, do these look the same? These look the same. I don't think these do anything. Where to see pollinated leaves and errors on multi-block? Yeah, look, I'm not seeing pollinated leaves at all, which means that there could, there's a possibility there's just no pollinated leaves. It's not that the glasses don't work, but we could see them before. Hold on, look, there's some right there, okay? There's some pollinated leaves. Now watch this. Oh! Well, alrighty then. It turns out, folks, that yes, indeed, after a long time questioning this nonsense, we can in fact confirm that they do something. Let's see what we've gotten from this endeavor. We've got two different types of leaves, in fact. We got an acacia sapling and a mundane lark. I don't think either of these is a mundane lark. Weren't we going for a mundane lark as well? Wasn't that something we were sort of pursuing? I can't remember now. We're not doing bees, though. No bees. Hold on. What have we here? It says just jungle leaves, but it's decidedly different from the others. So come here, you. Maybe the reason we could see the leaves without the spectacles is because of the resource pack. The resource pack changes them, the color of all the leaves, but then maybe not if they're pollinated. Maybe we've been hacking the game this whole time, and you're supposed to have the spectacles. But also, what did we get out of that? Hold on. So we've got copper beech sapling, acacia sapling, jungle sapling, mundane lark sapling. So we do have some weirdo trees and leaves here. Look, there's another one right there. Ooh, what are you? A white... What was the point of that leaf even being pollinated, then? If it's just gonna produce, the type of tree that it in fact is. What is the point? Silly game. Silly, silly game. It is good to see, though, that something happened. Okay? Now what I'm going to do is I'm gonna reseed the bees, but I'm not gonna put it in the video. See? No bees. We completely skipped past that. Isn't that delightful? Isn't that such a fun change of pace? So we are going to use the scanner, though, because we want to find out about all of these. Or actually, couldn't we just theoretically drop them all inside of the analyzer and call it a day? Like, it analyzes these too, right? Yeah, it absolutely does. And we've got plenty of honey to spare, so we'll just kind of let that happen passively. And then we'll go check and see whether or not the dwarves have headed out yet. Let's see... It looks like Fernie's gone. Yeah... And Baz is gone too. Good. Should we start with the house? He's got some balsa wood. I don't know how to go about getting balsa wood. I think it might have an EMC value, so we could just pick it up and make more of it. But that feels like cheating. You know what I mean? Balsa. You get balsa from teak and acacia, so we just need to get teak, which is dark oak and jungle. I don't know if we can cheese that, though, is the only issue, right? And I think it might take a really long time to just happen upon teak, although I really would like to. I'm not going to deny it. It would be fantastic if we could. I don't want to copy that log down there. That feels like cheating. If I didn't, actually genuinely crossbreed those, it's cheating, and I don't want to be any part of that. But what have we got here? White willow. Oh, hold on. Okay. Faster. Average. Fast. Faster. So these two are fast growing, I suppose is what that means. Speed, average height, small, the Y. I don't know what that could possibly mean. Cocoa it produces. So these are just like souped up trees, but not necessarily special trees. None of these are teak. So in order to get teak, hold on, or none of these are balsa, I should say, which requires that we have acacia and teak is dark oak and jungle. Okay. So, do we have anywhere where dark oak and jungle trees happen to be close to one another? What a question! What a funny question! Do we reckon that that's part of this tree, or do we reckon that that's some sort of a... I think that's part of this tree that maybe was cut out? So this could have sunlight? I don't know, though. Hold on, if we take the glasses off, does it change and look any different? It kind of looks like it might just be the way the tree grew a bit funny. But we don't know, so we'll go ahead and break it and see what happens. And at least then in the future we won't be confused about whatever that was. Okay, so I guess what we would be looking for is some kind of, like, growth or alteration on one of these two trees. And quite simply put, we aren't getting it. We're not getting anything different here. Which is unfortunate, because I don't know where else we'd have dark oak and jungle right next to one another. Unless maybe that's what this is. What are you? You're spruce and you're oak? No, so not at all the same thing. Not even remotely relatable. Well, maybe if we cut down some of these other trees, like it'll force the bees to cross-pollinate these two. Or maybe we just introduce more bees. Or maybe we just give up on getting balsa wood for now. Because it's incredibly unlikely that we're going to get that anytime soon. Also, that's just a regular old... Okay. So looking at these again, a 1 by 1, a 1 by 1, a 1 by 1, a 1 by 1. So we don't have any additional ones for this weirdo trees here. What are you again? We never did actually figure out what your story was, did we? We should probably go ahead and scan this one too, because it's just been sitting here doing nothing. I'm assuming it's going to end up being some kind of weirdo 2 by 2. There we go. So we got to have at least... Now, 2 by 2, I guess 4 total is... obviously what that means, but I'm trying to figure out, like, if we did 2 catty corner, do you think we could trick the game? It seems unlikely, but yeah, alright. Do we care about getting a white oak willow? Is that any different than what you are? That's what you are. White willow, well... White willow, yeah, no, it's the same thing. That's also a white willow. We already have one. Mundane lark is new, I think. I don't recall having a mundane lark. Although it kind of sounds like something you would do in a park with some friends in the summertime. So let's get some bone meal. No bees, though. No matter what happens, we're not doing bees today. We're focusing on trees and baz. Baz is the only bee we're dealing with. Mundane lark is a beautiful tree. I like this tree. What color do you think the, Oh, okay, hold on. Well, first things first, we want to repair this tree. So we're going to get some more, and we're going to actually put its original piece back in here. It's kind of pink. And it produces kind of pink planks. Okay. Now, for some reason, I don't know if these sort of salmon pink, you know, planks are really going to do it for Baz. I don't think that's quite up his alley, unfortunately. So that's not going to do it for us, I don't think. What does white willow wood look like? Again, oh, is it kind of yellow? Are the planks kind of yellow as well? Apparently we've done this once before, so this isn't going to give us anything new we haven't seen. Ugh. You know what? My grandparents, may they both rest in peace. Love you, Mama, Papa. See you again someday. You know what? This reminds me of some floor they had in one of their bathrooms that it was always hideous, and I never liked it. We're getting rid of it. it was never good flooring. We're gonna go and dispose of that. Yeah, I don't think any of these are gonna do it for us here. What about red spruce? Does red spruce look any different? Oh, it's just spruce wood. Why are the leaves red spruce? I don't get that. What is that all about? How does that work? Hold on. If I get out the... This has nothing to do with the episode as planned. We were going to be doing a thing for Baz. Good buddy Baz. Let's see if we can get a sapling out of this. Is it just a regular... Okay, red spruce sapling, sure. But I don't understand. How can it be a different thing if it's just spruce wood, right? I feel cheated. Yeah, it's just spruce wood. I feel completely dismayed. You know what we could do? Is there is 4 logs here. We don't have to condense them. We can just use them. We can just use exactly what we've got here. And, you know, as long as we... I mean, it does say they're his logs and don't touch and all of that. But if we use these exact logs here... That'll be alright. It's not cheating, because... We're not putting them inside of here. We're not doing that. What do the planks look like, by the way? No, they would be perfect, wouldn't they? Alright, well, we'll figure something out. He also likes blue, which, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take down this as well. No offense to the guy, it's a lovely tent. I'm sure he probably invested quite a bit of time in its construction. But, yeah, it's coming down. We can also reuse all of this wool here. I almost just used the mercurial eye to turn it all into dirt, and boy am I glad I didn't, because I don't actually know what makes this pattern. Oh, it's chisel. We can make more of that if we need to. But I'm thinking if we use as much of his tent as possible in his new house, it might help him, like, adjust to it better, and also if he's really mad at us, it might make him less mad at us if we're like, hey, no, but technically you're still living inside of your tents, as we ripped it to shreds and used the individual pieces to construct something I liked better. And you know what? You can't really be mad about the wood because we took it to use we're gonna get rid of this sign. For your house, and also we'll make him some more. Alright, we died maybe no time soon, but we'll try to make him some more. Should we put it up here on this hill? I feel like this is sort of like his fishing spot, right? And what we want to do is we don't want to sort of pervert that at all. We want to leave this pristine, clean, and oh my good gosh, where did these come from? What, is this some kind of a joke? Is someone playing a prank on me? What is going on around here? Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do can end this horrific nightmare. So many of them. Right. We'll put it up on this hill. What direction should we have it facing? I know we had the opening facing that way, but I think that's just more so about the tent being there and him wanting to face the water. So if we build it up here, do we face the door towards the inside of the island? Oh, you know what? We can do both. We can do both. We can have sort of a front here, looking out that direction at my house, with maybe a porch or like a raised deck situation, and then he can have a side door over here that goes down to maybe a dock. Alright, yeah, okay, let's do that. How do we end up in a world where we don't have dark oak planks condensed? Because I'm thinking we might go ahead and... It's so opposed to the balsa wood, though. You know what I mean? Should we just go with stone? Where we don't use wood? Should we just go with, like, stone bricks of some kind? Or of some sort or some variety? Cracked stone might seem insulting, and mossy stone also seems a little bit insulting. We can go with those, though. And then, I don't know, what about a wall? Do we have any walls? We do have... Hold on, can't you turn this into a wall? Isn't that a thing? Am I making a dumb statement? I've played Minecraft. Cobblestone, mossy cobblestone, framed, reinforced. I'm pretty sure it's probably one of these down here. You got an andesite one, you got a stone one. There's got to be a stone brick wall. It's from quark, but it counts. You know, it does technically count. Okay, so hear me out. I've already started placing... I don't know what I'm doing. I kind of have a vision in my mind, but it required wood to really lock it in. Everything else on this island is built out of andesite, right? That seems to be their thing. So maybe I ought not come in here and start placing down stone bricks when we could be using polished andesite, which definitely seems to be their preferred stone material. What type of wood do I have? What type of planks do I have that might in some way complement balsa wood? Alright, what do I have? This is it. This is my entire suite of options here. Not bad. Not bad, but no. No, no. Lime wood. Birch? I hate it. Light gray stained planks. I'm sorry? Oh, wait a minute here, folks. I think we've just found our cheese. I think we've just found our cheese. It even matches the balsa wood. Grab me a stack of that and then get me some light, because we have light gray, because we've had to dye things before as part of this series. And by we, it was a Brashiat Cub situation. The longer I play, the more connected to the world I feel. It's kind of that fun thing of like, you know, when you get secondhand nostalgia when you've played through maybe a game you've never played through before, but you've seen it a bunch on YouTube, or you kind of just know the sort of mythos around it. I experienced it the first time I played through something like Kingdom Hearts, or the first time I played through the Legend of Zelda games, or particularly Final Fantasy VII. I played that for the first time in like 2017, 2018, I want to say, and that was the first time I'd ever played it, but because I know a lot about gaming culture and whatnot, I knew a lot of the sort of memes connected to it, so as I played through, I started to experience what I have dubbed, like I'm the only person to ever use the phrase, I call it secondhand nostalgia. I'm sure I'm not the first person to ever use that term, and I don't know if other people who have used it use it in the same way that I do, but when I say it, what I mean to suggest is that feeling of, you know, when you play something or you watch something nostalgic and you're sort of teleported back to that time, having never experienced that before, you still kind of experience it a little bit because you've heard so much about the property and you know the memes, right? The first time I ever heard, "Hey, listen!" You know, I was like, oh, that. I know what that is. I know the memes. I know what's going on here. Get that out of there. What I want to know is there no way to make fence out of this? I bet there is. And I'll tell you what it involves. How do you clear this stupid thing out? Give me all of this stuff, please. It's probably just using The reinforced frames. Yeah, so I experienced that with Final Fantasy VII. As soon as that, because a lot of YouTubers, a lot of gaming YouTubers will use game soundtracks as music in their videos. So, like, I remember listening to the for the first time and going, oh, you know what I mean? It's just like that experience of like, I recognize, I know this. The vibe is set. I'm ready. I'm anticipating. Great game, by the way, Final Fantasy VII. Rebirth is my most anticipated, and currently, actually, my only anticipated game of next year. I genuinely, I don't know what else is or might be coming out. There's probably some things that I am excited for, and there's probably some things I'm going to play. But as of right now, it should tell you everything you need to know that I don't know what else is coming out. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea, and I don't care. There's nothing I'm excited for because I just don't know what else is coming out. So, this is going to be the elevated deck out front. And we actually need to kind of lay down the foundations of the house first, I suppose. And I did say I was going to put them on top of here. So let's grab and we only got 28 balsa wood to work with here. So we're going to use our balsa wood. And we're going to lay down the corners, probably do one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to 7 because I could do division in my head. And also I counted how long the logs were laying over there, and they were all the same length. So there we go. So there's the corners. It's not going to be a huge house, mind you, but I don't think it needs to be an upgrade from the literal tent he's been living in for over a year now, I think, since they've turned up. Maybe. I could have my timeline wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Okay. So that's going to be the general sort of porch design, I think, with posts out in front of it. We're going to have to trim away some of the sand, so there's a reason for there to be posts there. Yeah, that looks alright. That looks okay. Something else I thought about doing was adding stairs around the outside of it. That would give it a little bit more kind of a room, but I don't know if we're going to actually end up doing... Oh, you know what? We do have the reinforced framed slants. That might be an even more interesting approach here. Hold on just a second. Oh, hold on. But at the corners, we're going to need some corner pieces. I think they make specific corner pieces as well. Although I'm pretty sure we've made them before. I can't remember. They're called wedges, maybe? Is it... What is it called? Is it not a wedge? Is it an edge? Is it a... at Block Factory sort of a situation? Did I not spell it correctly? How did I misspell? It's not Block Factory. It's... Block Craftery. Of course it is. And it's called a corner. No, it's not. It's called... You know what? What if we just type in the word frame and see what we get? Did we not build these ever? I guess we didn't. I guess we never built the corners. Alright. Well, there we go. They're not difficult. Oh, you just need the actual slants as well. And I think we can do these inside of a regular crafting grid. So that'll give us the inner ones. And then the outer ones were different. What were they? You just take one by itself and you get the outer corners. Good. Alright, so teach that to the system and teach that to the system. I think these are the ones we need, though. And I believe we only need 2 of them. So let's see. This is an inner corner. Yeah, there we are. It's quite angular is my only issue with it. And I don't know if that really fits the Baz's aesthetic. But at the same time, we've already done it. And if he doesn't like us, he'll let us know. It doesn't have that sort of a classic feel, you know? I feel like this needs to look like ye old granddad's shack on Galveston Island, you know? This is where the family goes, and this is just a little too modern and too angular. But now that I look at the place with this kind of color plankage, I don't think we're going to get anything other than modern and angular. So we're going to charge forward, and if it's all a mistake, we'll know in the end. So I've got the general design of the place, I think, done the way I want. You can kind of see it from here if you squint. But something I wanted to try was making blue stained glass, because I feel like that is probably going to increase the amount of Baz vibes, right? That's kind of all I really know about them, those dwarves, is that some of them are color-coded. I just want to make sure that what we're doing fits with the color scheme here, so we can make different types of blue stained glass as well. I think we're just using regular old vanilla Minecraft stuff in here, and we'll probably just continue to do that out here, and I see no reason to go with the panes. I mean, of course, that would look better. Did I not bring it out here with me? It would look better, but it would require that I make glass panes, right? And that sounds like a hassle. No, but it would look better, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay. Okay, so the house itself is basically finished, but I'm having a problem with the reinforced framed doors. There's no windows or slats or any way to see out of them. And I don't know if we ever figured out a way to alter that, but I did notice that the regular framed door, at least here, has a hole in it. So we need to make some framed blocks out of sticks. And we've never actually made regular framed blocks, I don't think, because we've never really had a need to. Everything we've done in the past, we've just used the reinforced blocks for, because the reinforced blocks are arguably better. I guess we did have some, because it didn't say that it learned a new recipe there. But this will be new. We've definitely never had these before. And yeah, it doesn't look like framed blocks are actually new. You're a regular door. We probably needed to make framed block to make the reinforced ones. But we've always just used the reinforced ones because I'm pretty sure they're both fireproof as well as explosion resistant. This looks like it's going to basically be the same thing, though. Did we ever figure out a way to address that? I know it's something that we might have mentioned or brought up at some point. Do you hit it with like a stick or something? I can't remember. I'm almost sure this came up at some point. And I said you could like redesign them in some way. Or maybe I'm thinking of a different mod in a different series entirely. I mean, one thing I could do, I guess, is just replace that with a little bit of glass. It might end up looking really, really silly. It doesn't look like a door. Nothing about it looks like a door. No, that's not gonna work. We're gonna have to go with something else, and I guess we'll just have to go with... I mean, what are my other door options right now? What are you? Actually, the framed doors themselves don't look all... Oh, no, yeah, they do. If they looked like they look right now in my hand, I think they might be perfect. I think the color contrast would be fine. But regrettably, they do not. And so we'll have to figure something out. Oh, yeah, I used the blue wool on the floor here. This is what the inside looks like, in case you were curious. I thought we would do a bedroom here. And clearly, I didn't finish one of those windows. I got distracted possibly with something else. There we go. I actually didn't finish either of them now that I'm looking at it, so... There you have it. And I'm not going to put any windows on the backside just yet. But, right, doors. We want to look at doors that we already have available to us. Get rid of that random piece of gravel. I did use gravel to connect the road. Excuse me. I used gravel to connect up the road. And then it was supposed to look like an old-timey fishing cabin, and now it just looks like some sort of weird... modern thing. Hopefully Baz likes it. I don't know. We'll see. Spruce doors are green, and that's a bold choice. They won't be green forever, though. They'll eventually go back to being dark brown, I guess, after the holidays are over. Which means that might be a choice, right? Like, hear me out. We have the doors here like that. Perfect. And then they'll be brown, and that'll be sort of its own interesting... difference. I think I like that. I think we'll do that. We'll just have green ones for now. Can you not put a door on... Really? That's silly. That's just silly. But alright, whatever. There we go. That's gonna be the case. We might as well... Oh, you know what? We'll pull those out too. No need to leave them underneath there. There we are. So, living room. We need lights. What is he using here? What are these? Blue inverted light... hold on. Hold on. Hold on! Inverted light blue lanterns. So it looks like the light blue Illumar was the only thing that I didn't already have to hand. I don't know why we built circuit plates. I'm sure there was a reason that Brashiat Cub could remind me of, or any of you, I suppose, actually in the comments. But the Illumar, it's just glowstone and light blue dye, so that was super straightforward. I don't know what we ran out of, but 15 is probably enough. I don't know how much lighting you really need in this joint. Maybe we should hang a couple outside. They kind of look like they could be... Oh, you can't affix them to that? Really? Okay. Well, where can I put them? I can put them up there like that. Alright, there is one right there, but whatever. And we could put them inside. Maybe one right there, and maybe one right there. That ought to do it, right? Maybe we'll put a couple on the ceilings if we can. So at least, you know, when you look up, you don't have a infinitely black void of a roof, because that's unnerving and a little bit unsettling. You know what? I think we could do more in this space if we offset this door. Some of you might be upset by this, but this is something I've been trying to do more of in Minecraft. I've been trying to build things in a less... because I'm really bad about making things symmetrical. That's why the roof is like this. That's why I built the house like this. Because I almost made the porch wrap around and go around to the other side. And now that I am visualizing that in my mind, it's driving me crazy that that isn't what it's doing. But we're not going to change it. It's going to be a weird, off-kilter, modern designed sort of situation, and we're going to live with it. Speaking of, here's his bed. I don't know if that's where he'll want it. I have no idea. He didn't really have any other possessions. Let's leave him something nice in here. Let's leave him like a chest. Let's leave him a, what have we got that's really good? We'll leave him a big old obsidian chest to store all of his wares, and we'll also leave him an armor stand. That could be fun. You know, I don't know if he has armor, but in case he ever gets it, that'll be creepy. If you're, like, sleeping in bed and you're facing that way and you open it up and it's gonna look like someone's standing there. But he'll get used to it, that's fine. And then I don't know, I kind of want to leave it to him to decorate, because he'll know better than we do what he wants. But I think this will be like a nice living room sort of situation. Maybe he can get himself a TV and a couch, a little fridge and a stove and all that. It's better than a tent. And now it's time to actually build the stuff we said we'd build them. Resource fisher. That's not going to be hard. I thought that I had plenty of machine casings. I thought we'd made a bunch of them at one point, and it's possible that we did. And I just don't know where they are. And also, I think we've got everything we need in here to make a stack of them. So that's good. That's plenty of machine casings. I think we're only going to build one of these. I can't imagine needing more than that, but we'll see. And then plastic is something I know we have automated, at least in a fashion. I don't know if it's actually full-on automated, and I know that it's messy, because it's a Gen 1 automator running over here. So, how are we doing? I think this is running indefinitely, isn't it? We have this configured such that it just never stops. Hold on. Dry rubber, where you're going here? Plastic, right? Why are you not exporting? Are you not set up correctly? Export upgrade. Want you to go that direction. Is that north? It could be. No, 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 go north. No, 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 go north. Okay. And then we want to toss that back in there. It's not going to go? Why is it not going to go? The machine's going again. What is going on here? Why are you not functioning properly? Is that the north? Hold on. No. No, that's the north. I should know that. I've opened up the map so many times. Okay, Goober. There you go. Go south. Alright. Export to the south. Come on now. Did you just... was the update enough to make you decide you didn't like... Is that what happened? Because that's happened around here recently. Some things just don't like the black hole unit. We've got plastic. We got plastic. Once again, pretty straightforward, although I am now trying to figure out how exactly we're going to go about powering this thing. So it needs to be placed over the water. Baz kind of seems like the type of individual who, if he sees this over his favorite fishing spot, he's not going to be pleased. So I say we install it kind of more out here, maybe, in this little 3x3 grid. Kind of off to one side. And then I think if we want to center it in the 3x3 grid, kind of like that. I imagine that that's how this works. I don't actually know. But we'll set it up there like so. And if we right-click on it, it should show us that it needs power. Which, yeah, that makes sense. Are we going to power this thing? do you reckon we could use a... You know what we have? We have a ton of solar panels that we just manufacture automatically even. So we can just grab one of those, and then maybe a power converter of some variety, and that might work for us. By the way, I'm still curious, how are we doing with all of this? What were we waiting on? I think we were waiting for these to tap out, so these are doing pretty well. That's good. And how about you? You're doing pretty well, and that's good. I think the slowdown has been here with these. Yeah, they are still not coming along, because they need iridium, which is waiting for UU matter, and there's just not enough of it, because it has to do everything else that needs UU matter before it can start sending UU matter over there. The UU matter to me project, we're going to get to you. What was I doing down here? Why am I here? What was I doing? Solar panels! Of course, yes, that's what we were coming down here for. Hello, give me just one of them. I think that's all we need. One high voltage solar panel. And that'll already be replaced by now. And then maybe a big voltage converter, generator sort of a situation. What is it called? The big electric, I think? Yeah. Does that support high voltage? It does. Okay, we can build one of these, I think, without too much hassle. In fact, while we're down here in the basement, let's go around and pick up some of the parts that we'll need, so we'll just have them ready to go, because it kind of looks like everything we need might be down here already. What we need 4 advanced circuits. This is almost like shopping, but at a store that you own, and you're in no way responsible for like maintaining stock or anything like that. You can just go in and take whatever you want. High voltage transformer. It's someone else's problem to deal with. Hey, did the boss come by and take one of these? Dang it, Javi! Why didn't you tell us you came over and took this? Oh, it's a lot easier if you have a high voltage... Oh, medium electric. No, we don't have those automated yet. Why don't we have this automated? Black or redstone, iron, and then it looked like bronze. I might have... No, it was definitely... it was definitely copper. There we go. That's the one I'm thinking of. It was 2 of those. It was 1 of those. Iron doodahs, and a bit of redstone block. Big electric flux generator. So the way I sort of envision this working... Oh, you know what? We want it to keep running at night, right? Like, that's... I'm just assuming. So we might want to go ahead and also grab... Why is that in my offhand? Hold just a second. Let me just figure out what that's all about. What we might want to do is also go ahead and grab an MFSU. Didn't we automate those? I'm not crazy, right? I think those are back here. Is that what you are? Yeah. Great. That way it'll... Because I don't think it'll consume all the power that's generated. And this way we can sort of make sure that at night, hopefully there's at least a little bit to keep it like trickle charging. Okay, so this is going to be like a beach-bound power generation system. Maybe we can build it sort of all around this. I doubt if it actually needs to have any sort of sunlight hitting the water. And this could be some sort of weird, right-off-the-shore contraption that sometimes you just see out in the water and you don't know what it is. You just assume it's the government up to no good, because, you know, that tends to be what they're doing. Alright, we want to have the big electric flux generator, like right there. And we need... That's the output, so we want that facing the other direction. I'm going to need to get a couple of tools out for this. We're definitely going to need this. I don't know if we'll necessarily need a flux cable. We'll get some. I don't know if we'll necessarily need a common wrench. What do you use on this machine? I think it's the wrench. Or, I'm sorry, the precision wrench. And you don't do that, because that doesn't accomplish what you're going for at all. So that was the wrong move, alright? What we're going to actually do is place that back down, okay? And then we're going to hold down Shift and right-click, and that should reverse it to where that's facing there. And then we want to put down the MFSU, I don't know, maybe right here. And then we want to kind of swing that around in... back that way, because that's the output, I think. And then the solar panel is going to go right here. And so that should be outputting power into here now. And it's working! Look at that, already extracting a fish. That is fantastic. And this just fishes all day long. And it looks like, are we producing enough power? Yeah, okay, the MFSU is filling up, which means, cool, so this thing is now, like, operational in that kind of a way where it's completely self-contained. We want to make it actually look, though, you know, the part. I understand that this is Minecraft and this is unnecessary, But if we sort of... Do we have any more? Let's see. Reinforced. Watch this. There we go. So now it sort of looks like, instead of all of that free-floating out there, instead it is being actually held in place by these fences, right? At least that's what we're kind of going for. We're trying to make it look like machinery that is being suspended off the coast by all of this here. And then also we can put the output chest inside of here. So we'll get an obsidian chest and put it down right here. And then to get the items out of over there and into here, do we actually want to do it like that? Because the thing is, it would be nice to have it configured in such a way that it wasn't going to overflow. What I was thinking about doing was putting a just a regular pipe and a pipe pulser on there to pump the items over. But in the event that the chest fills up, that won't work. Oh my gosh, look at this. Leather boots! This thing is working so well. I guess the easiest thing we can do, and yeah, you know what, we've had trouble with them in the past, but they've been there for us in situations like this. The good old item translocator might be the exact tool for the job. So if we plop that on there, look at that. This is filling up, and we're not going to put gold on there because we don't need to. It's not catching items that quickly, and it will not overflow. So let's go ahead and get out some signs, all right? Warning. Automated fishing. Done here. No swimming. I don't know. I don't want people to get sucked up into the machine. Fishy finds. Why not? It's kind of in an inconvenient location because we didn't give him a way to get off of the porch unless he goes through his house. Because that's kind of creepy if you have a porch that people can sneak up on. I don't care for that. So in order to get here, he has to kind of go the long way around. Unless we use some gravel. And can we use this saw? I noticed that they have half slabs of gravel around here anytime there's like an incline, right? Which I think looks pretty cool. And I'm pretty sure you can accomplish that by just doing one of these. I don't know if it has to be like that. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's just like this. And you get these forge micro blocks, which are cool. And then you just lay them down. Are these... Oh, these are chisel and bits, actually. Well, they look the same. Well, actually, they don't. Oh, there's a slight color difference. And granted, these aren't going to be right next to each other like this, but if there's a color difference between those and the... Yeah, you know what? We better build the other one. We better go ahead and just build the other one. What is it, chisel and bits? Let's see. What is their saw like? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Chisel and bits. What saw are you from? You're a forge micro block. This has an EMC value too. I guess we've just not built it before. Sticks and diamonds. Oh. Well, this is a handy location to find a crafting table. Delightful. I wonder if that belongs to Bramble, an individual I've not really spoken much with. There we go. And so we want to get rid of these. He can't be mad if we pollute the water, right? Because it's all gonna get destroyed anyway. I hope they're okay wherever they are. Because now that I think about it, we've not seen them. They've been gone for several in-game days. Did they go on like a... Maybe he took him on a fishing trip. That would be fitting, all things considered, and it would keep him distracted. Wow, okay, so that even makes them both directions. Although I'm sure they can be used either way, and it doesn't really matter. That's called chiseled sand gravel. That is called chiseled sand gravel. It doesn't appear to be special or unique from the last thing we did. But let's go ahead and make ourselves a little route behind the house here to this thing. Okay, well, love it or hate it, we've at least made a route around here that he can follow, and it kind of makes sense. Kind of keeps the business out of sight and out of mind, unless, of course, you're on the porch trying to enjoy a lovely morning and you hear... It actually doesn't make any noise in-game. So I don't know, maybe if in the real world that the characters reside in, it's going to be loud and annoying, but I think that's pretty good. And then finally, we did mention that we wanted to create infinite... Fishing rods. Where is the bye-bye bag? Some things have got to go, okay? Some things are just getting a little bit out of control here, and I don't need glass panes or blue stained glass panes or hops. I think we're done with all of that. I think we can get rid of these chiseled sands and these chiseled sands and get rid of all of this. There we go. Destroy these hemp seeds. We do not need them. Finally, okay, the inventory's a bit more manageable now. Let's see what we can do with this. I want to keep this thing out of sight. I don't want it to be something he kind of has to actively look at. Should we put it in his room? We already have a chest tucked away in here. Maybe outside? Maybe right underneath the porch would be a good place for it? Or, do you want your fishing rods outside, actually, now that I've said that? Maybe right here in the corner? I don't want to clutter the room up too much. I don't know if you might want to add other things. We put this chest in here so we'd have a place to store his stuff. Am I overthinking this a little bit? I'm probably overthinking this a little bit. I could probably just drop it down right here in this corner. Oh, but what if he wants like a kitchenette here? And we talked about a couch and a TV. Let's just do it outside. We'll do it. We'll keep the fishing stuff outside. I'm sure that's sacrilege for some folks, but you're just gonna have to deal with it. We'll put it down right here. Because I think that, yeah, that ought to be fine. So I want to keep all of this out of sight and out of mind. I'm trying to figure out a way to do that, right? Because if we have, let's say, this... If we have this here, okay, that has to have glowstone on top of it in order to operate. Or, I mean, it doesn't. But I think if you put a block on top of it, we could just leave that gap there. But at that point, that is so slow. But does it need to be fast? Fishing rods last a long time. I don't know if it matters, really. So what if we just had that? Hold on, okay, hold on just a second. Let me fill in all this extra digging I've done by mistake. In my errant fishing mistake here, okay? And then we will have the collector. We'll have a relay. We will have a condenser, and then we will have it generating the fishing rods. And what I was actually going to do was have an obsidian chest and then have the items be not hopped up, but use item transfers to get these in here. But look at that, even just that's pretty quick, all things considered. I don't think that it minds having the relay right on top of it in the same way it did a block of dirt. This is about to be full. I don't like that that connects. That's a little bit bothersome, but I can deal with it. I don't need that to be moved over one block to be right behind this door. That's not something I need. I can learn to live with that. I don't need to fix it. And yet I am, and that's okay. At the end of the day, if Baz is not a fan of any of this, Baz can ask and I will change it, you know? If he wants the fishing pole, I mean, we could just have them being generated right outside here down by where he fishes. But that might also be, I don't know, not something he wants. There we go. Okay. Back to generating an absurd number of fishing rods. And should we go ahead and put a sign on it? Let's see. Baz's poles. It was that or Baz's rods, and that seemed a little bit, well. So that's operational. This is operational and doing incredible things, although it does look like it's stopped running. Is it because it's nighttime? No, it's still got plenty of power, and the MFSU is actually doing a pretty decent job. It looks like it might actually, well, maybe it won't. I wonder if it was full to begin with. I assume it wasn't. I assume it didn't fill up, so let's go actually to bed, and then we'll grab a well, you know what? No, we're not going to go to bed, because I want to make sure that what I'm about to do will be sufficient, because I'm going to add some more blue inverted lamps. I kind of like the look of it, now that we're done with it. I kind of like how it's shaping up. But I was going to add blue inverted lamps here, if they will go on top of these. There we go, to keep this lit up at night. Lovely. Maybe we should put a couple of them outside his door, too. Hopefully not to suggest that he wants company, because as we all know, he does not. Alright, I think we're done. I think we've got Baz's new place set up and ready to go. It looks pretty decent. Where is he? I just gotta find the fella. I don't know where he could have gone to. Do you think maybe they flew over here and they went to the train station? I suppose they might have, if they were curious. Oh, hold on. Is that them? Oh, yeah. Hey, fellas. Don't you think that having a train would be fun? Yeah, I do. I think it's great. What about you, Baz? Whatever, I don't care. Okay, well, hey, fellas, listen. I'm gonna go to bed, but how about in the morning, the two of you meet me at Baz's new place? Ha ha ha! Okay. Honestly, Baz, I just hope you like it all and appreciate it all, because I tell you, we put a whole lot of work into it, and even if you don't like it, I'm dedicated to making the changes that you want. I just couldn't stand to see you be living in a tent and miserable anymore, so... You've been quiet this whole time. What do you think of the place? How do you feel about all this? Reese crafts. After the beast devoured our parents, I thought I would never feel joy again. Oh. Baz, Fernie, do you guys always feel that way? I didn't know that. I felt like the world had turned its back on me, so I in turn turned my back on the world. Brother, we've all experienced something like that. I'm sorry to hear it, though. But this, what you have done for me here today, it proves that there's still some goodness left in this world. Oh my goodness, we've inspired hope in this fella. Fernie, what do you say to that? You did it, Reese Craft. It's a Christmas miracle. It is. Sorry, Craftmas miracle. Oh, we did it, everyone! We've made someone's life better! We got this fella out of a tent that he's been living in for almost, or over a year. We've got him set up in this absolutely beautiful, albeit very odd-looking house. We've given them the gift of endless fish, and also enchanting books. We might come take some of these sometimes. They could be useful. If something really good comes up in here, we might... you know, like, tax it a little bit, because we are providing the electricity. We did it, though! Merry Christmas, everyone! Merry Christmas, and thank you for watching. Goodbye! Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and Merry Christmas to you all, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play adventure, where I feel like we're getting into a rhythm. It was kind of hard to pick up a series after it had been run by an AI for over a year, and kind of get into the flow of everything, so I know the last week or so of videos has been a little on the rough side as I try to kind of come to terms with everything and put myself in his shoes, and we've mostly just been focusing on bees and trees. Hey, I did all the bees before starting the video today, so no bees! We are going to deal with the trees, though, because last time we discussed how what we really wanted to do was crossbreed jungle and dark oak, and that was going to help us get... Was it teak, I believe, maybe? We were going for jungle and dark oak, 10% chance. I don't know, 10% chance of what? 10% chance a leaf might get pollinated, 10% that a crossbred leaf will be what we're looking for in the form of a teak tree. I'm unsure at this present moment, but what I realize is that we probably shouldn't have all these other trees, if that is the goal. We probably need to get rid of every tree up here and focus instead exclusively on jungle and dark oak wood. Now, we do have some dark oak trees around here somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't that a thing that we made that grew like a normal tree? Or am I thinking of all the acacia? I might be thinking of the acacia. I thought we had like a hybrid dark oak that was a 1x1 and just grew normally. But clearly I'm thinking of the weirdo acacia trees we have all over the place. That's okay. That is okay. What I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to fell every tree in the forest now. I'm going to bring them all down. We're going to, like, I think charge this thing up with V. Last time I did this, I accidentally broke part of the roof, I'm pretty sure. But then what do I do? Just right-click? That's definitely not doing anything. I thought that was how we cut down trees. Yeah, that's not doing anything at all. Am I supposed to push a different button? Am I supposed to push, like, C? That doesn't appear to be doing anything, but just because it doesn't look like it is, doesn't mean it isn't. What if I hit G? All sleigh mode? I don't know why, but that worked! In a very wide arc around me, in a circle. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, see what I mean? See, now that's just kind of arbitrary. that right there. I don't know why that happened to this piece in particular. I'm going to charge that bad boy down, and we're not going to do that again, except for maybe now that it's all the way charged down, I might go ahead and maybe just charge up one. There we go. I don't know. It's odd, isn't it? Isn't it odd? The trees it decides to cut down and those it decides not to? It's a bit arbitrary, don't you think? Acacia, willow, dark oak, birch. Where's the maple? Where have the maple ones gone? I've got the gray carpet. Where is the maple wood? What's happened to it? It's not in the tree. It's not inside. It's not on top of the roof. This is absurd. I'm not upset or anything. I'm perplexed is all. You know, I can get more. It's not that big a deal. I just wish I understood the hows and whys and mechanics of it. I mean, look, I've got the 10 of these here, or I did before I accidentally placed some floating in the air here, which makes perfect sense to have happen in the video game. Okay, get rid of all of this. Anything that has an EMC value, go ahead and get rid of it. All the basic... See, a lot of these dropped like, really odd saplings, so we've got a ton of these copper birch saplings now, as well as some white widow and an oddball acacia. So that's fantastic. But what we want to focus on now is dark oak. So we want to get a bunch of those. And I believe it was jungle, correct? We'll have to double check again here to make sure. Yeah. But we're going to breed these until we get what we want out of them. I'm hesitant to do this again. But I think on the lowest setting it might be okay. We might be able to get through here and get these without causing like further damage to the roof of the house. Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Oh, shoot. Are you kidding me? Oh, I didn't realize it did the same over here. Okay, but where is the wood going? There it is. Alright. Let's bring that down, and let's go ahead and break this ridiculous little bush here as well. And that pretty much does it. I think we'll leave these up, because they're not really hurting anything. And this doesn't seem to mind that the sun is being blocked out by it. It's not bothered at all. Sorry, what did that say? Normal. I thought it said something about jungle over here. It definitely didn't, but still. Oh my gosh, there's just such a high volume of nonsense in here now. What am I supposed to do with all of these wackier sort of saplings? Also, did I just get rid of all the ones I wanted? I did. I'm just standing here tanking bee attacks because it needs to learn at some point that it can't hurt me. And I feel like this is the easiest way to get that across. Give me some bone meal. I don't really know if the number of trees matter, or if maybe the number of trees could be detrimental. I have no idea. We're not going to put too many trees around here. We're just going to make sure that the trees we do have are the trees that we actually need now. I don't know, should we use these like, hybrid jungle saplings that I've got as well? I don't know what the difference is, other than they've got a little bit of silver birch in them. And maybe I don't want that. Fireproof is a thing that apparently you can get in your wood. That's funny. That's very funny. I'm gonna go ahead and say that we probably don't want to use these. We don't want to muddy the water any. So we're just gonna keep using the regular ones. Alright, there we go. So, are you still getting plenty of sunlight? Yes, and you're producing honeycomb. I noticed that this one over here, not this one, that one like over there, I'm just kind of going through them all in order. These two in particular are doing great on their honey production, which is impressive. So now we just wait. We just wait, you know, hopefully we get what we want out of this. We've got a pretty even distribution. I think there's one more jungle than there is. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I did it perfectly, actually, is what I went and did. And hopefully we get what we want out of it. Soon, ideally. I guess we just store all of the oddball leaves, or trees, I should say, over here. It will deal with all of that at a later date. If I take 2 of these out, and I put them together over here... Oh, okay, yeah, that does kind of repair it a little bit. That's handy. That's good to know. That's actually really good to know. Did something... My spectacles broke. They broke my spectacles. I didn't consider that as the possible thing that might happen. Can I do all 3 at one go? No. You have to go 2 at a time. Which just renders me with this really bad one not so bad. Oh, wait a minute, wait. I'm not stupid. Hold on. I'm not stupid. There we go. There we are. Alright. Good luck, little common queen. Fortunately, a new pair of spectacles isn't a difficult feat. Fortunately, a new pair of spectacles is not a difficult feat. It's just a little bit frustrating. That's a little upsetting, is all it is. I know I said no bees today, but, oh! We got cultivated, baby! Let's rock and roll! Took a while, didn't it? How about these? How about these? You're almost done. You're not anywhere near being done, nor are you. Okay, hold on. Let's see what is up with cultivated. Tell me your story. Fast production, good. Slowest pollinator, not good. We want to increase pollination because I think that's going to increase the speed at which we are crossbreeding trees. Flower type, we love that. Fertility of 2, meh. Tell me more, though, here. Diurnal, we want it to be nocturnal, too, though. So I think that's just a case of finding a drone that also happens to be... See, end flower type, we want to stop using these, even though it is nocturnal. We don't want to end up with any more end bees, because they're kind of useless to me. I'm sick of their nonsense. So if you were wondering, if we go in here to be breeding, we can get to noble with a common and a cultivated, but we don't have a common anymore, unfortunately. So we gotta get another common, because that was our common. Beyond that, cultivated and sinister can give us a fiendish queen, but it looks like it's in that order particularly. You need a sinister princess, which we might have. What is our sinister? What do we have that's sinister? I think it's a drone. Yeah, so that's not going to quite work out for us. But going back to what we can do with this one here, it looks like we're going to need things other than... Yeah. Alright, well, let's just try to get another cultivated, if we can. We might just breed these two together and see if we can't get a... second, third, fourth. We just want to get more cultivated drones, basically. So we'll just breed these two together. Okay. So both of these are tolerant flyers, but I keep getting stung by the bees. I don't know how, but I've inadvertently bred a bunch of very angry bees. So every so often I have to just pause and throw the spectacles in here and let the repair talisman do its thing. Did we determine, and by we I mean all of you and Brashiad Cub, that having more than one repair talisman made it go by faster? Is that my imagination, or was that a real thing that was discovered? I feel like that was a real thing that was discovered. We'll toss 2 of them in here, I don't care. We've got the room for it. We also have some industrial coin that I didn't realize was in here, but there we go. Those have been restored now. In case you were wondering, no. Obviously, we have no new leaves being crossbred just yet. We did just start this new experiment, though, so that was a little bit unlikely. Also, before you ask, no, this video's not all about bees. We're doing something else. Just trying to get the bees set up and going with the trees so we can go and do something else, if you please. Okay, so hear me out. This is just an idea that I had while we were all talking about bees earlier. What if we just made some additional apiaries, okay? What if we just made a few more? Because this might help speed things up a little bit. You know, the more bees, the more you please. Sometimes I say things and regret speaking. I don't know if they get really mad if they're close to one another, or if that's going to cause any kind of issues. Like, are they going to go to war with one another in certain instances? I don't know, but I've already picked these based on their stats. I think they're good to be paired together, and we're going to need to fill them up with the little net things. This is a lot more to manually manage, but I don't mind it if it means that we get the trees we want, which means we get the wood that we want, which means, how did I end up with this one? Ooh, common drone. We got a common drone. All right. What are you? Lots of good traits in this one. Tell me more about the common one, though. Didn't we want to crossbreed the common with the cultivated? Also, good gosh, this has got a long ways to go. How long do you live? Eventually, everyone's going to figure out that I'm just a fraud, and I don't know what I'm doing. Have you figured it out yet? Okay, enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of bees. Enough of bees. Let's not focus on bees anymore. I've been recording for 34 minutes, and it has all been bees and trees. All of it has been bees and trees. This is not what I sat down to do. What I actually thought we'd do today was put up a Christmas tree, alright? Because I realize that we haven't really got into the holiday spirit just yet. There's snow everywhere, the Endermen are dressed up in their little elf outfits. Like, there's some stuff going on, but there's not enough, and I figure what we need is a gigantic Christmas tree right here, okay? And that can be seen from pretty much everywhere. Not quite line of sight with the Tower of the Eye over there, but actually maybe not far off, because I'm pretty sure it's right behind, I think that's the train station there. So if we fly to here, yeah, look, there's the top of it starting to come into view. If we maybe pause the game, it might load in, but then again, it might not. We're not going to worry about it too much. But I think a big, beautiful Christmas tree right here is going to be exactly what we need. A big, beautiful Christmas tree! Just like Lucy said in the Charlie Brown Christmas special. And for that, we're going to need a lot of things. We're going to need spruce, first off, because that'll be the basis of the tree. And then we'll need some spruce leaves. What is the real, like, difference between a spruce leaf and a red spruce leaf? Are either of these more Christmassy? This is spruce leaves. Very dark green, very lovely. These are red spruce leaves. Ooh. Ooh, I kind of like the red ones better, folks. I kind of like the red ones better. So I think that's what we're going to go for. So now I am going to hand sculpt a Christmas tree. Here's hoping that works out. It's a big pole. At the end of the day, that's basically what a tree is, right? It's a giant wooden post in the ground. Is it tall enough, though? That's the problem. It, like, dwarfs everything that the dwarfs have made. But then when you contrast it with that tower... Actually, you know what? Depending on where you're standing, if you get the angle right... Whoa, look, it's bigger than the tower, everybody! Whoa! Isn't that weird? That's perspective for you. Maybe you should go get some perspective. Alright? Tree's tall enough. It's not going any taller. We'll make it a little taller. Basically, when I run out, I'm out, okay? So I've got enough to do one more loop. So we've basically, effectively, we've made it 2 blocks taller. And then these last 5 pieces, you know what I'm going to do with those? I'm going to just throw them in the bottom here. And we're just going to leave them be. They'll despawn eventually. Now we need to start applying the leaves. And oh boy. Wait a minute. This should get more narrow as it goes up, shouldn't it? Yeah, it should get more narrow as it goes up. Okay, I'm not finished yet then. Gonna have to get some more spruce, and now we've... basically what we have to do is bring it in a level, and then go up again, so we'll just kind of do this, right? Once we have enough of these set up, what we'll do is we'll come back down here, because I don't like this, I don't want this, I want to get rid of this. I don't want these going sideways inside of the trunk here. We really just placed them for the sake of having something to place these onto. And now we need to go up with these, but not nearly quite as far. Maybe 12? Is 12 up tall enough? I think that's enough. And so finally, we're going to do that, and then go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, like half the length of the one below it. That ought to be good, and then we can start doing the leaves up top like so. Oh, should we put like a star or something at the top too? I hadn't thought about that. Some people do angels. Those are weird people. You don't really want to associate with them. Like, why would you put an angel on top of a tree? First off, it's very uncomfortable for them when you consider how you have to mount them on top of the tree. And then also, like, the star... Maybe this is just my inner Texan speaking. But, you know, the stars at night are big and bright, and I don't know why you wouldn't want... Deep in the heart of Texas. I don't know why you have to do that. It's a legal requirement. It's also just ingrained in our blood. You can't reject it. As soon as someone says those words, you were just compelled beyond reason, beyond belief, to do the clap and say the line. I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, right, why would you not want to bring the big at night, stars so bright? I had to say it differently that time, otherwise I'd be... Why do you not want that in your house? Well, you know, angels? No thank you. The only angel I want in my house on Christmas is you. All I want for Christmas is you. You know who you are. I hope you know who you are, I sure don't. Okay, there's gotta be a way to do this a little bit faster. We do have the mercurial eye around here somewhere. I believe it's in the red bag, because that's where all of the magical things are, and I shouldn't really have needed to think about it. Why do I have 2 mercurial eyes? How and when did that occur? Alright, you know what? It's gonna help a little bit. Okay, perfect. Actually, I kind of want it to have just this much space underneath, for reasons that I will explain later. I mean, I'm not finished with it, but it doesn't really look like a Christmas tree, does it? It kind of just looks like if the Empire State Building got covered in moss for some reason, is kind of what I've accidentally constructed here. I'm not pleased with myself. I'm in no way. I think there's too much of a. It goes to too much of a point there. Like a Christmas tree is much more sort of like it's got much more of a smooth sort of. I need to look up a picture of a Christmas tree. Yeah, they're more fat, kind of all the way up. Like they definitely narrow out towards the top, but it's a consistent sort of thing. All right, we might have to. Can I just download one? Minecraft giant Christmas tree. Yep, I found some, but I have no idea how to import them. It's a schematic, but I don't know what to do with it. It looks beautiful. You can't see it, it's on a different screen. It's a little bit better than what it was. It's slightly improved. I'll tell you what, it definitely goes too far to the ground. I was working on doing the final section here, and I realized if I wanted to put presents and stuff underneath here, that's like way too close to the ground. So I think we might actually cut it off, maybe like 3 more blocks up, so that might actually be the cutoff point here, what I was just doing around the sides. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and trim all that away, and we'll see where that gets us. So, here's what we got. This was a lot of effort of trimming and placing and removing and trimming and placing and removing. It's still not perfect. I think that if we took this original angle, if you're looking at it from the side here, and it went straight down all the way, it would be perfect. But unfortunately, we can't make it that wide, because we started to hit over here almost against the walkway. So we really couldn't go any wider. And I kind of wish that the bottom wasn't quite as perfectly squared as it is, because it doesn't really make the circle. It's solid edges here instead. I'm just not a gifted enough Minecraft artist to make a perfectly round tree. Well, I guess if I'd started from the bottom, I could have made a more sort of round template, and we might have ended up with something resembling a circle. I've done circles before. It's just, we started at the top, and the top was very much square. And as I worked my way down, it just continued to be square. I could come down here now and try to form a circle of some kind, and then carry it up. But then wouldn't that get rid of all this work I've done on the side here with these sort of wave patterns and whatnot? I don't know. I used a Minecraft circle generator to give me the shape of a circle, and I put it down there, right? I think that would look better if we kind of raise that up a little bit, but the question is, how tall do we go with that before we bring it in again? I guess we just kind of follow the outline we already have. So we bring that circle up to this level, and then we shrink the size of the circle in the generator by 2, because it goes in on both sides. I think that's right. You wouldn't do it by 1, because that would offset the circle, but then 2 makes sense in my head. We'll see where this goes. It's better? Maybe? Kinda? A little bit better? It's not perfect. It's rounded. And, you know, as best as a Minecraft tree can be rounded. Maybe once we put the big star on top and we do all the decorations, we'll be getting somewhere. So obviously what we need to do now is put some lights on it. And I was looking at fairy lights over here when I noticed that there's actually Mr. McCray Fish's fairy lights that look like they actually change between green and red, which could be fun. So I added the recipe over there and we might go build those. I don't really know of any way to make fairy lights that are multiple colors. I know in order to make some of these, right, like you mix the ingredients for the fairy lights with a different color, but I don't know if there's any way to mix and match different colored bulbs on the same strand, which means that we're going to be kind of limited in what we do here regarding, you know, if we use traditional fairy lights, which I'm not opposed to, but we couldn't. I'd like a strand with the red, the green, the blue, the orange, you know, your traditional Christmas light colors, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be that straightforward. So we could just go with white or like yellow. I know a lot of people... I personally prefer a house that's lit up just with white, using other colors for accent. So like red and white on a tree to make it look like a giant candy cane tree. Things like that. Not everyone's going to agree with me on that, and that's perfectly fine. I don't dislike multicolored on houses, but I feel like a Christmas tree needs to have a lot of colors, but it can look quite elegant if it's just white. Let's go ahead and give this recipe a shot here, though. We're just going to need stained glass and string. I'm not sure if you can substitute other... Oh, first off, let's spell string correctly. I don't know if you can substitute other colors of stained glass, because all we've got is white, but we can just get regular glass, and then I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to the colors used. I'm assuming red and then regular green. I wasn't sure if it was lime or not. Well, we can get all kinds of dye here, although we don't need dye. We don't need dye. What we need is red rose whatchamacallit, and then green cacti doohickey thingy-mabob. But then also we're going to go ahead and we're going to pull in the recipe here with the string up top, and then we're going to see what happens if we attempt to use the white stained. Nothing. Okay. That doesn't strictly mean that we absolutely have to use red and green. It just means that it doesn't like the white. And we're going to go ahead and assume that that is in fact what it means just based on that. Also, you know what? So that we don't have to do this ever again, let's go ahead and do this real quick. Can't believe there's still things that we don't have inside of here. That's absolutely bonkers. That's everything we need, though, to create this recipe, which does have an EMC value. Now, I've checked, and I don't think this mod comes by default with the pack, and I don't know how it got on here. I don't know if it's something Brashiat added or what, but here we go. Okay, so they do... Look, they twinkle. Do you just right-click to install them? How do these work? Do they not go on to leaves? What is my secret here? I know with these you can put them on posts. Can you hang these on posts? What do you do? How do these work? How do you use the fairy lights from Mr. Crayfish's furniture mod? What is the secret? What am I missing here? Let's see. There's a rave couch. There's no way to make it. That's not what I was looking for here, but I'm fascinated by it, as I am with the knife, which I also didn't know was here. There's also just a hammer and a cup. There's a cup. Why wouldn't there be? What is an upgraded fence? Never seen that before. Man, I don't even see the fairy lights, and you'd think they would stand out, because they literally... Oh, there they are, right there. No mention... There's a wreath. Add that for sure. A fire pit! Oh, that's gonna help to make the season bright, but you can't manufacture it, apparently. I'm clicking on it with all of my might. There does not appear to be a recipe for this. It can be used as fuel, though. You can burn the fire pit in a furnace to smelt 1.5 items if you're so inclined. Maybe we can't build it because it's lit, and there's like another recipe for an unlit one. I don't know. It can only be put on roofs. What does that mean? Does that mean it can only be hung on the bottom of something? No? What about like this? Oh! There we go! You know what? Okay, that means it's not super useful for, you know, what we built it for. It's not going to serve that function. But it doesn't need to, right? It really doesn't. We already did that. It can work over here on the main house. Look at that. That's fun. That's Christmassy. What about when you get to a corner? What happens? Oh. Okay, that's fine. No, that's okay. We'll just carry on. We wish you a Merry Craftmas. We wish you a Merry Craftmas. We wish you a Merry Craftmas and a crafty New Year. Look at the lights twinkling. Now look at the lights twinkling. Now look at the lights twinkling. You'll have an inkling of what comes next. We're going to build a wreath. I also found that there's a Christmas tree. There's a lot of fun stuff here, isn't there? Look at that. Wreath! Fantastic! Just go ahead and make me a stack of those. Are we going to hang them up on the invisible doors that are only kind of invisible? Hold on, can you hang these on a door? You cannot. I don't know why I thought it would work like that. I don't know why I thought if I affixed that to a door, yeah, it would work. That's okay, look, we can have them to either side of the door. They don't really look like wreaths so much, do they? They kind of look like... like weird portholes. I don't know about this. I've changed my mind. We'll just keep the 2 on the front of the house there. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Especially with the blinking lights up top. You, though. We're gonna have to figure something out. So we're gonna go back to the actual fairy light mod. And what have we got around here? A stepladder! Neato. I just realized that you can make tinsel, which is a good time. Alright, so I've gone to the actual wiki listing, and you can absolutely do multiple lights. It's not that hard. I think you just get the regular recipe, and then you pair whatever lights you want into it. So what color do we want our lights to be? I think that the traditional strand of Christmas lights are red, green, blue, and then generally there's like an orange in there. I might be wrong. Hold on. Classic Christmas lights. Red, green, blue, white, orange. Yeah, that's what I assumed it would be. But we don't have to do that. We can do whatever we want to. This is Minecraft. We have the entire option of everything in the universe at our disposal. What? The entire option? Cut that. Look, this is our factory. This is our tree. We don't have to follow the rules established by the big Christmas light conglomerates. We can make our own rules. We can forge our own path. What colors do we want? I think we are limited to how many we can fit on the grid at any given time. According to this, we're limited to 6. There's 6 lights that we can do. So what 6 colors do we want? Obviously red. There's a lot of green in the tree already, so I reckon we could skip green unless we wanted to go with a lime green. And having said it now, I want to go with the lime green. So red, lime, light blue, white, and then we could add 2 more if we wanted to. Yellow. Purple sounds like fun. Light blue, lime. Purple is a maybe. I'm going to say orange is a maybe. And then we want bone meal for white. We want red. Rose red for red. And then... I mean, that's technically 6 there. We could grab dandelion yellow if we're so inclined. For some reason, I only grabbed 1 each of these, even though we're definitely going to need more than that. So, disregard my bizarre choices. I think I might just want to go with white, green, blue, and red, because those are the colors that I really strongly associate with Christmas. You got candy canes, you got sort of the icicle-y thing going on here. Red and green often go together around Christmas time, and then the 4 of those together. We're going to get rid of the rest of these. And then, aside from that, I think we just need iron, and we're going to need quite a bit of it if I want to make a stack of each of these, which I guess is what I want to do. So... okay, and then this is a glass pane. Are they all glass panes? It looks like they're all glass panes. Alright, well, glass panes we've already got. So iron we will need 12 stacks of, because 3 each. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I might have grabbed just the right amount or too much. And there's so much just nonsense up here that doesn't need to be up here, except for maybe that. I might need more glass panes. Let's try to tidy this up a little bit here. Let's clean things up a little bit before we start shoving more stuff in there. Right. And let's convert all of this over to the panes. Insert all of our dies, make sure those are all in there. And then the first thing we need to do is we need to make the red one. So this will make 4 stacks of the red fairy lights. Then we're going to make the lime ones, 4 more stacks, add in the rest of the iron, and go for the white fairy lights. By the way, we don't have to use these. I feel like I need to make that clear. We could also do flowers or lanterns or whatever's happening here or any number of these other things. We could do snowflakes, and I like the snowflakes, and we might find a place for snowflakes later. But right now, what we're focusing on is just creating a traditional-looking strand. What happened to there? I'm sorry? What did we run out of? What did we run out of? We ran out of panes! It pains me to say this, but we're gonna have to track... Alright, so now we have all of these, and you're probably trying to figure out, like, what do we do with them now? Well, we make sure we have 1 each of those in there. And which one am I missing? Why am I crazy? There it is. Now we need to put them together on a strand, which means we're going to need even more iron. And we're also going to need some string. So we're going to start with 2 stacks of iron and a stack of string. And I think it just goes like so, iron to either side. And then you start adding these. So we add 1 of those, and it's all blue. Add another one, it's blue and red. Add another, it's blue, red, and green. Add another, it's blue, red, green, and white. Give me way too many of those. Actually, the perfect amount, and we might end up not liking the color choices we've made here. Can you even put these on leaves? I didn't think you'd be able to. What can you put these on? Anything that isn't leaves, apparently. So we gotta figure out... what... I've had an idea! Go with me on this, right? What if we have a reinforced framed block? First off, should we start from the top? I feel like when you do a Christmas tree, aren't you supposed to start from the top? You're supposed to focus on having about 100 lights for every foot of the tree or something along those lines. Am I making that up? It could be. I might not know my Christmas light lore all that well, but hear me out. If I do that, and then we put this in there... Oh dear. Alright, but does it... It does attach. It does attach. But then how are we supposed to, like... Yeah, because they're gonna fade into the Christmas tree. Oh, I didn't think this through very well. Yeah, very little thought was given to how we were actually gonna hook up these lights. And also, maybe I don't like the way that they look. Maybe we should have gone with a more traditional layout. Maybe that's where I went wrong. Maybe this pattern doesn't really work very well. Maybe I made way too many of them, considering I might not actually like it. Alright, well we need a new idea now for the Christmas tree. How are we gonna light it up? I guess, you know what? Sometimes you just do the simplest, most straightforward thing. And in this case, that's gonna be inverted lamps. So I went to the basement and I used the automation machine, the first-gen automator that we have set up down there for these. And I've got some inverted ones. What are we gonna do with them, though? It's gonna be weird if we just, like, plop them on the tree like that. Unless, does that kind of look like a bauble? Does that kind of just look like a regular Christmas tree bauble? Because in that case, I probably could get away with just in random, like, nooks and crannies of the tree, plopping these things down. You know? This could work. This looks awful! It looks awful! I'm gonna keep going. Should I not be placing them at random? Should I maybe try doing this like there's some sort of a pattern? Like they are lights applied to the tree in a strand? I can try that, but now getting rid of the ones I've already put up there is gonna be a hassle because they don't break quickly or easily regardless of what you're trying to break them with. Right? Like either tool that we have, obviously this one feels a bit slower. Alright, well let's say this is the bottom, and we put on a red one, and then what is the... So far I've only got a few light colors down here, right? So I've got blue, and red, and green, and inverted purple, and I haven't decided if these are the colors we're using yet. I just thought purple would be an interesting one. So if we did red, purple, blue, green, repeat, red, purple, blue... green. Yeah, you know what? As I make my way around, I kind of like it, but I do wonder whether or not these are really the colors we want to go with. Red, purple, blue, green. At this point, though, I've already started, and I'm not going back. So this is what it's gonna be. No! No, never mind. I think I actually hate it. I think I actually hate it. Can you break this? Get this off of this tree. This looks so dumb. Alright, well it took a whole lot longer to get all the lights back off of there than it did to put them on. I have shied myself on what to do here. What if we did the garland? What does the garland look like when it's done? It looks... That's fairy lights. That's tinsel. Tinsel garland. Cannot attach to leaves. Give me red. And then give me paper. I'm pretty sure I saw paper was required. And then what else do you need? You need iron and string. It makes no sense. It makes no sense that you would need iron. Actually, no. You know what? Yeah, actually it does. I've seen tinsel, and I've seen garland. And the core is oftentimes iron. I don't know if it's iron, actually, now that I say that. The core is oftentimes a metal. It seems unlikely it would be iron. I'm not sure that would work well for the process here, but we've got quite a bit of garland now. Which, yep, works about the way you would expect it to. Look at that. It's beautiful. will it attach to the tree? Because that's the issue we've been having here lately, is trying to get things to attach to leaves. If it'll just attach to the leaves, we'll really be getting somewhere. Son of a gun. What about the star? What if we just go ahead and put the star up there? Right? Big, beautiful, golden star. That's not really an option. If we want to look at inverted colors, we've got yellow is the closest thing to gold, or we can go with a white. A big white star, because you know what? Gosh darn it. White lights are what we already have in abundance of. If I open this up, look at this. Let's go build a star. I mean, there's some yellow too. Let's go build a big star. White will match the factory. Oh, but yellow's gonna be more classically Christmas tree-ish, isn't it? Oh, I don't know. I'll take the yellow too. Are we gonna do yellow? Maybe not. Maybe the insides are yellow. So I guess we want it to face north to south, is the idea. And it's gonna be, it's gonna, first off, let's get rid of this. It's not gonna be there anymore, is it? It's gotta be appropriately sized. Minecraftshapes.com. Here we go. What are my options? Equilateral triangle, square rectangle, pentagon, hexagon, septagon, octagon, nanogon, decagon, dodecan, more sides, circle, angle. More sides is literally you can create your own... Oh, here we go. Wait, stars, blah, blah, blah. See if I can follow these instructions as being presented to me here on the screen. We're going to use leaves as well, because leaves break easily. So we kind of want this as our starting point, which means that we could have left that there. 1, 2, 3. I'm using a chart I found online. I'm on minecraftshapes.com. We're going to try to make a simple 5-sided star. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and the middle's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. What have I done? 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just a cloud. Nobody panic. This star might be too big. Okay, no, I definitely messed this up already. These are too tall. I want to throw out there that the way it's generated the image, it's upside down, so I'm having to work upside down here, and I don't see a way to flip it around. Space here, block here, space here, and then across here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, okay, we're getting somewhere. Then we're going to run out of yellow one soon. And then we can fill these in, I believe. Yeah, there we go. It's starting to look like a star. Let's go make more. It's awful. This isn't even what MinecraftShapes.com told me to make. What Minecraft Shapes had me make was worse. And I just kept adding more, hoping it would get better, and it didn't. It's so bad! It's so bad! Hold on. Not Minecraft, forget that. No, just Christmas tree star. Let me see if I can find some inspiration for some other options. Oh gosh, none of them are good, really. None of them are very good. Why do I keep wanting to make this part taller? Like, that's gonna somehow fix it. That doesn't somehow fix it. That makes it look a little better. That makes it look a little bit better. You know what? I've been sitting here for 4 hours. We're done. That's an exaggeration. What time did I sit? No, it's not! I've been here for 4 hours! Oh, this is what we've done in that time! This is what we've done! We built a monstrosity! Just towers over everything. It looks awful! It looks awful! I don't know what else to do anymore! I don't know how to salvage this! I can't get the tinsel to stick to the leaves! But you know what? I think that the lights in the house look really good. Those look really, really good. I'm a fan of that. I think that we did successfully. That looks good. This is an abomination, and I'm sorry. Thank you folks for watching. God bless you. We're not doing any more Christmas decorating. Craftmas. Goodbye. Howdy folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure, and Merry Christmas to you all. Yeah, that's the thing. We're just gonna have to live with it until the holiday season is over. But today, folks, we've been messing with bees and trees and bigger trees and baths and trains. But it's time to get back into the TEKKIT of TEKKIT 2. It's time to build the long-rumored, the long-discussed UU Matter facility. UU Matter to me, let me tell you, we've got to build some place to generate UU Matter. And I say build someplace. We could just as easily just expand the UU Matter production we have going on down here. I don't know how. I do like the idea that we had, though, of having each one individually powered by its own solar panel, so that each one, at least during the day, would have all this excess energy, and then maybe hooking them up to some type of battery system where there's some extra panels and they trickle charge and then they kind of still run at night. But the fact is, we've worked ourselves into a corner here. Or rather, Brashiatka worked us into a corner here. There's not really anywhere to expand, so we probably should just move operation, or we stack. We put more machines on top of here, and then more pipes and everything. But that kind of seems like no, we're not doing that. We're going to build a separate facility for UU Matter. One where we can run our own solar panels and have its own dedicated grid and everything. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm still not sure if that's actually what we're going to do. Because it's not like we're close to running out of available power. I don't remember if we ever did the math on this. But doesn't this thing... How much power does this output? The output of this is 32,768. Let's get out our handy-dandy calculator on a phone here. We're going to type in 32,768, and we're going to divide that by 512. 64 is the maximum number of UU Matter machines we could have running, all drawing power from the PESU. But the issue you run into there is that you're going to be in a situation where that's all of your power and you don't have enough power for anything else. Because those things run full bore all of the time, right? Those things always consume the maximum high voltage output you can provide to them, if I'm not mistaken. And I could very well be mistaken, but they're high voltage machines. I've actually never checked. I don't know how much power they use. They might use the full power. I guess the easiest way to check would be to just grab ourselves a meter. That's right there. I was really trying to stretch that out. Here we go. That's a poor example because there's also power going down here. What I was thinking though was if we actually, can we read this? Yeah, let's just read this exactly. Yeah. 512 in, 512 out. It's consuming the maximum amount of power. So what that means is that it really does make sense to get it on its own network where we can expand infinitely, where if we have a solar panel for each of these, that's what we would be able to do. We would be able to expand infinitely. How much power, by the way, does an MFSU store? That's a lot of power. That's a big number. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zeros. 10 million EU. Okay, we'll divide that by 512 EU per tick. That's 19,531 ticks. There's 20 ticks in a second, so divide that by 20, and then divide that by 60 seconds in a minute. That's enough to run a machine about 16 minutes. Based on my math that I just did, I gave it one pass, and I didn't verify any of it, but that's enough to get us through a night. So if we have a full MFSU... Interesting. Okay, I'm trying to theorize and speculate how we're going to get this thing set up and running. And also where we're going to put it, because we need somewhere where we can run the power and have direct access to the sky. Because that'll be the big issue, won't it? Is when the sun sets... Or actually, no, I'm sorry, I'm just saying random words. During the day, you want the sun to hit the solar panels, and I don't think you can have anything above them. I think if you put glass or something above them, they don't work anymore. I might be wrong. We're going to check. Oh, gosh darn it. Well, we'll have to go to bed first. But we'll go ahead and get this thing set up. Let's grab some glass. We'll do the white stain, because that's kind of what we've done here. But what we'll do is we'll have that come out over the solar panel here. And, yeah, then we'll go to bed, because we're not going to know until we go to bed. Okay, so here's where our little experiment is running. And as the sun comes up, we'll see this one over here. That is what falling off looks like. This one. Oh, okay. It kind of looks like it doesn't matter with the glass. Let's build up quite a bit of glass and verify for sure, though, that that is in fact the case. We should have already known this! We should have already known this, because if we come over here and we look in the basement, there's solar panels down there that work, and actually, we could just generate UU matter in the basement down there. Because we don't do anything else down there anymore, and that's where, ironically, that's where we used to, I mean, I don't know if irony is the right word there, but funnily enough, that's where we used to generate UU matter. Before moving and expanding UU matter production up top here, we originally started generating it in the basement. Now, there used to also be a nuclear reactor down there, but that no longer exists, and quite honestly, we don't really need it anymore. You know what? I forgot that, isn't there a secret ladder or something around here that'll, yeah, right there, it takes you up and down? Because this place was built by Brashiat Cub, you know, thinking wisely into the future at a time where you might lose your ring or your pack or whatever. You're gonna need a way to get around, especially if you're somehow stranded in the place. That's brilliant, and we did not do that with that tower. There's no way to get around that tower without either being able to fly or teleport, but teleporting only gets you to the factory floor or the penthouse, the never visited penthouse that is here. Lovely place, though. Let's clean this up. Let's clean this place up. I don't remember what this was for. I think there was a creeper in here at one point. There's not anymore. There's no more creepers, so I think there's a plan to maybe collect all the animals or something ridiculous. We don't need this anymore either. None of this is particularly useful. We're not doing any of this nonsense anymore. This is going to create all kinds of mess as I just break all of this and items go spewing all over the place. Hopefully some of this can be condensed. I know some of it can't. What can't be condensed? Okay, all the uranium and all the cells can be. Everything that can't be condensed, though, might have a use and function and purpose somewhere later on down the line. Not the refined uranium. I don't need that. I might need that. Who knows? We might find a use for that. I'm just spam clicking, by the way. Oh god, there's still so much more. There's so much more. I don't know why I thought when I got off that screen I'd be surrounded by, like, empty space. But no, there's still... You know what? Here's what we're going to do. It pains me to do this as well. But I'm going to go ahead and say all of that goes in the bye-bye bag. I think there's more of it down here as well. Yeah. It sucks, you know, and I'm sure that we could probably find a way to make use of it in the future. But... I don't see when or how or why, so it's easier to just get rid of it and condense all of this. I even broke the machines. We're not going back. We're not rebuilding this nuclear reaction chamber or whatever it is. We don't need it. We're full on the solar hype train now. In fact, there's still a part of me that thinks I might want to build the ultimate hybrid solar panel because it does generate power at night, and that might be useful. Just kind of cut that off right there and call that a day. Pleased with that. If I charge this up, can I just... Really? Oh, so this is going to be like a little bit of a pain in the neck is what you're saying. We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet. We need to maybe try it with the destruction catalyst that's right in front of me. There it is. This might get us somewhere. Yeah, there we go. What is in that chest? Well, I suppose if we ever wanted to get into selling nuclear energy, we could do that. What? Oh, okay, yeah, we can take out the glass but not the reinforced stone. Sure, that makes perfect sense. I can manually break it, though? Oh my gosh. Hold on. Oh, you can't... Can you charge this thing up? Why does it work on that? Why did it work on that and not the glass? Why does this one work up here? Did I even have it? I had it charged up, so I know that's not the problem. Okay, well, unfortunately, while filling in all the cracks in the floor, I used up all the basalt, not only that I'd already mined up, but that I had in here to spare, which is problematic, because I don't know where to get more basalt. Does any form of basalt have an EMC value? It kind of looks like the answer to that is no. Basalt cobblestone does, and wait, hold on. Basalt. Do I have basalt? Oh, wait, hold on, go back. What have we got here? We got regular basalt, we got basalt cobblestone, we got basalt brick. I think what I want is regular basalt, and then can I turn it into French 2? Yeah, French 2. There we go. Alright, well, I don't know why it doesn't have... Because normally when you use the chisel on something, it still has an EMC value, so I don't know what is going wrong there. But what matters is... Gonna get the floor fixed. Finally, because the floor's been broken for a long time. I guess ever since that thing went off, there's been just a hole in the floor here. Also, I don't know about this green lighting anymore so much, now that we are, you know, no longer doing nuclear things down here. We might need to do away with that. We're also gonna need more basalt. Yep, definitely made the right choice going for 2 stacks. We're going to fill all this into, and eventually we're going to... all we really need left over here is a single line going to power all of these teleporters. I don't even know where the power's coming from anymore. Is all of this being powered off of these medium voltage solar panels? Because they're about to be taken down. I guess it doesn't matter. If so, that's not a huge issue. You know, we can just have the high voltage ones we move down here be also tied into this system over here. But I mean, what is that really, like, keeping running over here these days? The teleporters, which are nice and we need, but then also I guess that's running the murder machine. Is the murder machine still going? Yeah, good. See, that's problematic to me, because I don't know where that goes. The only tip that I have that's not even regular basalt is when I look at it, it says just chisel instead of French 2. It doesn't specify. So you can kind of follow the directions it goes in. You can kind of continue to track it if you're willing to just kind of look around until you find that. And then you can sort of see where it branches off to. What, ridiculous, though. Ridiculous. Yep, that was going to make a mess. I knew that. Let's move these both over here if we can. Oh, these will open, but these won't, huh? Is that what you're telling me? Fine. Eventually I'm going to have to figure out what to do with all of these quad uranium cells, but today, thankfully, is not going to end up being that day. Perfect! A problem for later, tucked away in the wall, just like we like it. How are you? You're going to run empty eventually if we start using these teleporters and things. Speaking of, let's start using these teleporters and things. We're going to head up to home upstairs, and because UU matter is kind of purple, or is it more pink, really, if we look at UU matter? It's purple. It's definitely purple. Oh, son of a gun. Are you charged down? Yeah, good. Where do you take me? Not where I want to go. Hold on. This'll take me back to here. Yeah. We're going to swap out all of the green for purple, because that's more UU matter-esque. Hot dang! It's amazing how just a little color change can completely change the feel of a place. I feel like this is giving big UU matter energy now, which I love. We are going to move this bed. This bed was important back when it was created to help pass the time while working down here, so we're not going to get rid of the bed, but the bed is going to be tucked away in a corner out of sight and out of mind. Keep it over there. Now we have to kind of figure out, you know what? This is probably the reason why we have so many lag issues. We have so many, like, world spikes all throughout the universe, and we don't monitor any of them. Look, there's one right here. There was 2 right next to each other. Both of them are currently not doing anything, and that's fine. We'll keep them back there for now. We gotta figure out how to lay this place out and how we're gonna do this. So, we need something that can be broken easily and cleaned up quickly. And I'm thinking sand? Okay. Is that sandstone? Hold on. Go back. Nope. Sand and gravel are perfect for this task, because we are going to plot out exactly how we're going to do this. Solar panel, MFSU, machine, right? How about that? How's that work? And then we can fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 right inside of this space. 16 if we want to go with one right here. But let's say 14. So that's a little bit less than double, just right there. And then we can have another bank, and another bank, and another bank, and another bank, and just keep going all the way across here. Okay, so that's an issue. If we decided to do them like this, when we got to the middle, they would be butting up against each other. But if we skip the middle so that we have a clear walkway anyway, then we could do something along these lines here. There we go. So we can have 6 banks total to either side, and then a clear walkway through the middle, the only place you'd ever really want to walk. And I kind of like the way that this is starting to shape up. I think this is what we'll do. We'll have to figure out the lighting situation down here. Maybe have rows of purple lights between each grid. I like that idea. We can also shrink this down. We could have it be a lot smaller. We can have them be actually perfectly up and down, now that I think about it. Would make way more sense. We could pack them in way more efficiently. That's how we have things set up already, now that I think about it. So we have, you know, if this is the mass fabricator, on top of that's the MFSU even, and then on top of that is the solar panel. And then you only need, well, you still need somewhere to extract the items from. Unless we extracted them from the bottom. In which case, cable, MFSU, or sorry, no, hold on. Solar panel, MFSU, mass fabricator, cable. That could work, assuming they can extract from the bottom, and I think that they can. I don't see why not. Oh, but you gotta deal with scrap, though. You have to have scrap being piped around places. How do we currently have it set up? Hold on, let's go to the factory real quick. Is the penthouse? No, we can go to the factory here. It might have been faster to go to the penthouse. If you go out of the penthouse and then you zoom down, I don't know, you might get here a little bit faster than what we're currently doing. I'm trying to remember how this is laid out. So currently, it's 2 blocks wide and 2 blocks tall. That's pretty reasonable. You still need a 3rd block to kind of walk down and get in between the machines. But it's actually 3 tall because the MFSUs are underneath. But if we relocate those to the top, it looks like we're doing scrap on top and extraction on the bottom. Was there a reason for that? Was there a reason why we didn't just use the legit... I'm trying to remember back now if there was a genuine, legitimate reason why we had to configure it this way. Was the issue... I need Brashiat come here is what I need. I need to ask him. Was the issue that you had to insert scrap from the top or something ridiculous like that? It could have been something ridiculous like that, I guess. By the way, we're leaving all this up here. We're not moving this right now. What we're probably going to do is get all that set up down there and just pipe everything into the same colored ender chest, which is white, purple, purple. And we'll leave this up here for now. Which does mean that we'll need to build new mass fabricators, but I don't think that'll be difficult. Yeah, everything we need for them is already being mass fabricated. We might even have advanced machine blocks being automatically fabricated. I mean, I know we are manufacturing all of the individual components. I'm just not sure off the top of my head. I cannot quite remember. Here they are. Yeah, right here, I'm pretty sure is it. Yeah, there you go. Quite a few of them. I don't know why these aren't stacked. Beautiful. I guess the best thing we can do is just start building. So let's do... There should be 8 of these. So we'll grab 8 of those, and we'll go ahead and build 8 mass fabricators. I do have some medium ones. That's right. I was going to donate these to the cause here. Oh, we ran out of medium ones inside of here. We had quite a few medium ones kind of backed up over time. Well, there's some extras. MFSUs, I think, are right here. Yes. So we'll get 8 of those. So we'll need 16 advanced machine blocks. I'm going to get everything we need together, and then we'll head out there and we'll make this. Okay. High voltage. Got ourselves the MFSU. We've got ourselves a mass fabricator that is already going. I didn't realize it was daytime. You do have full sunlight, so I see that now. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. So with that set up there, we can pipe things in from the top, but remember, there is still the question of whether or not we should be able to pipe in and extract from the top. I see no reason why we wouldn't be able to. That doesn't mean we can, though, necessarily. I'd like to think that we could, though. We'll find out. So I came down here, and I was trying to figure out what we needed to get the scrap metal running. And it's a compact recycler, some iron. It's not that difficult, but then I realized why... when instead I can just replace this with another ender chest. I will need to figure out which ones haven't already been locked down and are in use up here, but we can just use an ender chest, because this thing already, we have the issue of it making more than we need in terms of the scrap, so we just got to find an empty channel currently. Let's see. It's got to start with white, because it's on the ground floor. And then scrap, what does it look like? It's mostly gray. but I feel like all of the grays have already been taken. Let's have a look at our dyes. If I had to guess, I would say that every gray and gray adjacent setup we could possibly use, like white, gray, gray, that is taken. White, light gray, not taken. What about light gray, dark gray? Also not taken. Well, that's kind of the vibe. It's light gray and then dark gray. Unless it has been taken and whatever it was being used for is just currently empty. Like this could be, so that's double light gray. That's good. Well, hold on. No, that's white, darker gray. What are you? You're white, dark gray, light gray. I mean, I suppose I'll find out. You know? We'll figure it out eventually. Hold on. So that's white, light gray, but that's not white, light gray, dark gray, which I've yet to find. I'll tell you what, I really should have taken the time to create some sort of a chart to keep track of which colors are in use and what they're doing, so I wouldn't have to run around the factory and make sure. But this seems to be safe. I've checked around and I don't see anything else using white, light gray, dark gray. So I think this is probably what we'll end up doing. And we are going to go ahead and break this chest here, and we're going to try to do it in such a way that we don't break whatever's behind it, but it looks like we definitely did. It's not my fault. It doesn't look like there was anything behind it, actually. I think we're good. The world is just super laggy, and I understand that part of that is because of what we just did, and the fact that there is so many items now floating around on the ground. But also, this area of the factory is just always laggy anyway. So there we go, there's all of those. And then what we can do is we'll have that chest from earlier, the one that we broke. Where is it at? Did we pick it up yet? I don't know. I need somewhere. You know what? You know what we're going to do? Listen, they're going to the bye-bye bag. Oh my gosh, is the bye-bye bag not fast enough for this? The bye-bye bag isn't fast enough. Huh? Why? What? Okay, no, so it turns out that the scrap's actually going into the side, and we're extracting from the top. What? We're gonna find out when we get down there. We're gonna figure it out when we get down there. We're hopefully. Alright, we'll just put that here, right? We'll just put that there, and we'll slap that on, and we will add in our quick sort module. Okay, I think. And then we want this to be configured for scrap metal. So, just drag it over, and we drop that in there. And then, theoretically, that should work. It isn't. Nuts as that would be, does it need to be inserted then from the side? And just for the sake of making this easy, I'm going to put down 2 new pipes and then just transfer these over, because that's the easiest thing in the world to do. There's no power on this network. I figured it out. We need a power junction, which is really, really easy to build. Can we just build one of those in here out of objects that are already in here? No, because it's missing planks. However, I, as a Minecraft gamer, know an awful lot about plankage, so that should be that simple now. Yeah, it actually was. Okay. So we need one more of these. We need one more of these. Put all of this, I don't know, on a wall or something. We'll figure it out. We're definitely going to need some other options for plugging it all in. Some basic and some unrouted, and there's literally no room for any of those things. So we'll have to get rid of maybe some lights. We'll toss those up there for now. And then we'll get some basic and we'll get some unrouted. Man, I don't know. What if we just did it like this? Hold on. No, wait. Hold on, we need that to face that way. I'm not an idiot. I've been doing this long enough to know that much. Then we just slap that on top. And then maybe we go take a nap and in the morning that thing blows up? That thing can accept high voltage. Can't it? Can it? Wait a minute. I don't think that it can. Hold on. Didn't we accidentally blow one up not that long ago? Were we just like really close to doing something horrible? Wait a minute. Go back down to the factory. What did I do? I can't remember what went wrong. Also, didn't we determine it was better to power it off of an alternative? No. Wait, how did we figured out there was a way to cheese the power and make it super efficient? What was it? What are we doing over here? It's definitely making contact. Okay. All right. That's what we're doing. I remember now. We're going into a big electric flux generator, and then from there, yes, because the conversion rate from RF to LP is better than EU to LP, or something like that. Or actually, they're the same. It's 2 to 1 as opposed to 1 to 2. But I remember now, 512 EU is 1024 LP, but these output 4000 RF from 512 EU. Did I say 4,000? Yeah, and that comes out. It comes out to more. The math has been done in previous episodes. Okay. Flirting with danger out here right now. Flirting with danger. We need to build yet again another big electric. Didn't we build a bunch of big electric flux generators last time? Or was that my imagination? Not last time, but I mean, the last time we had to build these. Am I crazy? Do I just remember that wrong for some reason? I guess I do. Ah! There is one ready to go in here, which means that all these things that I grabbed to build a new one with are kind of useless. We'll just leave those behind. But we do have one now. So we'll head back down into the basement, and we'll have another go at setting all of this up in a way that hopefully doesn't blow up this time, because that would be less than ideal. We really don't want it to all blow up. Also, I'm doing it over here. Should we do it in the middle? Does that make more sense? If this is going to be what powers the whole thing. I know we talked about having the middle be the one area you can walk through, so maybe we don't want it to be cluttered up with stuff. But also, this could all change over time anyway, so I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll grab some basalt, okay? We'll go up 1, 2, 3, 4. That ought to be good enough, okay? And then we'll build it on top of this thing, and then later we'll figure it out. At least then you can still walk underneath it, okay? So, solar panel, MFSU. Oh, but here's the issue. If we plop this thing down next to it, it might draw power directly from that, which would still cause it to blow up. So, we better actually put it on top of here. Makes more sense. Yeah? Yeah! Makes way more sense what we're doing right now. This can all be changed later. There's no reason to worry about it, me. I'm saying this to myself because I'm going to overthink this and accomplish nothing if I don't just start doing things, okay? So face that downwards and then force it back up. And now when we go to bed and wake up, we should be getting what we're looking for here and not blowing things up. It'd be really funny if as soon as we got out of bed we just heard kaboom, but we didn't, so there we go. That's what would have happened earlier if I hadn't thought about it. It's full sunlight, nothing in there because it's all going into here. There we go. All right, so that's just there, and if we want to make it a bit more symmetrical, we can add another solar panel, and that solar panel will directly go into the big battery, and then this solar panel will fill up the MFSU, so at night we're still generating. It's silly and unnecessary, but I like to think about these sorts of things. Can I connect up to here with this? I think not. I think that you need a basic. So I'm going to go ahead and start with that, like I know what I'm doing, okay? And then we're going to carry this way. And we'll tap in right there. So now we've got power. And what we'd like to see happen, if I set all this back up, I don't remember, but we would like to see scrap metal come out of here, is the ideal thing that we would see. That doesn't mean we will, though. Just because it's the best thing that we could possibly experience, that doesn't mean the game's going to give it to us. You are set up to do scrap metal. Why do you hate me? What happened? Did you wake up in the morning and choose violence? What was the purpose? What happened? What was the cause? We're gonna do this again. Okay, we're gonna do the exact same thing we did before here, and we'll hook them together with an unrouted pipe. That'll be fine. And then you need to be set up as before with scrap. Wait, was that this one? Scrap metal. You know what? I'm not even sure if I care. I'm not even really sure if I care all that much. That's fine. Now we're going to do a little bit of an experiment and find out whether or not we can extract from the same side, because that might make things at least a little bit simpler. Or, you know what, we'll just extract from the top, and then we'll have the UU matter chest be on top of this chest. Yeah, never mind, I've changed my mind. In that case, we really don't need these. We need the buy one versions of these. the tier 1 chassis, whatever they're called. You know what I'm getting at. Logistics chassis MK1. There we go. 19 of them is a bit of an arbitrary number that I plucked out of a hat just as I was clicking buttons. There is no hat. If you thought there was an actual, literal, genuine hat, you're wrong and a bad person. You're not necessarily a bad... Well, I mean, all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Now, wait a minute. Now, wait just a minute. Now, hold on. Now, hold on. Now, wait just a minute. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, I'm stacking these out, and they're not going. Stacking these out, and they're not going. That is a sentence that I just said that has no rhyme or reason to it. It's completely illogical. Apologize for nothing. Boop. 2, 3, 4. There we go. So those should all be getting scrap now, which actually, what does the scrap do? Does it make it faster, or does it make it use... It's definitely faster. Objectively, it is going much faster now. I thought maybe it might, like, have it use less power. So if we want to fill those up, which was sort of, you know, the idea that we would have excess power, what we need to do is get some power, kind of slowly trickle charging these MFSUs. So we'll need to run a cable behind them, I guess. Or we elevate all the solar panels up one and run a cable between them all, and then we'll just have some extra ones somewhere that'll like slowly trickle charge those so they keep running at night. We'll see whether or not we end up doing that. For right now, let's finish getting this thing set up. So we're going to need more of these quick sort modules. First off, we're going to need one more, and then we also need another item sink. Oh. And we're going to need an additional ender chest, which has just reoccurred to me, because that was the whole purpose of this, was to get the UU matter upstairs here. So we know we have more of those, plenty of those right here. And I think I said I needed one more of these, And what are you supposed to be set to? I think it's white, purple, purple. Let's go ahead. We'll set it up downstairs. I can remember that. I can definitely remember that. This, though, needs to be set up with UU matter. It's funny opening these up and seeing what they used to be used for. I wonder how they feel, having been like abandoned inside of a chest for so long, finally being plucked back out of obscurity and being, you know, put back to good use. It must be refreshing to know that, you know, your life's purpose is, it's back on. You know, you're going again. Wait, purple? Purple, purple? And I did just realize that one of the problems with what I've done here is that this can't be used on 2 blocks at once, so we can't actually put this on top of this one the way that I had initially hoped. But what we could do, you know what, alternative. We can put it on the other side. At the end of all this, we can put it right here. And eventually it'll be down here at the end. Well, you know what, we can go ahead and put it down there at the end. There's no reason not to. So this one is kind of placed like so. So this one will be placed kind of like... Actually, I did not pay attention to how that was. Okay, the 2-2 and then the chest. I got you. The 2-2, of course, being what the ballerina wears. So 2-2... In line with that. There we go. Yeah, so there's still a gap behind it. Why was that difficult to figure out? I don't know. Alright, there we are. Plop that on there. Excuse me, I say plop that on there. And then we'll link all of these up. There we go. This is set to UU matter. It has some UU matter. We'll plug that in, and then it's just a matter of feeding all of these and not holding down shift, because that is going to cause problems for us. But as we click our way through here, and we get one of those in each of these, we'll see that this slowly starts to fill up with UU matter that then immediately vanishes. So I think I want to go ahead and definitely finish this lineup. So we're going to need 1, 2... Hold on. These are easier to tell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to finish this lineup. So that's 6 more solar panels, 6 more MFSUs, and 6 more mass fabricators. There we go. I know that I said we would need 6 more mass fabricators, 6 more MFSUs, and 6 more high-voltage solar arrays. And like that was all we were going to need, but we also needed, of course, 6 more quicksort modules, 6 more item sinks, and 12 more logistics chassis MK1s. But now that we've got all of those, we can go to bed. And see, this is why we either need to get the advanced solar panels or whatever they're called, these, ultimate hybrid solar panel because it produces energy at night as well, although it doesn't say that. And we know that it does. We know that that is what it does. I don't know how to get it to come up and tell me that, but that is what happens when you have one, which is really handy. Or just get more solar panels down here so that we can start charging these up. And that is definitely an option too. But what we should have now is all of these should have scrap. All of these have scrap. All of these are running. And obviously it's going to consume the UU matter as soon as it's made. But we've more than doubled the output, which is definitely something to get started on, right? It's something to talk about. You know what we could do is we could raise these solar panels up a level, and then we could have the wire come through and then tie that back into the main grid and have the main grid with its charge provide power overnight. And that would be fine because the limiting factor right now is the amount of power we can extract from the PESU. But if these are hooked up directly, then it'll get power from these directly and then at night divert to the PESU maybe. Or we could just do what I said earlier. We can add some solar panels along the top here, maybe like into these grooves, and then just have a single cable that kind of comes down and hooks into here. Maybe. Alternatively, we could put them here in the middle. You know, we already have this monstrosity coming out here. So we could have solar panels grouped up in the middle here, maybe 6 of them. Is that going to be enough, though, to charge these things up? I don't know. Okay. So here's a fun, wacky question for everybody. Before, I had the high-voltage solar panels right on top of the MFSUs, and the MFSUs were not charging up. They were dumping 100% of their power into their mass fabricators. But now that we've set them up like this, and what I've done is I've put a gap in between, so it's not like a weird crisscross mesh of cables. They come out of there, they go down this one. This works. Remember, you can hold a limit of 512 EU per tick per packet, an infinite number of packets. So what we've got here is 14 individual packets, totaling up to, let's see, 7,168 EU per tick traveling through here. My question is, we are now somehow, though, managing to fill up one of these, 2 of these, 3 of these, 4 of these, 5 of these, 6 of these. The first 6 of these are filling up. And presumably once they're full, it'll go on down the line to fill up the rest of them. Why wasn't it doing that before? What's changed? Granted, I haven't checked to see whether or not the scrap made a difference in power consumption. It might. If that's the case, that explains where we're getting the extra from. Hold on, mass fabricator. Let's read up about this thing. Simply said, amplifier makes the mass fabricator run 6 times as fast as without amplifier with the same energy input. You know what? What we're going to do right now is just accept that this is working, and then also we need to delete all of the excess that's being produced here. Okay, so I got this set up here. You know how it works. That's just to deal with the problem of excess scrap popping out. Pretty basic setup there. And if I use the wrench, I could show you. Item sync, default route. Should be fine. And I was thinking earlier, it's getting dark now, and I thought, man, these are going to stop running, but these down here won't because they have charge. And then I thought, wait a minute, wouldn't it have made more sense if I'd had these stay directly up against here, or have a gap between them, because apparently that makes some kind of difference, but then have cables coming out the bottom so that all of these can pull their charge, but then I decided I didn't care. So thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you all later. Goodbye and Merry Christmas!